Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our study session of June 14th, 2022. I am going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Here.
Councilmember Lieber?
Lieber? Here.
Yes. Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Here.
Mayor Ramirez?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the first item, draft 2023 to 2031 housing element. Translation services are available for this item. We will now hear from our interpreters.
大家晚上好，今天晚上我们会提供中文和西班牙语的实时翻译服务。如果您想听到中文的翻译的话，请点击您下方的这个语言，然后选择中文，您就可以进入到中文的频道。如果您有需要发言的话，可以按举手 raise hand 的按钮，那么您可以发表您的意见。谢谢。
Buenas noches y gracias por acompañarnos en nuestra sesión de estudio esta noche. Vamos a hablar sobre el borrador de Housing Element para el año 2023 al 2031. Si es que ocupa interpretación, por favor seleccione el glóbulo al inferior de su pantalla que diga interpretación y escoja el idioma español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. The purpose of the study session is to provide the City Council the opportunity to review and provide input on the draft 2023 to 31 housing element. We will, after the staff presentation, we'll go to public comment and then we'll return to the council for questions and deliberation. Senior Planner Ellen Yao and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson will present the memo.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm just waiting on Senior Planner Yao.
Thank you so much. I'm just joining in as a panelist. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. So thank you very much, Mayor and council members. I just want to let you know this is our final study session. We've gone through the last two in 2022, 2021, and 2022. So tonight we are seeking input on the draft housing element. My name is Ellen Yao, the project planner, and I'm joined by Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager, and our consultant team, Stephanie Hager from BAE Urban Economics, and Evan Wasserman from ESA. Tonight's presentation will go over feedback from the EPC and council from previous study sessions. We'll go over public comments, a brief discussion on the inputs, such as the housing needs assessment and constraints analysis, and the outputs. The majority of the council discussion that we'll have, we will cover the housing programs and the sites inventory to address RENA. And then lastly, we'll go over recommended rezonings and general plan amendments that we recommend concurrent with the housing element update. Overall, we have a total of 4 questions for the council tonight. So here is a list of council direction from the last meeting in March. Council directed staff to include the general plan village centers where general plan allows for residential, and then to study additional areas such as shopping centers where the general plan does not allow for residential, the South Drive area, the non-historic churches in our districts, and non-historic underutilized government sites. We were also told to proactively contact all property owners with sites or potential sites that were included in the sites inventory or in the back pocket list. We excluded the target site, and we also kept the Transit Center and El Camino Real Village Centers and Moffett Boulevard in the back pocket site list. We were also recommended to amend wording to the draft goals and policies to ensure that they're concrete, specific changes for Goal 1, Policy 1.7, and Policy 2.7. And lastly, the draft housing element, it includes some of the programs that council recommended including, such as reducing parking requirements for 100% affordable housing. This is identified in Program 1.1. Explore funding for efficiency studios in Program 2.1, and explore innovative housing solutions such as community land trusts, CLTs, in Program 2.1. And again, in 2.1, to also evaluate affordable housing overlay on churches. And lastly, update the non-conforming section of the zoning ordinance to preserve units in R1 and R2 zones. That's identified in Program 1.3. So with the input from the community, from community meetings, looking at HCD required analyses, and getting council direction from the last 2 study sessions, the draft housing element was completed, and we published it on our project website on May 6th of this year. So the public review period was made available, is required to be available for 30 days. And we extended that from May 6th and accepted comments on the draft up until today, June 14th. At the May 18th EPC study session, the EPC provided their recommendations on the draft housing element document. On the 4 bullet points you see here, the EPC recommended modifications to programs, which I will talk about later in detail. The EPC also supported the draft housing, the overall housing draft the draft housing program, the draft sites inventory, and also the recommended current rezonings, the general plan, and El Camino Real Village Centers, plus the 87 East Evelyn Avenue site. The EPC also recommended staff to add narrative to the document about the city's efforts to address the jobs housing imbalance, specifically the jobs housing linkage programs that we see was done for the East Wisman Precise Plan. The EPC also recommended a couple of discussion items that they wanted the council to look at, such as small business displacement and Charleston Plaza as an opportunity site. And we'll discuss that a little bit more in detail later. So far, the city has received public comments on a range of different topics. Some of them are highlighted here on this slide. These are summarized more in the staff report and also includes staff analysis of how the draft housing element responds to each of these comments. Furthermore, in the staff memo, we've also included attachment of all the the received comments we had. So as part of the draft housing element, there are a couple of big notable changes from the 5th cycle to the 6th cycle. 2 of the main ones that we've included are the assessment of fair housing, the AFH, and the sites inventory, which evaluated sites through the lens of AFFH. Right here on this slide are the 4 major components of the draft housing element that we will discuss this evening. The housing element document is organized into 4 sections and includes 7 appendices. It is organized based on lessons learned from previous cycles and HCD guidance and has been developed for effective implementation and to help us streamline the annual reporting process. So tonight we'll go over the input, such as analyses done for the housing needs assessment and the constraints analysis. And then we'll also cover the outputs, the sites inventory to accommodate the RENA, and the programs to address identified housing needs as part of the goals, policies, and programs list. So first, I'll talk through a little bit about the housing needs assessment. Here are select findings from that assessment, and identified, again, this is just a small snippet of the summary, but more than 1/2 of the Mountain View households rent. So that means there is a need to help renters as they are more susceptible to cost fluctuations. Programs to provide services and resources to renters is included in Program 2.3, and prioritization for anti-displacement efforts are important, and we've identified that in Program 3.2. Households also have a very high housing cost burden. So this means that housing costs affect more than 80% of lower income households, which means a lot of their income is dedicated towards housing costs. So this means there's a need for affordable housing in order to relieve some of that cost burden, specifically for our low income earners. So funding sources and partnerships to further advance affordable housing development is identified in programs 4.2 through 4.5. And then lastly, identified here is overall, there are much higher home values in the city of Mountain View than in our county and across the Bay Area. So this means ownership housing inventory is skewed towards the higher earners. So we've identified in Program 2.1, developing affordable housing funding strategy to support things like home ownership programs to address all the diverse housing needs in the city. Next, I'm going to go into the constraint analysis. I want to say that as part of the constraint analysis, one of it was doing a quantitative assessment, specifically on the impact of government factors on development costs. The constraint factors that the city can address is mainly divided into these 4 categories. And for each one, we have identified programs, and I'll cover that in the next slides. So you can see here in the list and in the diagram to the right, we have BMR requirements. They are identified as a significant portion of development costs, about 9.3%. But we also have to acknowledge that this is one of the major mechanisms the city has to meet its affordable housing goals. There's also fees and other payments that developers have to pay, and they include parkland dedication in lieu fee, transportation impact fees, community and other impact fees, like for East Wisman, there's water and sewer fees. These fees together cost up to about 10% of development costs. And as you can see in the diagram there to the right, that the parkland dedication fee is the majority of these fees and other payments. Development standards include development of parking costs, transportation demand management, open space, and other requirements that we require as part of housing developments. This comes out to a total of about 6%. But as you can see, some of these requirements are kind of necessary to address certain concerns we have, like transportation demand management. Then lastly, we've identified process and review times as a constraint. This is estimated about 1%, pretty reasonable. So now I'm going to go into the housing plan, the programs specifically. So the programs included here, they highlight and they are in direct response to each of the constraints that I identified in the previous slide. So as you can see, program 1.11 is our program review for BMR. So BMR requirement is costly for developers, but again, a necessary tool to attain affordable housing. Nonetheless, we have identified this program, and it also includes a periodic review to ensure that the program is meeting our affordable housing needs and that there's program efficacy. So the first review is scheduled for 2022, and then the following one will be in about 5 years after that in 2027. As stated before, the parkland dedication is one of the most significant government constraints identified. So program 1.10, the Parkland Ordinance update is included here to ensure that we review the requirements to reduce constraints as much as possible, but also find solutions where we can uphold our community values in getting high quality open space, which was identified as a concern in our public outreach. For development revisions, we did identify this as minor constraint, but we do want to make sure that we're addressing any constraints as much as possible. So nonetheless, we will be conducting individual standard reviews, such as reduced parking, to address these concerns. So this was also directed by council at our March 8th study session. So we have a program for that to address reduced parking for affordable housing. And then for reducing inefficiencies, we have created a program 4.1 for revising and streamlining our review process. The city has already completed a comprehensive development review assessment. It's also known as the matrix study. And this study identifies specific actions to ensure that we achieve this goal of reducing inefficiencies and improving our development review process. So the last slide covered land use and development process programs. These following 4 programs is specifically to further affordable housing. So this is a major component to developing affordable housing, is ensuring that we support our partnerships and we have adequate funding sources to actually get affordable housing built. Due to the high costs of developing affordable housing, it's very important that we increase our local and external funding sources through these partnerships and collaborative efforts. So it's very vital to facilitating this type of needed housing. So these identified 4 programs, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5, covers the broad range of establishing partnerships with the private sector and philanthropy agencies, and partnering with subsidized housing developers on city-owned properties, as well as going above to the federal and state policy to ensure that we can prioritize funding and using the initiatives to further support the housing development and to prevent displacement and removing barriers wherever possible. And then we have additional programs identified in goal 2 and 3, which is highlighted here. The main goal of these, the main purpose of these goals is to address affordable housing application process improvements and displacement prevention and mitigation. And these were also identified in our public outreach as well. These programs do exist, but we're hoping that these will improve such existing programs to make sure that we have these services. How can we get people to access them and to be able to use them to the full extent possible? In addition to the handful of programs presented tonight at this presentation, of course, there are more covered in our chapter 3 of the draft housing element. And I do want to state that the housing element is just one part of a multi-pronged approach, where we have goals and policies and programs across multiple working documents, and they're all there to achieve the city's goals. This includes a lot of the work done in our federal assessment of fair housing. We also have a city consolidated plan that was recently adopted in 2020. And then we also have our council strategic roadmap action plan that has a little more specific goals, and that's on a 2-year basis. And it also includes some of the smaller studies that we have, such as the development review assessment, the matrix study that I mentioned earlier. So the city is working on many of these projects to address housing issues, and we have all these goals and programs to further council goals in creating a community for all. Like I said, many of these actions are in other documents and they are in the early stages. So there's community outreach events and scheduled study sessions planned for later this year and through the next year. These 3 programs here, I'll talk a little bit about, but due to the timing of how the housing element needs to be submitted at certain times to HCD, specifics around how these specific programs result in very detailed work plan tasks and deadlines are still in development. So they're yet to be developed. And staff is recommending not adding these 3 projects to the housing element without adequate community and council input in determining the work plan for each item. So these programs are actively being worked on, but their exclusion from the housing element will provide the additional flexibility to the city. So the displacement response strategy is a priority project on the council work plan, and we have 2 study sessions that are planned for later this year and next year. These study sessions will specifically discuss replacement of existing units for new development and the first right of return. As part of our breakthrough grant, the city will have a dedicated fellow, funding, and technical assistance to support work around advancing affordable housing and solutions to preventing displacement. So COPAs and TOPAs, they are solutions, and they will be analyzed as potential options among others like community land trusts to addressing displacement issues. So this work will be evaluating all the options and combination of solutions that will directly address the community's needs. And by not including in the housing program, it doesn't commit the city to these specific solutions before the evaluation. And then the R3 zoning district update is not included. Specifically, council directed us not to include the R3 update in the housing element. I do want to note that there is an action listed under program 1.1 to update the zoning ordinance, where the city will complete a review of development standards in 1 or more zoning districts. So it is anticipating the work, but doesn't specify and include it, just as council directed us not to. So we're coming up on our first question. This covers the programs. EPC reviewed our draft housing element. Like I said, I'll go over some of the specific recommendations of the programs we highlighted. So for program 1.1, the EPC wanted to prioritize affordable housing specifically, and they recommended a separate action to review standards and fees, particularly for affordable housing with specific deadlines. Staff believes that, development standards, they kind of apply regardless of whether the unit is market rate or affordable. But where it is appropriate, we think that we can make sure that actions for affordable housing can be prioritized. So our recommendation in response to EPC's recommendation is that we can modify the objective to this program to emphasize prioritization of affordable housing standards. So we can also revise the action with a separate list under the description for reviewing parking standards for affordable housing. And then we can update the timeline to specify and commit us to reviewing this by December 31st of 2024. For program 1.10, the Parkland Dedication Ordinance, the EPC had concerns that the action would be managed by another department, which is our Community Services Department. And they were concerned that the work would deviate from addressing the housing needs as identified in the housing element. However, our department planning and community services staff are actively working together and will ensure that constraints on housing development will be balanced with the community's parks and open space needs, as well as constraints. Additionally, staff can add language to the action in the housing program to identify those specific actions as part of the Parkland Dedication Ordinance update. And then we'll also update the responsible division's information for this program. For program 2.1, the EPC requested that specific actions and timelines, such as including CLT, COPA, and TOPA, be listed as specific outcomes for innovative programs. Like I said before, the work around innovative solutions to displacement is in progress with our housing division, and we have the study sessions scheduled for later this year and early 2023. So we can include those as more detailed action items, and we'll specify those steps and updated timelines in the programs. And for program 4.1, again, very similar to the recommendation for program 1. For program 4.1, EPC had a similar notion for program 1.1, and they wanted to prioritize actions for affordable housing, and they wanted specificity on actions to reduce review and processing times, specifically for affordable housing projects. So the planning and housing division staff, we've already initiated our internal coordinating meetings to identify some of those deficiencies specifically for our affordable housing, like through our NOFA process. And, we can update this program with additional details. So that kind of covers the whole program constraints and programs and recommendation from EPC. So our question for the City Council is, does the City Council support the proposed programs in the draft housing element? Are there other programs the City Council would like to add from the list of projects that are currently not recommended, such as displacement response strategy, specifically the replacement requirements? So we can do that. So that covers my portion of the presentation, and Eric can unmute himself and finish our presentation. We'll be going into the sites inventory.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yao. So based on feedback from the last study sessions, Council and EPC were supportive of the overall sites inventory methodology. So the site selection process generally remains unchanged. It's based on existing residential capacity, constraints like historic or new buildings, and reflect the community visions for development and change areas and precise plans. The pipeline list does continue to be updated and will continue to be updated throughout the process. The pipeline rezoning list now includes only 100% affordable projects. The inventory now includes rezone opportunity sites, which are based on general plan consistency and council direction. These are the general plan village centers that council directed us to include in the sites inventory, as well as the El Camino Real village centers, which council wanted to include as a back pocket, but staff is recommending including them in the sites inventory because so that we can increase consistency with the general plan. Council did not, let's see, this way we can also get more units on sites that are currently constrained by a rezoning overlay process in these El Camino Real Village Center sites. In addition, we've removed some sites based on property owner outreach and council direction, specifically the target site for council direction. We've modified how to calculate the low and moderate income units. This was based on HCD guidance. We've also changed some of the density assumptions specifically for mixed use sites. Again, this is based on HCD guidance. Next slide. This results in an inventory that meets the 6 cycle allocations, and it meets the HCD recommended buffers across all the income units. And again, as pipeline projects change or other information is discovered about sites, minor changes to the inventory and total are expected. This is slightly fewer overall units since the previous draft, but more affordable units. Next slide. The draft housing element also includes a back pocket list, which provides options for future councils to consider rezonings to address no net loss. This is when if a site is part of a housing development and has fewer units in it than are identified in the sites inventory, we need to find other sites to accommodate those lost units. These areas generally require additional study and outreach to determine the residential viability and integration into the community. These include some other shopping centers that do not allow for residential in the general plan, such as Bailey Park and the area along Leon Drive. A few non-residential sites south of El Camino, such as offices across Cuesta and Miramonte from Blossom Valley. The downtown transit center, this is obviously subject to analysis of feasibility to support its transit needs, and Moffett Boulevard, which council intends to start working on a rezoning for in the coming, as part of the strategic roadmap. Staff has also identified areas that should not be in the back pocket or the sites inventory. These include the South Drive area near El Camino Hospital, non-historic churches in the R1 district. This is because staff has already identified this as a program to rezone and does not need to be in the back pocket or sites inventory. We don't have any churches or similar sites that have identified any interest in moving forward with this. So we feel it's not something that can be justified to HCD in the sites inventory, as well as non-historic government sites. We met with several other government agencies and found that these sites are constrained with existing uses for the foreseeable future. Next slide. The City Council can consider alternatives that are not recommended, such as including sites from the back pocket list or the not recommended list, such as removing sites from the sites inventory or the back pocket list, or adding other sites to the sites inventory. The EPC supported the staff recommendation. In addition, they recommended Council discuss the Charleston Plaza site. This is the former location of REI, as a housing opportunity site. So the second question for Council deliberation is, does the City Council support the recommended sites inventory, include proposed general plan village centers, El Camino Real village centers, rezonings, and does the City Council prefer any of the alternatives to the sites inventory? So some sites that are included in the housing element site inventory must be properly zoned in order to count as appropriate in the inventory. HCD requires these rezonings to be completed within 1 to 3 years, depending on when the final housing element is adopted. We recommend the following 3 rezonings and general plan amendment to occur concurrently with the housing element to streamline the process for these necessary actions. In addition, they would bring these sites more into consistency with state law and our general plan, and to provide development standards to implement general plan policy. Specifically for the East Evelyn site, it would also streamline proposed affordable housing on city managed land. The first rezoning category is the general plan village centers. As part of this rezoning, this would establish residential development standards in areas where residential was approved as part of the general plan. In addition, neighborhood serving retail would be required in addition to other character standards. Next slide. The second rezoning category is the El Camino Real Village Center. These areas are in the El Camino Real Precise Plan and require a legislative action to rezone with the Village Center overlay to meet the highest densities allowed in the plan. Due to recent state laws and the inconsistency between the Precise Plan requirement and the general plan, staff recommends amending the zoning for these select ECR El Camino Real Village Centers. The amendment would remove the overlay requirement to reach 2.3 FAR, and the Precise Plan amendment would ensure these sites can contribute the most possible units to the site's inventory. The last one is the 87 East Evelyn Avenue site, which the city controls. The site would be rezoned to R4, and the general plan would be amended to high density residential. This would streamline future affordable housing applications. Again, we recommend the 3 rezonings and general plan amendment to run concurrently with the housing element update. However, if the City Council wishes to have more review, outreach, or options for the rezonings, we can delay the action. The housing element also includes a program to ensure that if these sites are not adopted with the housing element, it will be completed within HCD deadlines for rezoning of the housing element sites. The City Council can consider alternatives that aren't recommended, such as concurrently rezoning other pipeline or back pocket sites. Staff doesn't recommend this because of limited control the city has over these other pipeline sites, and because back pocket sites need more analysis and outreach. The EPC supported the staff recommendations. In addition, they recommended language to maintain the existing amount of commercial in these village centers. They also recommended that council discuss the issue of key business tenants in general plan village centers and other areas, and whether new development may displace those key businesses, especially as they might be important businesses for minority communities in the city. So the third question is, does the City Council support the draft strategy support the draft strategy for rezoning the general plan at El Camino Real Village Centers and 87 East Evelyn Avenue? Or would the City Council prefer to delay the adoption of these rezonings to conduct more analysis? Does the city wish to adopt other general plan amendments and rezonings concurrent with the housing element update? So tonight is the best opportunity to provide feedback on the housing element update. We will finalize the CEQA documentation and prepare the final housing element in time for adoption by the end of the year. The draft housing element will be revised based on majority council direction tonight before it is submitted to HCD. In addition, other minor changes to narrative, sites inventory, and other sections may also be made. HCD will have 3 months to review the draft and will provide comments in October. And while the draft is under review, staff will continue to make changes to the narrative and tying, for example, constraints and needs to the programs, monitoring the pipeline projects, and making updates and developing. In addition, staff will develop other options for EPC and council to consider after HCD reviews. Final adoption is expected by the end of the year, after which we will have one more opportunity to revise the housing element before the final deadline in May. So in summary, here are the questions for consideration tonight, including one final question. Does the City Council have any other comments on the draft? This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ellen and Eric, for the presentation. Before we go to council questions, we're going to first take public comment. So please raise your hands in the Zoom to get a sense of how many public comments there will be. There are a lot, so we'll have to limit the comment time to 1 minute and 30 seconds per speaker. The first speaker is James Kuzmal.
Good evening. I'm James Kuzmal. I'm live in Mountain View, have lived here my whole life. I just wanted to speak to a portion of Mountain View YIMBY's letter regarding spatial segregation in Mountain View. There are a bunch of very helpful diagrams and charts in the draft housing element that lay bare some of how historical segregation has led to Mountain View currently being a state where one of our schools, Amy and My Elementary, has 8% Hispanic students, and another, Mariano Castro, has about 88%. That's something that we should address morally and are required to address legally under the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements from HCD. The housing element as it stands does not do anything to either explicitly measure ongoing spatial segregation in Mountain View, nor does it enact any specific policies to plan to address that. And that's something we do need to address, and that needs to be both in terms of things like reducing the racial disparities in our schools, in where people live, in whether people live near high pollution corridors or not. And we need to include appropriate metrics to track that, or we will not be in compliance with HD's requirements, and we will not be doing right by our housing element. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi all, Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns, resident of the Montaloma neighborhood. And just with respect to displacement strategy, my understanding is that this housing element will exist. Right now we're protected at the state level from a recent state bill, but that will sunset while this housing element is still in effect. I would love to see a local ordinance passed extending the protections that we currently have at the state level. Also, COPA, TOPA, Community Land Trust, that is an area that, again, as a resident, I think that it's hugely important. I think that there are models and things that we can look at in the local area and beyond, and this seems like a key part of housing strategy. Those are two pieces that I'd like to highlight and call for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to raise some points on behalf of Livable Mountain View on whether park land fees are a constraint to residential development in Mountain View. It's an important subject because it bears on the question of whether the park fees are set too high and impede development. Whether the fees are too high is a serious question, one that we considered many times while I was on the Planning Commission, and we were assured repeatedly by the staff that the fee levels were not designed to discourage development. In the previous RHNA cycle, Mountain View exceeded its state target for market rate housing many times. In this RHNA cycle, we have a 36% buffer to replace RHNA sites, And last year, one council member even raised the very serious question of whether all this market rate housing development will leave us little or no sites to develop for affordable housing in the future. Anyway, our general plan provides for Mountain View to grow 50% in the next 20-year time frame. Most of this will be with high density apartments where renters have no access to private green space. Having funding for new parks is the key to providing new and current Mountain View residents with a livable environment. We at Livable Mountain View are looking for the council to maintain our ability to provide new green space as our population grows. We encourage the council to have a robust discussion on the issue of whether the fees are too high and where the money can come from. Tonight, thank you for listening to our views.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, good evening, council members and city staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I'm a longtime resident of Mountain View. I am here to emphasize the importance of parkland dedication in lieu fee and providing parks and green spaces to all Mountain View residents. In the staff session memo that's attached to the agenda, it states on page 8 that more than 1/2 of Mountain View households rent and 1/5 of the renter households are considered extremely low income. It is really important for that category and all categories in our community to have access to green spaces and parks. Parks offer enormous social, environmental, and financial benefits to our community. The statement that was listed on page 17 of the housing element draft, it says that the community service department, we will try to accommodate the parkland and maybe reduce the parkland fee, but that is a really contradictory statement because land costs money, and so I urge council to continue to keep the in lieu fee.
Thank you, Hala. I'm sorry you run out of your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Tony Rath.
Hi there, I'm Tony. I'm a resident of Cuesta Park, and I just would like to ask you to consider 3 things. The first one is that I would like to ask, please don't reduce the park fees. Construction is pervasive throughout Mountain View, and clearly the current park fees are no significant impediment to construction. And park fees are an investment in the future quality of life in Mountain View, so we should not reduce them. The second thing I would like to ask is to make sure that we do not lose the retail space in the village shopping centers. It is important that we have a walkable community, and in order to have a walkable community, we need to have close by services, restaurants, shopping, what have you. And the staff report has a very low bar of recommending a certain amount of retail space. I would like to ask that that requirement is changed to preserve at least the existing amount of retail space so that we do not lose these vital services and keep our communities walkable. And then the third thing I would like to ask is that you do not reduce the minimum parking requirements, because we already have areas of higher density where we experience spillover parking issues like Latham Street or Bismarck Park area. All residents rely on cars for transportation at all income levels. So please do not reduce the minimum parking requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie Friedman.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share my point of view with the staff and council. Please do not reduce requirements or fees for the parkland dedication. This is one of the most important aspects of new places to live. It's my understanding that developers buy up possible housing sites and make huge plans for huge developments. They're already doing it without any fee reductions. As Mountain View grows very quickly, there is less and less private green space, and pressure on park areas will be fierce. The parks will be crowded. If a developer offers a dog park space or playground space, they're handy spaces, but they're not available for a real park area for walking or for trees and shade or even for quiet. I hope you will continue the parkland fees. It's necessary for our mental health and also for healthy lungs. I'd like to say also that I hope you will not reduce parking for affordable housing. People who live in affordable housing also need to park their cars. There's no sign that the cars are going to disappear right away. And please do not reduce the retail in village centers. That will go broke really fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ilya Gurin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ilya Gurin with Mountain View YIMBY, and I want to speak to you about development constraints. The arena allocation for Mountain View in the sixth cycle requires us to approximately double the rate of housing development that we've seen in recent years. Most residents agree that housing, if you will, is like broccoli. It may be unpalatable to some, but it's necessary for a healthy city. In fact, we treat it more like another famous Bay Area vegetable, and I'm referring to cannabis. We tax it and regulate it half to death, and push people into illicit markets. As far as development constraints go, the housing element calls for mostly business as usual. In fact, according to the city's own analysis, fees have nearly doubled since the fifth cycle, and so has development permit time. We need to do something in the housing element to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary and Ed.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can.
Okay. I'm Mary Hodder. Thank you very much for having us speak. I want to support the Livable Mountain View letter that Robert Cox talked about, but I also want to mention the issue of small bay retail and 10-minute neighborhoods. I believe that this is a community benefit to have small bay retail with low margin businesses like small groceries, workout studios, credit unions, shoe repairs, personal care, the kinds of places that people need to walk to. If we're putting in density and people have to drive miles to get to these services, we have solved nothing. Developers tend to gloss over the details for retail, and we do not want any more block or half blocks like the Wells Fargo on Castro Street, where one business that is not terribly helpful to the citizens on a daily basis, except for those Wells Fargo customers, is taking half a block. And developers like to dream of Apple computers coming in or the like, but it is the kinds of heritage restaurants, cafes, shoe repair places that help people day to day. Alon did a great thing with Rose Market and the alterations and the other businesses at 801 El Camino when they guaranteed 5 years of low rents. I would like to see this become a standard for all the small bay retail that we should be putting in everywhere. And lastly, I would like to point out that Portland does this, requiring all of their 30 neighborhoods to be 10 minutes to a cafe.
Thank you, Mary. I'm sorry you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Luis Katz.
Thank you very much, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so again, I wanted to reiterate, as others have said, the issue of parking. We have to be realistic. We don't have transit. It's been promised for decades, decades, and decades. We don't have the BART connection. We don't have a way to get to the airports efficiently. And low-income people, all the studies indicate that they rely the most on their vehicles. Plumbers and carpenters are not going to be taking the bus. Service workers work odd hours as cleaners at restaurants, hotels, when the least amount of transit is running. Service jobs require cars. And for people with developmental disabilities, aides must be there to park. Aides work many different clients, often during a work day, and if they can't find a place to park, they simply will not serve those clients. The message to the low-income communities is that basically they're not really wanted if we do not accommodate their needs and their lifestyle. Also, I wanted to point out again, as is pointed out before, that minimum token retail is not going to work for our city. The EPC saying maintain our retail is as it exists now is extremely important. We are a fully developed city of approximately 170 years old, and we would be going backwards by taking away our retail. We would, in essence, becoming a bedroom suburb. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daniel Shane.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Hi, I'm Dan Shane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City Council. And you can't hear me, correct?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you. A lot of people have been talking about asking you not to eliminate the parkland fees. In fact, a City Council member had confided in me that we should approve, or the City Council should approve, the city should approve fees from both commercial and housing developments in order to finance and invest in parkland. We hear words like constraints to housing development, from park fees, environmental protections, and things like that. These just using that word constraint is real problematic because it's not a constraint. It's actually necessary for our living in with quality of living and that sort of thing. So it's important that we engage in the public early on in the planning stages of the housing development. This would allow the developer to engage with the residents and to get feedback on the development from the neighborhood and from the community. In this way, early collaboration and cooperation, maybe even during the...
I'm sorry, Dan, you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Pardis. Oops, I'm sorry, I unmuted the wrong person. Salim, why don't you go ahead?
Hi, I'm Salim. I've co-authored research on housing element policy. I read HCD review letters in my free time, and I guarantee you this draft will not be accepted by HCD. I assume staff knows this. 92% of LA area housing elements have been rejected, and we have not learned from their mistakes. There are more statutory violations in the site inventory than I can fit in a 90-second comment. For one, the city assumes that 100% of the pipeline units listed on page 242 and 243 of the draft housing element will be built within 8 years. The city does this without any analysis, even though HCD's site inventory guidebook states that the city must actually demonstrate these units can be built within the remaining planning period. That's page 6 of HCD's site inventory guidebook. HCD already enforced this guideline with Culver City that also made heroic assumptions about their pipeline. In that letter to Culver City on April 21st, they criticized Culver City for, quote, simply concluding all projects are expected to be permitted within the 8-year planning period, end quote. There's no explanation for why this analysis is missing. HCD's guidance is also clear that to claim residential capacity for master plans, the city should describe, quote, necessary approvals or steps for entitlement for new development and describe any development agreements, end quote. We can't do that for North Bay Shore because you haven't even approved a development agreement yet. We're missing a lot of analysis we know HCD is going to require from this housing element draft. There's no way this is going to get approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pardis.
Hi, I'm Pardis Bekzadeh, 11-year resident, recent American citizen, and 5-year homeowner. I live in Ricks Manor. I wanted to give public comment on, and actually about what the staff just presented. I personally believe that including the R3 update in our housing element is more flexible rather than less flexible. because it is letting us put our eggs in multiple baskets in order to ensure that we have different options for reaching our RENA goals. I think that given the lack of staff capacity to accept more gatekeeper projects until 2024, we need to have more ways to enable development by right and in streamlined ways. And I believe that this would be beneficial for everyone involved. The staff will have more time to spend on more important things, and the people get to live there. And more importantly for the city as a whole, which I think will thrive with more people here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Kelsey Baines. I live in Rex Manor. I'm a member of Mountain View YIMBY. And I'll associate my comments with Pardis and with Salim, and I won't repeat the things they said. I'll just say I found this process to be a bit frustrating. I feel like we've brought up some major problems with this housing element, and we haven't seen them addressed by staff yet. What I hoped would really be a comprehensive plan to meet the needs of everyone in the community. Instead, kind of seems like business as usual, and kind of making the plan as small as we can to commit to as few programs as we can. So I would like to see R3 and anti-displacement be committed to as part of this housing element. We're also mandated by law, by AB 686, to dismantle patterns of segregation. And we haven't even talked about what those patterns are, and how to dismantle them as part of this conversation. And then my final point is just that we have a growing need for homes that aren't car dependent. There's a lot of people talking about the need for parking, and I'll just say I got into housing working with disabled homeless veterans, and it was very difficult to find housing, and they weren't looking for parking spots, they were looking for places to live. We also have seniors whose life expectancy is.
Thank you, Kelsey. I'm sorry, you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
There we go. Found the unmute button. Thank you, Mayor Ramirez and esteemed City Council members. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. We recognize that the housing element is essentially a land use decision, an inventory exercise that maps out locations where housing could potentially go in order to meet our city's growing need and to meet state requirements. But zoning is only the first question that needs to be answered. The units still need to be built. And that's where our letter and many others have placed their focus, as the current process for construction has significant government restraints, including permits, fees, estimates, and so much more, that make it too costly, both in terms of time and money, for the housing goals to be realistically met. The city understands this, which is why the matrix study is so important. The city also understands the urgency. Businesses are struggling, housing needs are acute, and our inability to provide suitable new units in a timely fashion will directly impact our economic health and vitality right now. As stated, there are plans in place, such as the matrix study, that together with the housing element more fully address housing in general. To examine only one in isolation that simply identifies areas for use will not be accurate nor realistic if the land cannot be developed. So we urge the council to direct staff to include in the housing element a direct linkage to other key documents noted, such as the matrix study, and other relevant points by stakeholders, with firm commitments, direction, and deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Watson.
Hi, I'm David Watson, a member of Mountain View YIMBY. I also wanted to say something short about affirmatively furthering fair housing. The fees we impose on the new development of multifamily residential are wildly inequitable. Vulnerable populations in Mountain View overwhelmingly live in the highest density residential units available. Mountain View's public fees are structured to target these exact types of developments, driving up the cost of their construction and thereby raising the rents the eventual residents will pay. These fees then go back to the city to support amenities that are enjoyed by homeowners in R1 zones who are exempt from many of these fees. Those who look at our fee structure and worry that we're not charging apartments enough for new parks, and therefore those apartment dwellers will not get to live in park, or will not get to experience parks, get the sequence of events almost exactly backwards. Apartment dwellers are the ones who are paying for all the parks that longtime homeowners are getting the benefits of and will continue to get the benefits of. And this is not in keeping with the goal of furthering fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Edie Keating.
Thank you. Mountain View is an awesome city because the majority of residents want opportunities for people of all income levels. I am proud of this pro-housing city council. Will near future councils reflect our pro-housing city? Until Mountain View adopts ranked choice voting, our elections lack certainty of continuing to reflect the will of its residents. I encourage you to include your priorities in the housing element now. We should be relying on a local ordinance similar to SB 330 to stop displacement, not a state ordinance with an expiration date. Consider lowering parking requirements. Visit 280 Easy Street any day or night to see the wasted space of excess parking. Yes, do rezone for maximum housing. Thank you for being a pro-housing, pro-affordable housing council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'll be representing the League of Women Voters of Los Altos Mountain View tonight. In our letter, we note that we are pleased with the recommendations made by Environmental Planning Commission and staff, incorporating some of our earlier suggestions in a letter we sent similarly to EPC at the time, and therefore recommend that Council take up the recommendations, such as explicitly adding COPA, TOPA, whatever, into the programs, as well as the commitment to reduce parking standards. Our general views have been already reviewed in the staff presentation on comments, that being that the programs are really vague, that the timelines are not really there. The analysis for constraints seems a bit summary and lacks a lot of details. And one of the biggest flaws is that does not seem to be a reflection of any of the public input that has been provided in this process. The appendix, I believe H on the input, is just the one workshop and the one form, which does not include all of the shorter meetings with less people of stakeholders. And that the site analysis still seems to be predicated on very optimistic assumptions that may or may not pan out depending on complications that come up in the way. And we really want to see some emphasis that affordable housing does get encouraged rather than in the same issues with everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Li Zhang.
Hi, this is Li Zhang. I'm a longtime Mountain View resident. I've lived here over 20 years now. And I just attended Chinese Civic Academy organized by City of Mountain View. And I really appreciate the opportunities and learning how city runs. I'm just, this meeting is a little bit overwhelming for me because I don't really know any of my Chinese friends or Chinese residents or even my neighbor who in Blossom Valley, anyone talk about this housing elements. And when I mentioned housing elements to people, they were like, housing element what? So I can't rhyme with the guy who are just talked. I'm not really sure how much you guys have already got the inputs from the people who actually live in Mountain View. When I moved here more than 20 years ago, it was a very different city, and now it become more dense each day. I'm just wondering it's our city's responsibility to solve the whole housing issue, or this is the issue we need to collaborate with the other cities, other counties, and with the state of California, and not have, make this to be our issue, make this to be like San Francisco. As a lot of residents like.
I'm sorry, Lee. I know there's not a lot of time to speak, and I have to be fair to everybody, but I'm very grateful for your participation, and congratulations on your participation in the Academy. And I hope that you will continue to participate in council meetings. The next speaker is Tim.
Thank you. This is Tim Larson with the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. Just wanted to thank the council and staff for the focus on providing affordable housing and increased housing options, and wanted to encourage you to include the mobile home residents when you look at the community opportunity to purchase, and make sure that we're not left out of any sort of activity on that front. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Emily Ann Ramos, representing Silicon Valley at Home. The sixth housing element cycle, it's a unique opportunity to fully assess housing needs in Mountain View and to identify new tools to address these needs and constraints to developing housing. It's also an opportunity to engage deliberately with the full community, especially those who are represented from populations that have been historically excluded and are at risk of displacement, to share their housing needs. We understand that this is actually a difficult process, and we appreciate staff's work in the last 9 to 12 months. But we do feel that there are some things missing, as basically, there's very little transparency about the structure, content of the various stakeholder meetings and what needs were identified and what solutions were discussed. As a result, it's impossible to assess whether this process has met the standards outlined by HCD. There's little or no evidence that the current draft reflects the input received through this process. This lack of transparency greatly limits substantive public engagement throughout the process. Under AB 686 and the changes to housing element law, the city must demonstrate how the input from these stakeholder meetings and public meetings shape the housing element draft, particularly to affirmatively further fair housing. The housing element must describe meaningful, frequent, and ongoing community participation, consultation, and coordination through the entire process, and source the housing needs and possible solutions from the community. We hope that that changes as we get.
Thank you very much, Emily. I'm sorry you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Nazanin.
Yeah, hi. I don't have too much to say, but my concerns are, I guess, reduction of retail and reduction of parking. And reasons for that is that it kind of reduces the sense of community, especially since I've heard that people are concerned about issues like segregation and parking. Spillover has always been a concern. It spills over into other communities and unfortunately builds resentment and also is unsafe for residents. Just walking the distance and not being able to park close to your community has been traditionally unsafe. So please make that a consideration when there's talks about reduction in parking when these communities are designed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Avenidas LGBTQ Programs.
Hello. Hi, my name is Thomas Kingry. I'm the program manager for Avenidas Rainbow Collective. And I apologize. I came from the car to my tabletop and you guys started letting people talk. And I was wondering where we are on the agenda. Are we at 7.1 right now, or are we not there?
Oh, we are not close.
Okay.
7.1.
All right. Well, I will raise my hand during 7.1 then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey friends, Alex Brown from the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance here. This study session's been a long time coming, huh? I'll be quick. You all know from my occasional public comment that I'm very supportive of housing production. I'm super pumped to have more neighbors up here in North Bayshore, including retail and well-designed public green space, though I'm not as bullish about parking lots. My request tonight, on behalf of both myself and my fellow Mountain View mobile home residents, is about housing preservation and displacement prevention. I would like to request the council and staff ensure that mobile home residents are addressed early and explicitly in the housing element. I envision this as a two-part approach. First, a commitment to enact a community opportunity to purchase that explicitly includes mobile home park sales and conversions. In addition, I would ask for a commitment to establish a funding model that would enable residents to have a chance to exercise their new right under such a policy. Thank you for all you've done to support our community so far, and we appreciate your continued focus and support.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Anna Marie.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Anna Marie. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a Mountain View mobile home resident, and I've lived in Mountain View for over 40 years now. I'm going to basically echo what Alex Brown just said. I'm asking the council address the housing preservation and displacement protections. I'm especially asking that mobile home residents are immediately and explicitly included in the housing element. This must be quickly addressed in order to protect the vulnerable mobile home community. Affordable housing is desperately needed and must be protected in our community. I'm very thankful that the displacement response strategy is something that is at the forefront of council's attention. Thank you for that. I'd also like to know, have council or have it shown in the presentation, what, if anything, in this draft was actually added because of community input. I think that would be nice to see. And I'd also love if the council can address segregation within the city. It exists, it's still there. Please address that and, include that in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment period. We'll return to the council, and if you have your agenda flow open, you'll see that we do have to segment this discussion. So we'll do that portion first, and then we'll return to the balance of the questions. Councilmember Lieber, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, I will be recusing myself from consideration of inclusion of non-historic church sites and of shopping centers in the housing element because my residence is located within close proximity to one church and one shopping plaza.
Thank you very much. So somebody will let you know when to return to the meeting, but we'll say goodbye for now. We will first have council consider inclusion of non-historic church sites on R1 sites or R1 zone properties in program 1.2 of the housing element to allow affordable housing on these sites. The staff and EPC recommendation is to include this as a program 1.2, and the housing element, and not to include it in the list of back pocket sites. Does council support this recommendation, or does council wish to include these sites as back pocket sites? First, does any member of the council have questions, or actually questions or comments we can entertain together on inclusion of non-historic church sites? I don't see any questions. Any comments? If not, so does council support this recommendation, or does council wish to include these sites as back pocket sites? Councilmember Lieber. I'm sorry, Councilmember Showalter. I'm brain dead.
That's okay. I'm interested in including them. I think it's a good idea, and so I would like to support the staff recommendation. Do we need a motion for that?
No, we'll do a straw poll, and just to so the staff recommendation specifically is to include it as a program, and not as back pocket Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I was just wondering if Councilmember Showalter wanted to say anything else. She looked like she was.
Well, I'm interested to hear that it's people are talking very fast tonight. Is that just me feeling that way? Anyway, the difference between it being a program and a back pocket on the back pocket list, could you explain that a little bit? Staff?
Sure, yeah, I'll step in here. Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. So it's not in the back pocket because we don't have any sites that we can confidently say would have feasible development if this process went through. The program is also more certain. If it's something that the council really wants to do in order to create these opportunities, you know, and then find these opportunities later on, then it's appropriate as a program. The back pocket is kind of kicking the can to future councils.
Okay, no, I that's what I thought you were talking about. Yes, I concur with the staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. And my apologies, Councilmember Matichak, you're up next.
Yes, I also agree with the staff recommendation that it's part of a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, or shall we just proceed to the straw poll? So let's just raise hands to demonstrate support of the staff recommendation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the next question. We will next have council consider inclusion of other shopping centers. Staff and the EPC recommendation is to include these sites in the back pocket sites. Does council wish to support the inclusion of other shopping centers in the back pocket list, or should they be included in the site's inventory? Inclusion in this current site inventory would require rezoning within 3 years. Does any member of the council have questions or comments or questions on inclusion of other shopping center sites? Vice Mayor Hay.
So I believe I support the staff recommendation, but because there's a lot of concern about the direction our shopping centers would go in as we add housing, and I share this concern. I think that being able to go a short distance to retail, be it of various types, is crucial to people for quality of life and so forth. Can you just answer or go into a little more detail on what you think would be the best outcome for developing these sites and why you made this particular recommendation? That's a question for staff.
Sure, yeah, I'll jump in again on this. Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. So there are opportunity sites in these other shopping centers, other shopping areas. We heard from property owners that they're interested in developing with residential, they're interested in developing mixed use. And some of these are fairly underutilized properties. So this is something where staff thinks we can carry out a rezoning, a future rezoning that considers all of those issues that you brought up, maintaining access to retail, ensuring that development, in addition, kind of studying what appropriate densities would be appropriate given each of these other shopping centers that exist throughout the city, and other considerations. But we would need more time to conduct that analysis and the outreach necessary for it. And so that's why we propose putting it on the back pocket. We don't want to commit to any particular densities, but certainly acknowledge that the general plan village center framework that we present, where we do some analysis about the existing amount of retail in these areas and set that as a minimum requirement moving forward, could be a framework that we could use moving forward on these other shopping centers as well.
So I guess my follow-up, thank you. That answers most of my question. And I guess the some follow-up questions are, would putting them on as back pocket sites allow us to also study whether we need, whether we're getting super blocks and we might want to break them up a little, whether we're getting public space, whether we're getting some of the things that other speakers mentioned, small bay, call it small bay retail or smaller retail, not just large chain retail, all of those kinds of considerations. Would we have the capacity to look at those things?
Absolutely. Yeah, that could all be part of the work plan for studying these upzonings.
Okay, so I would make a motion to accept staff's recommendation in that case.
Thank you. I don't think we'll need formal motions, but we'll go ahead and turn to Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of the other shopping centers going on the back pocket list, but I guess I had a question just in shopping centers in general, including the ones that are the village centers. There was mention in the staff report about EPC discussion about maintaining the retail. So where is that exactly? I mean, because I do support that concept that we should maintain it, you know, it might be going out, but hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so maintaining what we have there, and then on top of that, we could add housing, but I would not want to see retail displaced by housing. And where does that go?
Yeah, I mean, this question may also come up later in the discussion as we talk about the specific rezonings for the general plan village centers. So we may want to defer that answer to that point, but I can say briefly that EPC's recommendation and council or staff agrees with this, and we'll carry this forward. This is the staff recommendation, if agreed by council, that the general plan village centers and these other shopping centers, we would do an analysis of how much retail there is today. And we would set that as a minimum generally for these areas. So if it's, you know, 0.3 FAR or something like that, then we would say that you have to have that. And that way, if they do redevelop, they would have to replace the floor area, the retail floor area that they demolish.
Great, thank you. So we'll talk about that later, you mentioned?
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll talk about it specifically during the rezoning framework for the general plan village centers. Question number 3.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Not, let's do a show of hands to see if there's support for the staff recommendation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is unanimous support. Thank you very much. Now, council will, first we'll have to invite Councilmember Lieber back into the meeting. And then the council will now consider the remaining aspects of this item, which excludes program 1.2, non-historic church sites and other shopping centers. And we'll go ahead and take questions first on all aspects of the item. And then once we've finished questions, then we'll start deliberation and we'll go question by question as listed in the final slide in the presentation. Welcome back, Councilmember Lieber. Are there any questions about any aspect of the housing element, excluding the 2 questions that we've just answered? Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to thank staff for all of your hard work on this. The question I have has to do with some comments that have been made. I think, you know, there's concern I know there's concern about our housing element being approved by HCD in light of what happened to many cities in Southern California. And I was just wondering if staff has had a chance to look at like what and if you know of some of the reasons for why some of those housing elements were not approved. I was trying to look up articles to read, and there are many different cities, and they all seem to have different reasons. And so I was wondering if you could just maybe provide a handful of reasons that you kind of seen, and then in light of that, I feel confident that this is a pretty thorough housing element, but do you have other concerns?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, certainly we've reviewed a number of high-profile letters from Southern California cities. We've also gotten summaries, forwarded to us of kind of generally what's happening across the Southern California cities, and those are provided by our collaborative organizations that we work with in the county and the Bay Area, and all of that is, and in addition, our consultants are even working on some of these Southern California cities that are lagging and trying to follow up. I think a number of issues are related to the sites inventory. Are you assuming in your sites inventory mixed use? And are you down, reducing your expectations based on that? Are you showing that are you providing the kind of connections that, and we heard this from a lot of the public comment, providing the connections between the public comment during the housing element process and the analysis and the programs and sites inventory that you have. I will admit that is a piece of the narrative that I think our housing element can provide a little bit more detail on, and we are working on that right now. That's not to say that those all weren't inputs in what we provided to council and to the public. And so I think, we're confident that the information is there. It just needs to be pulled out and made more clear in the housing element. I'll tee it over to our consultants for any other themes. I don't know if they've joined or if they have been promoted yet. But perhaps Ellen, if you can think of any other themes from the analysis of other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I think you covered most of them, Eric. There are other specific comments that some of those other cities have, and they are very helpful from HCD to provide like specific page numbers. And so those weren't necessarily applicable. Some of the big topic items that Eric covered, we are still reviewing some of those letters. And so as we see unique cases from other jurisdictions, we are making changes to and tracking that.
I'll also note that Southern California cities were put in a very rough position. They needed to pivot on some of this analysis very quickly. It's almost as though HCD coming out with new guidelines next month for us, and then we have to figure out how to resolve those. So that's one issue that they had. And then I think it is also really, really important to recognize that Mountain View has spent the last 8 years upzoning parts of the city to provide better access for new residents for transit, better access for new residents for jobs, creating new complete communities, and considering parks and schools and all of these other things. And it really shows in our pipeline projects. We have a significant number of pipeline projects as a percentage of our overall RENA. We have a lot of affordable units in the pipeline. We've been really proactive about getting affordable developers to invest in properties and get, go through our process. So I think all of that sets us apart from a lot of the Southern California cities who really have been a lot of the kind of notorious bad offenders in terms of not contributing to growth in the region.
Is there any more from consultants or?
Yeah, Stephanie, if you have any other thoughts on kind of what some of the big themes are that are coming out of Southern California that we're, anticipating in our review.
Yeah, hi everybody. Stephanie Hager, BAE Urban Economics. I think Eric really covered a lot of the major issues. One thing that he alluded to is the sort of late issuance of guidance relative to the due dates for the Southern California jurisdictions, and particularly the guidance for the AFFH analysis. Even in terms of the maps that HCD is looking for in the assessment of fair housing, some of the ways that the community engagement is meant to be conducted, what they're looking for in terms of identifying contributing factors and fair housing issues, how this all relates to the sites inventory. The AFFH component really runs throughout the entire housing element, and it's a major factor that drives a lot of how that housing element is constructed and the type of analysis that we're doing. And so I think for a lot of Southern California jurisdictions, getting that guidance so late in the process was a major factor, sort of hampering them from being able to switch, make that as if they would need to make in order to fully address that guidance in time. And I think, so I think that's sort of what Eric was alluding to with the, guidance as though it was coming out next month. That would sort of be the position that they were in. And then, I think Eric, makes good points about the work Mountain View has already done. So I just would like to echo all of that, but not a whole lot else to really add.
So then in terms of the process, so we'll eventually submit this and then HCD will respond and make recommendations. So then we'd have a chance to make those changes and resubmit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Within certain timelines that they set?
If we submit our draft, which we are planning to do in early July, they will get back to us in early October. We are planning to bring this back before council, before EPC in November and before council in December. So that will give us an opportunity to respond to their comments. In addition, we'll have one more bite at the apple because they've given a grace period after the previous deadline of July 31st to May 31st. So they'll have 2 months to review and then we'll have enough time to readopt then after their review if there are any issues. Now, again, our intent is not to lowball this. Our intent is to provide a housing element that complies with HCD requirements. The reality is HCD is very unpredictable right now.
Yes.
And so we are not going into it with our eyes closed. We anticipate comments based on this, but we are not trying to lowball it. We are trying to meet HCD requirements.
I agree with you. I think the key here is that HCD seems to be very unpredictable, as you mentioned. And given you mentioned that they sent out requirements so late for Southern California, that it just gives me some pause as to the process and whether it's reasonable what they're asking. But so thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I have a process question as well. First, I did want to start out by thanking staff because this is a difficult subject and very complex. And if this is the bite at the apple, I think staff has done a great job. My question is that when I had my staff briefing, we talked about the site inventory and programs, and I believe that which are two components of the housing. And And I believe that staff told me that we should really aim at finalizing the site inventory tonight, but that in the November, and we should talk about programs, but in the November, December timeframe, we would be able to have a second pass at programs. And I want to confirm that that's true. And also I'm asking just because frankly, that was to me a really important piece of information that members of the public and other council members might want to know as well. So is that in fact true?
Yes, that is true. It really is imperative that we get some kind of finality on things like what are we rezoning with the housing element? What is our site inventory overall capacity? We really need final direction on that tonight in order to ensure that our environmental impact report is consistent with the project that council wants to adopt. You're also absolutely right that we will have another bite at the apple on the programs. The adoption hearings will provide, we will prepare options for council. This is something that we mentioned we would do during the presentation, that over the next 6 months, we will prepare options for council to streamline that discussion in November and December. And so you can look forward to another bite at the apple on the programs discussion.
And then my other question, process question, this actually relates to something that Ms. Yao, you said during your presentation, but I wanted to clarify it, that there are multiple housing programs and some end up being appropriate for the housing element and some can lie elsewhere in other documents and policies. So if it's not in the housing element, it doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. It's just where is the most appropriate place for that particular program. I want to make sure that I have that right and that other people understand that as well.
Vice Mayor Hicks, R.T. Srivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. You're right. We have a number of documents, including our housing documents that are prepared for HUD, the Council Strategic Work Plan, and the housing element. And they work in tandem with each other to create a holistic program for housing. Council asked us to look at all the programs and recommend the ones that would be appropriate for housing element, and we have recommended that list. The other ones that are not being recommended, we feel are not necessary for HCD guidance, but the council has the option of including them in the housing element if they wish.
And maybe my last question here is on the subject of affirmatively furthering fair housing. I had thought when we discussed it earlier that our site inventory, that was one of the places where we did that because we made sure during our last meeting to, for example, include more sites, and that also our anti-displacement programming was in large part to do that. But I'm wondering about staff's perspective on that. What aspects of our housing element discussion affirmatively further fair housing?
I'll let Eric tackle most of the housing sites discussion and how we've looked at sites south of El Camino and recommended them either in programs or in our other list.
Sure. The church sites, which council just discussed, that was specifically intended to provide opportunities for affordable housing south of El Camino in the areas of the highest opportunity. We also have really scoured the area looking for looking for possible opportunity sites south of El Camino, including some underutilized office sites and underutilized medical sites that we've put on the back pocket. And we have also, the general plan village centers, I think, are also part of that strategy of trying to get more opportunity sites, more sites for housing and affordable housing south of El Camino. In addition, I think it's important to recognize that Mountain View is broadly an affluent city with great access to jobs, great access to schools, great access to a lot of valuable amenities, and the provision of thousands of additional affordable units, which is something that we have in the pipeline and something that we are addressing through our overall sites inventory in Mountain View, does address those issues on a regional level.
Yeah, so I had thought we'd made some attempts at that, and but maybe if it wasn't clear to members of the public, we need to make those more explicit in the text. But this is time for questions, not comments. And then my last question, this one's embarrassing, I should know. Is the police site on the site inventory? I can't remember that.
The one on Villa?
Yes.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, when Vice Mayor Hicks was mentioning what she had learned in her briefing, I wanted to bring up one thing that I thought was interesting that I learned during my briefing, and that was about how moderate income housing is treated. You know, when you look back at several cycles of RENAs, the category we've really done the worst at is moderate income housing. I mean, I think many of us agree that what we need the most, that's the hardest to get, is the low income. The higher income seems to sort of, come along. But the moderate income, we have had a great deal of trouble producing. And I was worried about how that's going to play out in the evaluation that the state gives our housing element. And staff suggested that the state pays much more attention to lower income and affordable housing production than it does moderate and higher end. So I just wanted to sort of confirm that I got that right from my briefing, and have that shared with everybody else.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways in which the state focuses a lot more on lower income housing than moderate income housing. One way is through one of the few ramifications of not meeting your RENA, that is SB 35, where you have to approve ministerially projects with a certain amount of affordable units. And that number is dependent on whether you've met your RENA for above moderate units or whether you've met your RENA for lower income units. Moderate income units don't enter into it at all. Another way in which the state has really prioritized looking at lower income units is really there are so many complex and nuanced requirements for what you are allowed to count as lower income sites in your sites inventory. It has to meet a certain minimum density. You have to have certain minimum and maximum parcel sizes. They don't want to see project sizes more than 150 units or fewer than 50 units, and on and on and on. And not to mention that if you are, it's very, very complicated. There are a lot of rules, and most of those rules simply apply to the lower income sites. So I think that covers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a few. I'll try and go through these as quickly as I can. First, we've gotten, staff had responded to this question in the written remarks, but I want to make sure I understand it, and the public has an opportunity to digest this. Can staff provide whatever precise definition of constraint we are required to use in our analysis?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. I'll start, but then I'll probably kick it over to Stephanie with BAE to kind of cover anything that I miss. You know, a constraint is a very general term and can apply to very small things. It's not necessarily something that limits, that makes all development impossible or even makes most development possible. The analysis is really focused on constraints generally and looking for ways to reduce constraints, whatever form that they may take. So we are focusing in our housing element on both the things that are easy, constraints that are easy to reduce, and significant constraints, large cost factors, where we get a lot of bang for the buck. In the end, we are showing that, and we intend to further show that by carrying out the programs that we have, we are reducing constraints, in a comprehensive way. We're reducing constraints, and we're doing it in the way that is kind of most effective for housing production. So Stephanie, I don't know if you want to add on to that.
Again, I think you mostly covered it, but thanks, Eric. So, HCD does have a list of specific items that we are meant to look at as constraints to housing production. So those include things like fees, processing times. There are specific items that are called out that the housing element is required to analyze as a constraint. That doesn't mean that you're limited to those items, but it does mean that you have to include those. In terms of whether there's a threshold at which something from HCD's perspective counts as a constraint or not, there isn't anything that they've said, if it has this or that impact specifically, then it counts as a constraint. It's more of, looking at the various factors that affect development and coming to a conclusion about whether or not they pose a constraint. Particularly, to meeting your RHNA requirements and other requirements related to special needs housing, the various goals that, under state law, the housing element is meant to achieve. So I would say there's not a hard and fast, here's what you need to call a constraint and here's what is not a constraint in terms of some sort of objective metric. It's more of looking at the items that HCD wants you to look at, whether there's anything else that may not be called out through HCD's list of items that you need to look at, and determining whether something else is a constraint and coming to a conclusion.
Okay, that's helpful. And I take it development fees are probably required in the analysis. Okay. And even though park fees have not stopped all developments, because it's a significant impact on financial feasibility, we must analyze it and include it in the housing element.
Yes.
Okay. And then that would also apply, for instance, to points of discretion, right? So does a conditional use permit for multifamily housing in the commercial residential arterial zoning district in any way impede the construction of housing? That would be something we would have to analyze as well. Is that right?
Yes, and we've done that as a matter of processing time analysis, as well as the analysis of past projects that have gone through that process.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. The staff report, and I think in response to questions from planning commissioners, staff did not recommend including 901 North Rengsdorf and Castro Commons because there are points of discretion involved in the review and approval of those projects. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and I would put those points of discretion, they're more than a conditional use permit's point of discretion, right? They are legislative points of discretion, points where we would expect the city council to want to preserve some flexibility in over the projects themselves. For the Castro Commons specifically, it's really, you know, the technical analysis around vacating streets and whether that is something that we want to presuppose the council's decision on.
Are development agreements points of discretion?
Yes.
For my benefit, then, if we include the Google master plan sites in the site inventory, are we presupposing approval of the development agreements?
No, we are showing that there is development interest that can proceed without a development agreement. But the mechanism through which they're choosing to use it, the development agreement is you know, in their power. Assistant City Manager, did you want to add something?
Yes, in fact, I was going to state exactly that. It is a proposal by the applicant that they're proposing with or without the development agreement. And intent is one of the strongest things we can show HCD, because without intent, all we have is sites. And intent adds that additional, you know, viability when we have actual applications.
If the council elected not to approve the development agreements, would those projects get built?
We don't know for sure. They might get built in a phase or two. You know, so a development agreement is a contract between an applicant and the city, and it's an entirely, you know, discretionary action. So the question you're asking is it right to include, for example, the affordable housing sites that are being being proposed? And what we're saying is the application includes them. And so instead of looking at other sites where affordable sites could be built and saying, here's where affordable housing is built, we were identifying the sites that were part of a phased plan in the application. If we didn't include them, and Eric, you can correct me here, we would identify other existing sites that were zoned for that particular use. But granted, they wouldn't have an application on the site. That would be our other option.
Yeah, I would also add that there is some trade-off in choosing to include sites or not. Certainly, we've included sites along Terabella and Linda Vista where a rezoning is required for the project. And in those cases, it really is a trade-off of how many affordable units are we getting from the project? Do we need those affordable units in order to support our overall housing element strategy? And the development agreements that you're talking about are again part of that trade-off. Are we getting affordable units that are part of our overall housing element strategy?
Okay. The Google North Bayshore Master Plan includes the use of city-controlled property, Shoreline Lot C, for the use of a parking structure. If we include the Google North Bayshore Master Plan in the site inventory, are we presupposing approval of their proposal to allow the construction of a parking structure on Shoreline Lot C?
I will try to answer that. We have told Google that they should not presuppose it, and they have to have an alternative plan for district parking should that not move forward. And they've got one already that was proposed as part of the landings project. And then their other alternative is to build something to the west, on the west side of the North Bayshore Precise Plan. They prefer not to do that if they could come to agreement with the city, but there is an alternative.
Aside from the development agreements and the use of Shoreline Lot C, are there any other points of discretion involved with either of the Google master plans?
I would say relatively no, but you know, I don't have an exhaustive understanding of every single issue or exception, but essentially the majority of the master plan is compliant with the North Bayshore Precise Plan. And to that extent, we would say that if a project is compliant, you know, the city has less discretion to deny. They may choose to deny legislative actions such as DAs, but it's based on the best information we have at this time in state law.
Okay. Few other questions. When was the fifth cycle housing element adopted?
I'm looking that up. Just one second.
That it was adopted in October of 2014.
October 2014. And when was the El Camino Real Precise Plan adopted?
November 2014.
November 2014. Okay. So one of the justifications for including the El Camino Real and Phyllis property is that it was upzoned in the time that between the adoption of the fifth cycle housing element and now, so we can credibly include it in the sixth cycle housing element. But that was the upzoning occurred 1 month after the fifth cycle housing element was approved. So in the 8 years that have passed by, has there ever been a housing proposal for that property?
You're asking about the Phyllis El Camino property, the El Camino Hospital one?
Yes.
No, there hasn't.
And one last set of questions. So although we're not including the R3 zoning or the R3 zones in the housing element, we did do an analysis of the development standards in the current R3 zoning district. And staff provide a quick summary of what that analysis found.
The major issues identified in the R3 zone were open area requirements, setback requirements, and parking requirements.
Okay, so it's fair to say that there are constraints within the current R3 zoning development standards that impede the production of housing. Did that analysis in any way inform the constraints analysis in the housing element?
Yes, although we forwarded it to our the economic consultant that we used, and I can't be entirely sure about how that information was integrated.
Okay, but there are constraints within the development standards for R3 that have been identified.
Yes, although we are speaking generally about standards. We speak more generally about standards in the analysis and in the programs. Okay,
and the last question, on page 10 of the staff report, staff indicates that prior to the adoption of the final housing element, staff proposes to provide additional analysis of the cumulative impact of all fees, standards, and governmental constraints, including more detail related to process timelines and trends since the last cycle. So it wasn't clear to me. We're doing that work after we submit the draft to HCD in July.
We are pushing real hard to get as much work done as we can before we submit to HCD in July. So our goal is to provide more analysis, provide it before submitting to HCD in July. There may need to be additional analysis that we need to include after.
Okay, and then can staff really quickly summarize what types of, so I guess this is very high level, a cumulative impact of all fees, standards, and governmental constraints. What exactly does that include, or what could it look like?
Well, it could look like trends over time, how it's changed. We could look at, for example, how process time has changed over time, and look at different aspects of that, whether it's the entitlement process or the building permit process. We can look at, that kind of quantification of overall percentage of development costs. We can look at, how that's changed over time and how different development projects have been subject to that. Although that level of analysis may need, comparing it to overall development costs may need to wait. So those are just some kind of options for how that analysis could look.
Thank you. Before we go to deliberation, are there any other questions from the council? Thank you very much, staff, for responding to my questions and to the questions of my colleagues. So let's now begin deliberating each of the questions, and I'll do exactly what I did with the last study session. We'll go question by question. I will write down all of the changes that are suggested by each council member, and then we'll do a straw poll at the end of the comments and provide direction accordingly. So we'll start with question 1. Does the City Council support the proposed programs in the draft housing element except program 1.2? Are there other programs the City Council would like to add from the list of projects that are not currently recommended to be on the housing programs, and for example, the displacement response strategy replacement requirements? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I do support the programs that that staff has mentioned, and the reason I asked, or one of the reasons I asked about the procedures regarding programs, and the fact that we'll have another bite at the apple in November or December, is that I have some other programs that I will name that we can either put on, consider, take off if they're inappropriate, if they're better for other, other documents and so forth. So I'll go through several of them. One is a COPA-TOPA program, which you can tell me if I'm wrong. I think that was not explicitly named under the housing element, but multiple members of the public have mentioned it. My understanding was that we needed to do a little more analysis, but possibly by November or December we'll have done that, or if not, we can take it off. And I've also had requests to explicitly include mobile homes as one possible recipient of COPA-TOPA programming benefits, although there would be other possible recipients as well. So that's one program idea. My second program idea is that I am actually concerned about the number of fees that are levied on housing, and there's been a little bit of discussion of that tonight, and think that it's more appropriate that those fees would be levied on offices. I understand that there has in the past been a problem establishing nexus between offices and say things like parkland fees, but now that ABAG, now that there's really some teeth in the housing element and producing our RHNA housing requirements, I believe we may be able to lobby Sacramento to allow us to put those fees on office development, because I really believe that when we bring more jobs into town, when we make that decision, that's when we know that we're going to bring housing into town, and then we're going to have to produce parks and et cetera. So we do have a lobbying firm, and I would like to, explore that. Another program idea would be an SB9 design and funding program that could, I suppose, also apply to ADUs and JADUs that would help people to produce second units using SB9 and some assistance. I've heard that Santa Cruz may have a model for that. And I have also heard it referred to as an anti-monster home program. So, preferring backyard cottages to monster homes. So that's something I would be into exploring. I believe that the League of Women Voters has brought up a program to rezone offices to housing in some areas. So there's an idea. And another one that I heard, another program idea would be on streets that are planned for ground floor retail and restaurant and so forth, to allow live work in key places that would both provide, that ground floor activation on the street along with housing at the same time. And I've heard that that's been done in various places. For example, Lawrence Station in Santa Clara, which is a Toll Brothers project. So that's another program. There's a lot of programs, but like I said, you can put them on your list and take them off if by November if we don't like them anymore. And then also the EPC had said to look at the Charleston Plaza site, sometimes referred to as the former REI site. I know there's been some discussion about whether we should include that or not. I'm wondering about including it more as a program because I know that there's some developer interest in putting a biolab there, but I'm wondering, I have seen at the Google Bayshore site, for example, short-term new employee housing. And I'm wondering whether we couldn't, as a program, explore offices putting that kind of housing in. I know it would not, often those places would not be places with complete communities, but frankly, when I've talked to people who are just moving into town, often, they kind of want their foot in the door and to get to know the city before they move into a regular community. And it seems like the Google Bayshore property has some of those short-term housing. Well, if I have any others, I'll bring them up later. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other ideas or comments from the council? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I also very much support the options that for programs that are in the staff report. And I would also like to see the displacement response strategy and a one-to-one replacement requirement be in the element. Also, explicit inclusion of mobile homes in COPA and TOPA strategies. I'm not sure if the element would be the right place to do this or if it would be a separate policy, but I'm very much interested in increased impact fees on office development and on requiring large employers, particularly public agency employers, to present to the city a housing plan for their workforce. So I know that we took the El Camino Hospital lands partly out of the plan, but given that they are a public and private agency, I think if they can be required to present us with a housing plan for their community members, and then that would be a beneficial thing. I'd like to see it applied to all large employers, but I think particularly where a public agency is involved and they're located here in town, they have a large presence here. And I think that's all that I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I'd like to, I haven't had a chance to thank everybody yet. I didn't do that in the question section, but really this is a tremendous amount of work. And it is appreciated, and you're not done yet. it's the truth. There's still a lot left to do. But in addition to recognizing the staff that have worked on this, I've also liked to really recognize our community organizations who have stepped up to analyze this. I mean, we've gotten really long, detailed, and thoughtful letters from the League of Women Voters, from Mountain View YIMBY, and from the Chamber of Commerce, and from Livable Mountain View, and there are undoubtedly others. And it takes a lot of effort to put that information together, and a lot of care. So I really applaud people and these organizations for helping us with that. One of the things that I've heard again and again in these comments is concern about the constraints analysis. And it seems to me when we're talking about the programs, that's of course where we're talking about the constraints analysis. This is, the housing element is on the one hand, it's a wonderful opportunity to evaluate our, how our building and development process goes. And it's also, and to figure out what we can do to fix it. At the same time, we have to be careful of including everything we come up with as a possibility of what needs to be fixed, because it's a commitment. And so it's a balancing act, as most things that policy things that come before us are. But anyway, I really think that the evaluation of the constraints is something that is really significant. And I thought the Chamber of Commerce letter did a really good job with their recommendations of putting them forward. A couple of the things that they suggested we are in the process of doing. I mean, for instance, the first one is a commitment to specific process improvements contained in the matrix study. That is an ongoing effort. And I think that that's really can't be emphasized enough. We have implemented a permit navigator position. I mean, we're recruiting for that, so we're going forward with that. We're going to be reviewing and revising our development fees that is included as a program now, is it not? I mean, that's one of the recommendations, right?
So we have a program to address our parkland dedication fee. It doesn't apply to other development fees that we've adopted, which are small.
Right. But that is one of the major ones. Okay. And then another thing that we hear questions about a lot is the analysis of how important the time that our process takes, how expensive it is, how much of a deterrent is that to housing development. And I'm not understanding how that's really included in our program, or is it included in our program? I want it to be improved somehow in program.
Yes, we do have a program that addresses process improvements. I don't have the number right in front of me, but
it's program 4.1, development streamlining and processing revisions.
And is there some specificity about when that would occur, Ms. Yao?
Right now, we don't have any specifics listed in our housing draft. If council wishes for a little bit more detail, we can look. It's kind of all part of our matrix study, so some of it is still ongoing in determining what the specific action items and timelines are for.
Okay. Councilmember Showalter, once we get the permit navigator on board, we're going to be working on a number of items, and there'll be I would say a melding of some of the issues brought up by the housing element and also by the matrix study. And we're going to start looking at so the patchwork of approval processes we have in the various precise plans and zoning documents to see if we can streamline certain things. Internally, we're going to be reviewing our development procedures. We already started that, and we've actually improved some of our processing times in terms of turnaround. Looking at ways to use this permit navigation team to move issues forward when there is a problem and that can't be resolved. So some of these are internal, some of these are related to the zoning code. And so all those are planned to be done as part of the matrix study.
Well, I'm interested in some sort of a metric where we track how the time of our permitting stream changes, both in what is it conceptually supposed to be and what in fact are we finding that it functions as. I think that would be, very important for us to be tracking moving forward. And I would like that some program along those lines to be included if it's not already there. So the constraints analysis, I really think, are the big topic that we need to put a tremendous amount of effort on. And the specifics are very much policy decisions. And it's not that I'm against the recommendations that are in the staff report, but I don't think some of them go quite far enough. And I would really be interested in hearing from some of the other council members about what sort of specificity is valuable for and appropriate for us to include. Thank you. That's up for right now.
Councilmember Showalter, I just want to make sure I've captured your input. I think the general concern is understood, but it wasn't clear if there was a recommendation you would like us to vote on specifically. Was there a particular program modification or a new program that you wanted us to do a straw poll on?
I want to make sure that there is a metric included that compares the expected timeline with the timeline that we're observing. Something that we can keep track of over time and say, our methods are working or they're not, and we can look at why.
Yeah, we are planning to do that as part of the development review study. So whether or not it needs to be in the housing element is something the council can tell us. but we are planning on that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am pretty much supportive of what staff is proposing here. I think that there has been extensive analysis review. Frankly, I trust staff. We've worked with them for a long time, and as mentioned, I think we are. The difference with us and maybe other cities that haven't been approved is that we have done our due diligence. We are, we want to allow for more housing development. We've shown that. I would hope that would be clear in our housing element submission. I think these other ideas are great ideas to explore, but my concern is that at this point in time, there's a lot that needs to be fleshed out. And so I don't feel comfortable putting it into the housing element because I don't want to risk having to commit to something just because it's in the housing element. And if we find out later that it doesn't work, then our hands are tied. And so that's really my concern about this is being able to maintain the flexibility to do what we think is best for our community and for what will work in our city. And what works in Mountain View, may not work in Oxnard. So I think that's really important for, us to maintain that flexibility. And so that's my feeling right now. Since we have another bite at the apple, if some of these other initiatives or programs get fleshed out by then, and they turn out that they can be, as foolproof as possible, then I would be open to including them at a later time. But I just don't think we have enough information. So I don't know, I can't remember which council member mentioned the displacement, the 1-for-1 replacement requirement. Frankly, I remember when we did the initial affordable housing strategies and talked about displacement. I remember, I'm pretty sure staff said that a 1-for-1 would make it make a lot of housing development infeasible. So that's why we have to come up with something different. So I just would not want to put anything into the housing element that would tie our hands to doing something that could end up being detrimental. Like, I don't see what the difference, frankly, of requiring 1-to-1, replacement is with like a BMR requirement that we have. And if we're being told our BMR requirement is a constraint, then why wouldn't a 1-to-1 replacement requirement not be a restraint? So I think we really need to be, like look at these things more closely. The other constraint is SB 330. Like, I was told by developers that that's going to stop development until it sunsets because of that replacement requirement. So I think we really just need to be careful about, what we're talking about and how the implications, and a lot of this is unintended consequences that could come about some of these, well-intentioned initiatives. So until we really see some of this play out more, I just don't think we should be putting it into the element. Same with and then the other thing to keep in mind is that, there are other programs, and I guess now that I'm on the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, I'm actually more involved with some of these other ideas and initiatives, like the COPA, TOPA, CLT idea actually came to BAFA. They were San Jose is leading an initiative, and they actually asked for funding, but there were some folks who were questioning the efficacy of CLTs. So for me, I would like to see these other cities that have already taken these initiatives, see how far they go. We can definitely join in with if it looks like it's probable, but I don't feel like, one, we need to be, doing our own thing if there's already a movement happening, and let's see where that goes. The other point I wanted to mention, I think we just talked about this at BOF actually, but the issue with ADUs is that they actually don't count in the RHNA numbers, I believe, or that's what the Oakland mayor mentions. And we talked about potentially trying to advocate to change that. So, I just want to make sure that whatever programs we do look at actually result in us being able to achieve our RHNA numbers. And there's other programs. We actually just passed the other at BAFA, this welfare tax credit program that would allow mostly affordable developers to take over existing developments, housing developments, and if they offer and guarantee below market, I think it's 10% below market rate, they can waive, or a city would their property tax would be waived. So there's other programs in the works elsewhere. So I just want us to be mindful of all of that and make sure that, we don't replicate or overlap, or frankly, just, do work that we don't need to do if it's already happening. Let's take advantage of what's out there. But in terms of what we're offering, I think what staff has put together is pretty comprehensive and realistic. And so I'm supportive of what staff recommends. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And for the record, we mean no disrespect to Oxnard, California. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I didn't have any questions when we were in that section, so I didn't get to make some general comments. So I want to make a few now. I want to thank staff and recognize them for the outstanding work that staff has done on this housing element. This is a big change from previous cycles. And I also want to acknowledge the consultants that have been working on this. I think we appreciate your knowledge, your expertise, the information, the experience that you bring to bear to put together a great housing element for us. So I really want to thank all of you for this. I agree that it's important to meet the requirements, and I personally think that we are actually exceeding the requirements. And I think that's a good thing. I appreciate us taking that position. I also appreciate a lot of the comments that Councilmember Abe-Koga just said. I am concerned about, I guess I'd characterize it as maybe overcommitting or locking us into things that maybe we want to change during the course of the next 8 years. So, we can't predict what's going to happen in the future, and things change, new ideas come about, and I want to be able to respond to those. But if we're overcommitting ourselves, then we won't have that opportunity. So I don't want to put everything in the housing element because that's more difficult to change than putting it in, say, the council work plan. So I would say we should, every 2 years, like we do, talk about programs we want to add to the council work plan. And I'm actually pretty good with the staff recommendation for the housing element with the programs you've put in there. I do have some specific comments about some of the programs, but if I'm hearing this right, it sounds like I should hold off on those until we dive into the programs. Is that correct?
I think just procedurally, any comments about any of the programs right now are fair game, because the next two questions are about the sites inventory and the rezoning strategy. So if you do have comments about the programs, feel free to make them here. Okay, so I do have a few comments about program 1.10, which is the Parkland Ordinance. We have made some changes to that recently to provide more certainty and also expand the options for how you can satisfy that with POPA.
And I'm not sure if all the developers are aware of that change, but those I think are significant changes that we've made. I understand the true definition of a constraint and that, or as defined by HCD, and that we have to look at it. But I also look at it in terms of, you know, we are exceeding our above moderate housing allocation in the 5th cycle, and odds are we'll do the same thing in the 6th cycle. So I personally don't think parkland fees are a constraint based upon my definition of a constraint. So I can't say I'm really open to changing it, although I appreciate that we're doing the strategic plan. And if there are additional ways that we can get parkland, you know, I'd say they're an addition as opposed to a replacement of what we're already doing. We know we need more parkland in the community, and we need to be creative and come up with more ways in order to get that. But I'm concerned about reducing any of the requirements we have right now without completely understanding, you know, what, if anything, could replace it and also enhance it, because we need more. I also have comments about program 1.1, which is the zoning ordinance update regarding parking that includes parking requirements. You know, specifically, I'm concerned about potentially reducing the parking for low and moderate income residents. If we spent as much time talking about public transit and improving it as we do talking about parking, maybe we would have great public transit in the city. But we have Caltrain, which is great, our community shuttle, which is great, but I can't really think of any others that are really great. And so I think it's unfair, especially to our lower income residents who often have 2 jobs. They need to be very efficient getting between jobs. If they're in construction, they're carrying their tools with them. And you really can't do that walking, biking, or riding a bus. I also am very sympathetic to folks who have children. They are taking them to daycare. They're racing there before they get to their job. They're picking them up on time and potentially taking them to an after-school program or an after daycare program. And parents are running around like crazy, taking their kids to lots of different things. And it's just not efficient to do that on the public transit we have. So to say to folks, you know, great, we've got a place for you to live, but it's going to be hard for you to park your car. I don't think that's fair. And so I really think we need to be cautious about reducing any of our parking requirements, because I think that disproportionately affects our lowest income residents. So let's see, I guess, as I said, I'm good with the programs that staff propose, and I don't really think we need to add any more. Thanks.
Thank you. Looks like we're coming back for a second round. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I was just going to circle back and very quickly answer. Councilmember Showalter had made a statement about putting metrics in, streamlining metrics, and wondered what other council members thought about that. I'm assuming that you know, because that's part of a program, and we will have a second take on that in November and December, that the way that would work out is that the matrix study would go on, and if there are any metrics that come out of that, it would be put in and explained to us at that time. That's the way we would handle that. And if I'm wrong, then I would like to hear that. Or if we need to, you know, add that statement, that it would come back to us with a metric after further study. You know, that's the way I would handle that particular question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it seems like we have sort of 3 categories here. We have things that we want to include in the housing element that we want to suggest tonight. We have things that we want to get more information about and consider in November. And then we have things that we want to perhaps consider as part of our work plans in the future. And I was just going to request that somebody, either on the staff, or maybe this is happening, or the mayor, keep track of what's falling into these three categories, because there's quite a bit of it. So that's my comment for now.
Thank you. I'll do my best, and I'm counting on staff support to hold me accountable. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I just had a question for staff. Do we have any indication that a one-to-one replacement would cause all housing development to stop in the city?
I'll start, but then I may need to rely on the assistant city manager to help. So our RENA sites don't have any existing units on them. So a one-to-one replacement wouldn't affect our current housing element sites or our current sites inventory. So to the extent that the constraints analysis and the housing element overall is kind of telling a complete story of, here are our sites that can accommodate housing, and we aren't adding any new constraints to those sites where we can accommodate housing. I think, you know, we kind of have to look and see if that runs afoul of any HCD requirements. It would certainly add constraints to sites that are replacing CSFRA units. I mean, that there's no question about that. Most sites that currently have CSFRA units are built out fairly close to what's currently allowed on the site. And one of the analyses that we did as part of the R3 update is that, you know, you'd have to multiply existing densities by a factor of 7 or 8 or something like that in order for that replacement, that one-to-one replacement as BMR to really be feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. A quick question, follow-up question for staff. I'm looking at the site inventory. 870 East El Camino Real is a housing element site. Doesn't that have apartments on it now?
Yes, it is a pipeline site. We are seeing projects coming through that are doing some replacement, but in general, those are cases where the replacement is in that factor of, you know, over 7 times or over 10 times. So that they are able to integrate those into the project. 870 El Camino, good example. They had a lot of additional capacity available on their site, so they could do the replacement using all of that excess capacity allowed under the El Camino precise plan.
But that, just to be clear, that project does include the demolition of existing and occupied apartments.
It does, yes, but it is also proposing to replace them.
Okay, and 570 South Ranksdorf also is on the site inventory. No, those apartments are no longer occupied, they exist, and those are not being replaced.
Yes, again, these are approved sites. So this is one minor change that we're going to have to do between now and when we submit to the HCD. So we finally got clear guidance from HCD on this, but approved projects are actually not supposed to be on the inventory. We're supposed to remove them from the inventory, have them in a separate list that actually reduces our inventory obligation by those units. So it's not exactly on the inventory. It won't be on the inventory, but it will still contribute to reducing our RENA by those net new units. So it's going to have the same effect.
It'll reduce the above moderate obligation by 15.
Exactly.
Fair.
Yes.
Summary.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. I know folks are getting anxious. We're an hour beyond schedule, but this is an important item, and we'll do our best to get through it expeditiously. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know you have to speak too, but I guess because Councilmember Manichek brought up some of the items, and I was looking at the questions, and it's not, I don't think it's asked anywhere else. I thought I would just add my my 2 cents to the issue of parkland fees and parking reduction for affordable. So I don't think it's a big surprise to hear that. I would support looking at parkland requirements as long as it doesn't reduce the amount of parkland that we expect to receive. So I'm not interested in reducing fees just to reduce fees, because the reality is we need those fees to buy land to create more parks. But if there are other ways to get to this equivalent amount of parkland or open space land, I'm okay. I'm fine to look at that, but I don't want to just reduce the fees just to reduce fees, because that's just going to leave us in the hole. And then with the parking, I agree with Councilmember Manichek. I shared my experience when we went to the opening of the El Camino Affordable Housing Project. And I think the mayor was also confronted by this gentleman who lives there saying that, he doesn't have a parking space and it's a problem. And I do want us to be mindful of that. And to me, it's an equity issue, frankly. Like, I don't think we should necessarily assume that because folks live in an affordable housing project that they don't need a car. I think we really just, should do more analysis of that and try to figure out what is really equitable and reasonable and realistic on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll take a quick turn and similarly use the opportunity to share some high-level remarks. I've been thinking a lot about the process, and I've come to conclude that I know it can be frustrating and it can be opaque, but there's an elegance in the housing element process insofar as it really is a requirement for that jurisdictions take the time to be introspective and to thoroughly analyze the housing needs of our community. We get to do that. There's some guidance, there's some parameters, but it's really a time for us to reflect and to do a deep dive into, what our community looks like, how it's evolved, and then to really understand how the housing production and housing affordability in our community meets or does not meet the need of our residents. And correspondingly, through that assessment, we then have to identify solutions to any problems that we find. So the constraints analysis is, you have to study a bunch of stuff, but we do the analysis. Ultimately, we determine what the constraints are, and then we have to come up with some potential solutions. And the state isn't prescriptive on exactly how those solutions solve the problems. It's just, you've identified some constraints that make it difficult to get affordable housing in your community. Now you have to figure out how to improve the financial feasibility of housing, or how to make it a little bit easier to deliver housing that meets the needs of our community. And similarly with the site inventory, there are some parameters and guidelines affirmatively furthering fair housing, but fundamentally we get to decide where that housing growth occurs. And we have to provide some analysis to demonstrate that we're doing this in good faith and that we're identifying sites where housing has some probability of getting built at the densities and the affordability that we're claiming, but we get to decide. the only real hard mandate is the RENA obligation itself, 11,135. But I think that helps answer the question that often comes up: what are other communities doing to help address the regional housing crisis? The state says you get to figure out your methodology, you have to work it out, you get to apportion that number, but it says fundamentally we're responsible for our fair share of addressing a regional problem. So I do have an appreciation for what the state is having, this process that the state is having us go through, and it affords us a lot of creativity. It really does require thoughtful engagement with the public. Public comment has to thoroughly and completely inform the document, and I appreciate staff acknowledging that maybe there's more we can do with the narrative to show to the state that we really have done that we've listened to the public, and that what the public has had to say, what the housing needs assessment has shown us, really is reflected in the constraints analysis and the programs and how we intend to address our community's housing needs. So that's, I think, high-level thoughts. I really actually appreciate this, and I know it's hard, and everybody has a different idea of how best to address these problems. But I think there is an elegance that is worthy of respect and is different from something like an SB 50, which says in these areas you must allow housing by right, at this density. It's not that prescriptive. So I appreciate everyone's contributions to this discussion, and I appreciate staff's work in producing the draft. Although I would agree that what we're seeing with other jurisdictions is we should probably expect a fairly robust comment letter from HCD and be prepared to respond with revisions as appropriate. So I did want to share some programs that I think we ought to include. One that is pretty simple, we're already doing it, and it solves a lot of problems, is just including as a program the implementation of the matrix development review study. That includes concrete milestones and metrics. It's very clear there's already analysis that's been done about constraints, and it includes recommendations that our staff have reviewed and that we're already implementing. It seems like an easy thing to include in the housing element because we're already doing it. And if we do include it, then it provides some very concrete, actionable items for addressing what we've identified in the constraints analysis. So that's one thing I hope we can include. This one we've talked about a little bit earlier. One of the best solutions to the challenge of a community that is impacted with rent burden, where almost a supermajority of our residents rent, is to create pathways to entry-level ownership housing. And I still think one of the greatest opportunities to do that is allowing condo mapping with the duos that can be created under SB 9. Right now, we're saying you cannot condo map, you can't sell off each of the units in the duplex. And what that means de facto is we're creating more rental housing, which is fine. I like rental housing. But more importantly, I want to see entry-level ownership opportunities. And I think that's a very strong and compelling program that can produce more ownership opportunities in high-resource neighborhoods. And then last two, we allude to this briefly in one of the programs, but I do think we need to at least begin a more concrete discussion about an ongoing source of revenue, both for the subsidization of the construction of affordable housing and also for any acquisition or rehabilitation program that the council decides to pursue. And I personally think it would be good to have a discussion about some kind of ballot measure that can provide that source of revenue. So I know there's already kind of a reference to it, but I'd like to see it made a little bit more concrete. And it doesn't have to be done within the next 2 years. As long as it's done within the next 8-year period, I think we'll be okay. And then the last is, I've been thinking about what should we include in the narrative that would help meet the community input obligation and the housing element process. And some of the things that I think we ought to include are not only just a list of all of the community meetings that we've had with each stakeholder group or impacted community, but the agenda and content of the specific meetings, the input that we've solicited and collected on the needs and constraints and the policy ideas that came out of those meetings, and then the process that staff use to aggregate and assess the input, and how that input has been incorporated into every and all aspect of the housing element draft. Right now, there's an appendix with a summary of, I think, a virtual meeting held a long time ago and survey results, but they're in the narrative. There's no connection between how that work informed any part of the analysis that was done or the programs that we've included to address specific housing needs in our community. So those are some of the things that I think we ought to include explicitly in the in a revision to the draft, and I think will go a long way in helping us get closer to a compliant housing element document. If there are no other recommendations or ideas, I'm going to go through each of these items that we've shared, and we'll do a straw poll. And if there's majority support for members, then that will be direction to staff to include in the revision. And if there are not, then the presumption is the staff recommendation is okay. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Okay, I may be complicating things, but I assume that what we're voting yes or no, and that we're voting to possibly put some programs in, but if staff looks at them and says they're not fleshed out enough by November, we can take them back out and put them in some other document or decide they're not worth it. I assume that's what we're doing. Am I correct?
I would say yes, and I think it would be substantially similar to the input we provided in the last study session where staff did an evaluation and some things were incorporated and other things were not, and staff provided some justification for why the direction we provided was not included in the housing element. So it's not, a concrete obligation. It must be in some cases, some of these might need a little bit more thought or tweaking or fleshing out. And so we're allowing staff some opportunity to say, totally understand where council's coming from, but for these reasons, it isn't feasible. Or to propose an alternative. Any other comments, questions? Community Development Director Artish Srivastava.
Just as a clarification, we might end up with a list of programs. We have a very short window to either decide to include them in this most recent draft. And the other opportunity we will have is to bring it back and develop it and bring it back when we come to council. So there might be some that we could say, yes, we can include as part of this draft. The others we'll probably bring back with a more fleshed out summary because we don't want to put something into HCD and then take it out because they provided comments on it. It could affect the next go around. So I just wanted to clarify that might be the best way to address it. Many of these might just come back later, and some of them might just be easy adds now.
Understood. So I think the direction we're providing would be to have staff do their due diligence and conduct a good faith evaluation of some of these recommendations. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess that's what I was kind of going to say is that just because it's not in the housing element doesn't mean we can't do it. And I want to make that clear too, because I think there's going to be opportunity to do more outside of the housing element. And that's what we've been doing, frankly. So again, I want to allow the flexibility. And then specifically to your item about a ballot measure. You know, I want to, I was going to report out and under item 8 that you know, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, we're moving forward on this. And actually, Ms. Srivastava could probably speak to it more closely than me because I've learned that our staff is working closely with the BAFA new director on language for the ballot measure. And then it sounds like it's going to be a sizable bond measure that could bring to our county over $2 billion. And so I just really shy away from doing anything that could potentially become a, you know, conflict, because I just don't really think that the voters are gonna, you know, keep voting for the same thing. And you know, I think that if this BAFA passes, there'll be question as to why we need our own, or the other way around. If we have our own, why should we support the regional measure? So I just think it's just right now, I don't feel comfortable saying anything about going out for a ballot measure. So, you know, I would ask that you don't include that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I have I think that's a good comment and I agree with it, but my additional thoughts on that are that if we do put it in the housing element, we don't have to do it, you know, that measure would come out shortly and we have like 8 years to do. So we could do it later. Or a second thought I have is if it's not, and then also I think we might be looking for money to fund a COPA-TOPA program. And I don't know whether the ballot measure, the regional one, would allow that or not. I'm just not familiar enough. Maybe you know that. And then my third thought is that if we look at a ballot measure, that money could be put towards parkland fees in order to reduce their burden on housing, but still have the same amount of money. So I have all of those thoughts floating around in my head. I would imagine if we did that, put it on as a program, staff could tell us whether, you know, they could analyze it and say, no, they think it conflicts too much with the regional measure or whatever else they had to say. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that particular subject.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I guess this discussion has made me wonder if we put something in the housing element and as we investigate it, or something changes and we really determine that it's not a good idea to go forward with it, can we take it out? And what are the implications of doing that?
I'll start and then I'll let Eric and the consultant kind of respond to it. I personally have not worked on a housing element program where we've had to take it out, but maybe there are some experiences. So when we're not exactly sure where we're going to end up, we do put words like explore, that, you know, the possibility of doing a bond measure, and it could be to address XYZ within this 8-year period. So we do put in some caveats and talk about that. Recent comments from HCD have become a little more strict. And so maybe Eric and the consultant can add information about at what point does it not make sense to put in the housing element if it's very iffy, or is the council really comfortable sort of binding themselves to certain solutions? So Eric, maybe you could start and let Stephanie provide information.
Yeah, in general, I can speak to kind of our considerations for how to provide flexibility in programs within the very narrow frameworks that the state has published. I also have not dealt with the situation of having to amend a housing element to address a change in program or a program that we think is infeasible, but I can, I'll kind of tee that over to one of our consultants to see if they have anything to add on that. As far as kind of the way that I think about flexibility within programs is that I think HCD would be supportive of, for example, a menu in order to achieve a certain objective. So if we have in our housing element that we know we're going to do something to increase revenue for affordable units, right? And there could be, 5 or 6 different things that we explore in order to do that. And we are going to hold our feet to the fire that we're going to increase revenue for affordable units. So that's kind of how I think about it. And I think that HCD, it would, this is a high level policy document. We don't have to have figured out absolutely everything in the, year or so that we're trying to figure out these programs, but we do have to commit to solutions. Stephanie, I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on, future change.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So, to the extent that we would be making changes to programs after HCD's review, I would recommend that we try to focus on making those changes be changes that help to strengthen policies to support affordable housing, to support the various goals that HCD is looking for the housing element to achieve, rather than changes that might take out programs that would, potentially weaken the city's case that you're doing whatever you can to support affordable housing. That's not to say that you can't at that stage. What we would probably do if we do end up in a scenario where we think we're making changes that detract from the city's ability to support affordable housing, preserve affordable housing, prevent displacement, the various types of goals that we're trying to achieve, is that we would want to go back to HCD and try to have an informal conversation with them and ask them, this is a change that we're thinking about making. Is this something that you see as being a change that would get in the way of achieving certification when we resubmit with whatever other changes we're making at that point in time? So we can try to approach it that way, but it can get a little messy, and we do sort of open ourselves up to the risk that once they see the changes in their totality, they would say, we sort of agreed to this change when we talked about it without seeing the whole housing element, but now that we're seeing what, everything that you're doing, we kind of think we still want that program in there. So, it can get a little bit messy. If you are doing changes that, sort of further affordable housing goals, I think that's fine if we need to add programs at a later date. But if you're sort of going the other way, it's sort of a risky move. And there are some cases where a program can kind of be seen to do both of those things simultaneously. So for something like inclusionary housing, you can see that as a constraint to market rate development. It's also something that helps you get the affordable units. So we sort of want to tread carefully in how we think about programs that we might take out at a later date.
Sorry, I just want to clarify what you said. So we could actually, throughout the next 8 years, add more programs to this.
There is a process for amending your housing element. It's burdensome, and most jurisdictions don't choose to go through it. I was meaning to say that when we come back to, so when we get the comments from HCD and we're making the edits to respond to their comments, and then we're coming back to you for adoption, if there were other programs that you wanted us to add at that point, then that would sort of, that's the November opportunity that we're talking about. After that, once you adopt it, we send the draft back to HCD and say, here's the adopted housing element. And so you sort of don't want to go through the process of readopting the housing element if you don't have to, and amending it, say 4 years from now, if you can help it. That's, it's not a fun process from what I've heard.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about not just the initial certification of it, but throughout the course of the 8 years. So thanks for the clarification.
And then, thank you, Councilmember. And then a quick follow-up question, maybe for Eric. I like the menu idea. Could we have a program that says, for instance, participate in regional discussions to increase funding for affordable housing. And should that fail, if the measure doesn't get added to a regional ballot, or if the voters turn it down, then pursue a local source. Would that be a feasible way of approaching this?
I mean, on the face of it, that certainly sounds feasible, and like we're really showing our work there with clear, clear process. Stephanie, do you have any initial thoughts on that?
No, I think like you said, on space, it sounds like a reasonable approach.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I had, I guess their comments that I do have concerns about putting the implementation of the matrix study objectives into something that we're submitting to the state when it's concerns internal performance. And my understanding of things is that we don't yet have the staffing in place to really fully flesh that out. And I know that some of the objectives are in what's been presented to us. But for me, that's a little bit scary in terms of the performance measures for people that we don't have right now staffing us. And so I'm kind of concerned more about that than about the programs, although I could definitely go along with the menu approach so that we're not, tied to a stone. But I think that to the extent that we could get staffing and budget on board and be able to have a reasonable shot at executing the matrix objectives, that it might be better.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'm sorry, one last question. I will just say in response to Councilmember Lieber's comment that I do think that our lack of staff, particularly in community development, is the major constraint to producing housing and producing it, on a quicker timeline. But that was not my question. My question is this thing about putting projects on and taking them off. My understanding, and maybe I have not followed this right, but my understanding is if we're naming projects now, for example, a revenue project, which could be a menu of options, that staff would flesh that out a little and come back to a EPC and then council in November and December. Does HCD, are you saying so that we wouldn't take it on and off? We could take it off in November or December. Does HCD do some review before that, or is it after that you're submitting it? I may have gotten confused on the process during this discussion.
HCD will only review during the 3 months from July to October before we adopt. Stephanie was saying we may have an opportunity to have a conversation with them after they provide their comments to clarify, like, here's what we submitted, here's something that we're taking back, but here's something that we're putting in place. How does that, how is that consistent with your comments or whatever? And so I think that's an informal conversation that we would have to have prior to adoption in December. Then the HCD is going to be reviewing to make sure that we've done everything that they asked us to do during our 3-month review. And so if they don't approve it at that time, we will have one more bite at the apple in May. Does that answer your question?
Well, so any programs we put on now, they would be looking at, and if you want, and we wanted to pull them off in December, then we would have pulled them off after they looked at them, is what
Exactly.
I'm getting at.
Okay. Assistant City Manager, were you going to say something?
If I may add, because of the level of risk pulling programs off, we want to make sure that we're layering on more strengthening programs down the line rather than pulling them off. So if there is even a question that we're not sure about the efficacy or wanting to put this on, we would hold that off until the November timeframe. Because they would prefer to see strengthening programs added than ones taken away, because there's a level of risk that we don't want to take on given the very, very short timelines we have.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, recommendations before we start the straw polls? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and read through the list, and similarly, we'll just raise hands to indicate support for adding programs or tweaking existing ones. So the first one is adding a COPA or TOPA program that would apply to mobile home parks as well. Is there support for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, there is support for that. The next one is, and if whoever recommended the recommendation disagrees with my summary, please feel free to let me know. The second one is lobbying for a change in state law to allow residential fees to be shifted to office development. So I think that would be a change to the the Mitigation Fee Act or the Nexus study process. Is there support for that recommendation? 1, 2, 3. Yes, there is support for that. And again, this is all with the caveat that staff will have an opportunity to flesh these out and appropriately review them. And if there's any concern about feasibility or some other impacts, then staff may recommend later that we do not pursue these options. The next one is an SB9 design or funding program that would also apply to ADUs and junior ADUs. If there's support for that concept. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, there is support for that concept. The next one is rezoning offices to allow live-work opportunities as a program. Is there support for that concept? 1, 2. RT, did you want to chime in about this one?
My notes say to look at short-term stay. Is that the same? Review office development like the Google Bayview, as opposed to live work. There is a difference.
Vice Mayor, I think you recommended this one.
Yeah, that's a separate one.
I think that was ground floor retail to live work as opposed to.
Yeah, what they have at Bayview is some short-term housing for new employees. And then the live work is, it's a separate thing. It allows housing opportunities on streets where you wanted to have some street activation. So it would be long-term housing.
So just to confirm, where offices are, the recommendation was to look at short-term employee housing in the same location as office development.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, with that clarification, is there support for a program to evaluate employee housing, short-term employee housing on sites zoned for offices? 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, there is. And I'll go ahead, staff, and read these at the end just to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, and so yes, I confuse these two. So the next one is allowing live work in areas with ground floor retail. Is that the correct summary, Vice Mayor? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be all areas with ground floor retail, but possibly some areas.
Okay, so it's a program to evaluate the concept. Councilmember Abikoga?
Don't we allow that? And we have it in downtown. We have, I remember we did something on Middlefield in the Wisman neighborhood. The project never happened, but I thought we already allowed that.
There are some challenges with live work. One of them is that what often ends up happening is that the storefront, people would just rather use it as a living room. And so they just kind of close it off from the street. And doesn't end up being truly live work in a lot of cases where it's actually implemented. So we do need to have it be a conditional use in most locations. And we would, in some cases, and we haven't actually gone through this process in Mountain View. So this is just something that we have kind of as an awareness of how it might happen as a conditional use. But we do allow it conditionally in some areas, and we would be on the lookout for situations where it's really important to be activated, to have the commercial use, to have the business, and there's a strong incentive for them to just use it as a unit.
Oh, so we're talking about ground floor retail now? I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Is that what you're asking for, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, that's what they have at the Toll Brothers project. It's ground floor retail. Certain areas they have put in live work units. So if there's a street that you want to activate, but there's an apartment and you don't think you're going to put in other kinds of retail, you might put in live work.
Staff, is that direction clear, or are there any additional parameters or guidance you would seek?
Eric, I don't know. I can think of a couple of things. I think we get the idea. The idea is to look at areas where we might be able to replace, to allow live work to activate spaces as opposed to retail. And that could be sort of a program where we look at where best to do it. We may not want to do it on Castro Street, for example, but there might be some side streets off of El Camino where they might work better than on El Camino. So I'm just giving you examples. And if you give staff a little bit of leeway to shape that program a little bit, I think we can do it in a way that doesn't tie our hands, but is a feasible way to look at it. But I think we get the spirit of the concept.
Vice Mayor, is that accurate and true to your recommendation?
Yes, I think she very much gets the spirit of the concept.
Okay. Now, with that clarified, is there support for having staff evaluate that and potentially including it in the programs? Their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yes, there is support. Thank you. And then there was one about Charleston Plaza, and I think that one is addressed with the employee housing program. So unless I'm mistaken, there's no need to vote on that. Okay, the next recommendation is to include the displacement response strategy and specifically replacement requirements when the existing and occupied apartments are demolished, CSFRA controlled apartments. Is there support for including that as a program? 1, 2, 3. There is not support. Okay. The next one is increasing, and then I want to take a clarification. I wrote increasing impact fees on office development. I think that's specifically the housing impact fee. Is that correct? I think Councilmember Lieber, you had suggested that. The housing impact fee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Is there support for increasing the housing impact fee on office development? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there is support. Thank you. And then the next one is a program that would require major employers to produce workforce housing plans, and particularly when a public agency is involved. So in other words, working with like El Camino Hospital, for instance, to have them participate in the housing of their workforce. Is that a fair summary of the program?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager?
There might be instances where the city doesn't have the ability to add requirements like this. And I'll give you the example where El Camino updated the master plan. They actually had to work under state constraints to build a new hospital that met earthquake requirements. I'm not sure there was a way for the city to come in and say, we won't let you do this until you create a plan to put employee housing. So this could be a fairly challenging, the word requirement could be challenging, but we could convert it to find ways to either collaborate and or put in a framework, because there might be places where we could require it and there might be places where we couldn't. So I want to make sure that this captures the gamut of options and doesn't tie the city into a situation that we can't resolve. So again, if giving staff a little bit of leeway to reword that program would be helpful.
Councilmember Lieber?
That sounds great. And my thought is that I don't want the city to have to create a new program where we chase them around for information, but I'd like to see them take on a responsibility for having some kind of narrative about where their workforce will go, other than just to the housing that we've planned for at large.
Thank you. So with the caveat provided by staff, is there support for a program related to collaborating with major employers to find or create workforce housing? 1, 2, 3, 4. There is support. Thank you. Then the next one is including the matrix development review study actions as a program to address the constraints that were identified in the constraints analysis. Is there support for that program? There is not support for that program. That's too bad. Is there, Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, you know, I think some of these things where they're not necessarily support for putting it in the housing element right now, there's very much support for having it done. So I think the matrix one is a prime example of that. There are so many components to that like I would be interested in putting the things in that we're already doing. We want to get, like, we're already hiring a permit navigator. That could be something I could see we could put in there. But it's a very long list and comprehensive list of actions. So I don't feel comfortable putting it in the housing element, but that doesn't mean I don't think we should do it. And I think that's something that needs to be on our parking lot. So that's why I brought that up.
Maybe a quick question for staff. Is there something in the list of recommendations for Matrix that we do not intend to do?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So I think in the recommendations in general, we are supportive of the recommendations. There are some nuances to where they might have made a recommendation, but we believe another solution or another path forward would be better. So a prime example is in the recommended budget, there's a new position for an assistant community development director that's going to oversee the entire development review process. So we have already taken existing staff and, if you will, this permit navigator title. It's not an actual position, but it's really someone that can help navigate through the challenges or the complaints or the issues that we're having in building, planning, and engineering. So these are staff in 3 different divisions, 2 different departments. So one person will not basically make that all smooth, because there has to be collaboration between the divisions and the 2 departments. So adding this assistant director at a higher level is going to help navigate through that and work with the staff and the 2 directors. That's just one example of them giving a specific recommendation, and we're sticking to the spirit of it, but we believe we have a better path forward. So I think there are some examples like that where it may not be exactly as they're recommending, but we are certainly moving forward with the recommendations. I'll also note that with this new assistant director position, we will be much better able to provide status updates on where we're at. We are just buried underwater right now with staff, and we've been alluding to it in this report. I'll talk about it in a little bit with the budget, but CDD has a 30% vacancy rate right now. And that's just the reality of the situation between the retirements and staff leaving due to workload, stress, burnout, other positions. So we've got to really try and right size this, and there's phasing of the recommendations, but we need time to do it. And I need someone that's going to be at the helm, as does Artie, to help get us through this process. So yes, we're going to do the recommendations, but we may be tweaking them in some ways so that they actually work for our organization and our operations.
Thank you. So then maybe as an adjustment, it would be include the actions recommended by staff to address the spirit of the concerns in the matrix study with the time frame proposed by staff. Councilmember Showalter, does that respond to the concern?
Well, I mean, I think that that's better, but I guess what I would say is that this is an integral part of our work plan development for February. And I see this as a huge part of that, not necessarily needing to be in the housing element as well. But there are a lot of different ways to do things.
It sounded like a no to me.
Yeah, I guess it's a no,
so
yeah.
Fair enough. I think that's unfortunate. The next one is allowing condo mapping of SB9 duplexes to allow entry-level ownership opportunities. Is there support for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, there is. Thank you. 2 more. The menu option proposed by staff, where if the regional affordable housing funding source does not happen, then we will pursue a local ongoing revenue source. Is there support for that program? 1, 2, 3. I'm not seeing 4 votes for that. 4. All right, thank you for the last minute support. And then the last one is this actually might be, I'll save this one for later. Are there any recommendations I missed? I'm not hearing any, so I'll just really quickly go through the list. This is what I got. A COPA-TOPA program that also applies to mobile home parks, seeking changes to state law to allow the shifting of fees from residential to office development, an SB9 design and funding program that would also apply to ADUs and JADUs, allowing short-term or employee housing on property zoned for office development. And then this is with the caveat expressed by staff, allowing live work in areas with ground floor retail. Again, that's proposed by staff. Councilmember Matichak? Okay. Increasing the housing impact fee on office development, working with major employers to house their workforce, allowing condo mapping for SB9 duos, and the menu where we will seek some ongoing source of revenue, prioritizing the regional approach, and should that fail, having a local option. Is that a fair and accurate summary? Does anyone object to that summary? Okay, great. Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that some of these programs I think are good programs. I just fundamentally don't think they should be in the housing element, because what this is doing from my perspective is filling up the CDD group with their work for the next, I don't know how many years, which means we don't have the opportunity to talk about other projects when it comes around for the work plan. I'm not sure they're going to have time to do any other projects. And so I'm really concerned that we're adding things to the housing element that are going to tie our hands for other projects. I would much rather have all of these discussed as part of the work plan development for the next 2 years. But again, some of them I'm very supportive of, but in a different venue. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So essentially, Councilmember Matichak just detailed just what I was going to say, which is that making sure that we're on the same page. And then I would ask RT to reiterate what the path forward is going to be. But just making it clear that this means that we will have in the council work plan discretionary projects and non-discretionary projects. So the non-discretionary projects will be all of those projects that are in the council housing or in the housing element that we'll have to add to the council work plan. So I just want to make that clear that this means that we will be doing them, which will leave less space to add other things. Now we do have 8 years, so that's at least 4 different work plan cycles. But we'll also not be able to start all of this in the next cycle. So we'll have to figure out the phasing of the projects. Everything that's included in the housing element would be on council's work plan. So just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with that. And then RT, if you could just outline the path forward now that we have the projects that we're including, and then what that means for what we would include with HCD, and then what we would bring back at the end of the year.
We will, respect the spirit of the direction of each of these, but we want a little bit of leeway in rewording some of those to directly tie them to some of the analysis and what we found. We will quickly take a look and decide and see if there's anything we can include in this current draft. And to tell you frankly, the 1 week we have, I think we're going to be really challenged adding any programs to HCD. So most of these will likely come back in November. I think HCD is going to see most of these as strengthening the ability to provide housing, which actually might put us in a better position. And it'll give us a little time to flesh out the actual program, when we can do it, and part of when we can do it will be what the city manager talked about, which is how many things are we doing now? How many things can we do in the next 2-year work plan? How many things will be part of future work plans spanning the housing element cycle? And so I think we're going to need a little more time to flesh a lot of this out.
City Manager, did you want to speak further to this?
No,
Okay.
Sorry, forgot to lower my hand.
No worry. I think so. The most important thing I think to reflect on is we're not obligating the city to complete this in the next 2 years. We've got 8 years, and staff can recommend. Well, first, recommend not to include it at all after further evaluation. And then, you know, if it is included, we can say this will occur in year 6, the housing element cycle. So staff will retain that flexibility. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with Councilmember Matichak, and these programs, a lot of them sound fine, but I think they should be in our council work plan, not in the housing element. And the reason why I say that is exactly, there are other projects that I think we should be looking at, and I know some of them some of you support. Like, what about a general plan update? And if we're gonna just fill up our staff capacity with housing element items, I don't see how we're going to be able to do much at all elsewhere. So, I just want folks to be mindful of that. And, this ties into the budget, where we have a strong budget, but you just never know. There's a recession that's maybe coming in the next couple of years. So that's really my concern, is that we're tying our hands and we're not giving ourselves the flexibility to adjust accordingly to what changes may happen in the next 8 years. And I wanted to say that if you are going to do this, what I'd like to see is, realistically, how many units each of these programs are expected to produce, because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on a program that's only going to get us like 10 extra units. So I don't think we can do all of these programs given our staff capacity. So I think we need to really prioritize which one's going to be the most effective and useful in us being able to meet our requirements.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, so I basically agree with that. What I was hoping, and with what immediately preceding speakers have said, what I am hoping is that staff can look at these and not add them immediately, add them, if at all, later as strengthening programs, and also kind of say, no, this won't produce much, or this is not feasible, and maybe suggest to us not to act on them at all, but to have these as a menu of additional programs that the majority of council wanted some look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, thoughts on question 1? Not seeing any. I think the balance of the questions can probably be taken together. I don't think there will be as many recommendations, but we'll see. I could be wrong. So why don't we try and go through the remaining 3 questions. So that's the draft site inventory, the strategy for rezoning, and then any other comments on the draft housing element. I'll capture the ideas, and then we'll do a final round of straw polls. We'll take a break, and then we'll proceed with the regular session. Any member of the council like to provide thoughts on the balance of the question? Councilmember Showalter.
Sure. I would like to suggest that we add the Ambra property. I think that's 901 Ringsdorf and Castro Commons. I mean, they've been, we have people who want to develop them for housing, and we know that. So it seems to me that it's logical that we include them. And then the other thing was the idea of zoning to support the third question. I think that is just a brilliant idea. It's very important to do that. So that's my comments now.
I think I'm anticipating your comment, RT. If we do Castro Commons, we will have to segment that separately because some members of the council are conflicted out. So let's collect the totality of the input. We'll excuse the members of the council who are conflicted out, and then we'll invite them to return for the rest of the suggestions. Are there any other recommendations? Really quickly, staff, I think you addressed this in the question or the responses to council, the CSA property is being removed based on the letter that we got, or does the council need to take action?
Yes, we are recommending removal of the CSA property. If the council says nothing about it, we will take it out.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I do have three. The first is, I think we need to remove the El Camino Real and Phyllis Ave property for several reasons. While on a technicality, it may have been upzoned, it was upzoned 1 month after it was added to the fifth cycle housing element. And so for 8 years, there's been the benefit of that upzoning and zero interest in housing development. And I'm not anticipating that to change. And that's also supplemented by the letter we received from the director of the El Camino Health Board, the president of the board, who said that, or reiterated that medical services is their priority and there is no intention to build housing there. So I do not think it's a responsive site. And I think if we do leave it, then 6-7 years down the road, when nothing happens, we're going to have to go through the no net loss process and find a corresponding site somewhere else. So I would recommend removal of that site. Then I would recommend these were alternative options proposed by staff, including 57 and 67 East Evelyn Ave. That's the charities housing site adjacent to the safe parking site on Evelyn, and 1010 Linda Vista Ave, which is the Alta housing controlled site, both proposed for affordable housing. I would recommend that we include both of those sites in the rezoning strategy. And then for question 4, other comments in the draft housing element, we've already done a lot of analysis on constraints. Some of those were included in the Opticos work on R3, and then some of those were identified in the Matrix Development Review Study. And I think since that work has been done, we should explicitly refer to it in the constraints analysis in the housing element. It doesn't make sense to do a constraints analysis and then to omit existing work done on constraints. Are there any other recommendations before we go through the straw poll? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a mention in here somewhere about the convalescent center on Grant Road as a possible site. And I'd just like to urge that we exercise caution when it's very restricted services for the community. So the availability of subacute care in the community is almost nothing. And that is really impacts regionally. And so I just like us to be very mindful when there are unduplicated services that could go down if we urge them to go down.
And just to clarify, is your recommendation to remove that from consideration? I think that's a back pocket site. Is that right, staff?
That's correct.
That is a back pocket site.
Yes, yeah, it is a back pocket site, but I just wanted to exercise due diligence on behalf of the community and saying that there are sensitivities when it's a very scarce resource for the community.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Are there any other recommendations for us to consider? I forgot the other one I was going to recommend, and that has to do with the community input at the very beginning. So there was some, including within the narrative, more explicit references to community input that was received and how that was evaluated and incorporated into the housing element. So we'll first do Castro comments, which means the members of the council who are conflicted out will have to temporarily leave the meeting. Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes, I will be recusing myself because my property is near the Castro Commons.
Thank you. And Councilmember Abikoga?
The same conflict.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a assistant city manager?
I just wanted to a clarification. Was it to include these sites as a in the opportunity sites inventory or as pipeline projects? It wasn't clear.
Councilmember Showalter, do you want to specify?
Opportunity.
Opportunity. Councilmember Matichak. Oh, sorry. No further comment. Okay, Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what would we assume for like the Castro Commons site in terms of what could be built there, given that I don't believe they filed an application, and I think I've seen lots of different scenarios for what they might do. I'm not sure what we would pick to include.
Assistant City Manager?
If the council wished to include this, the current project is based on whatever the zoning allows on the two sites that straddle Fairmont and includes Fairmont Avenue. That encompasses their current application.
So just to clarify, the presumption is a code compliant project.
But including Fairmont Avenue, that's what their current project includes. Yes. I believe they're looking at density bonus, but that wouldn't be relevant in the opportunity site discussion.
Councilmember Matichak, you still have the floor.
Yeah, so that implies that we would be obligated to vacate Fairmont. Is that correct?
Yes, if we included Fairmont. Alternatively, you could include just the two sites. There's different ways of looking at it.
Okay, thanks. And then the property on Ringsdorf, how would we approach including that?
We're just doing,
sorry. I forgot. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, no further questions. Councilmember Lieber.
So I have concerns about including the Castro Commons. I think it's sort of a target that's in flux right now. And I know that there are community sensitivities around the opportunity to give input. And if we include it and we're then are we bestowing a fast-tracked approval on the proposed developer without, does that take away steps of community input?
I think that's a question for staff.
If I may just clarify, our recommendation, because council hasn't done the street vacation and we haven't gone through the entire process, is to include the two sites that the property owner owns at the same density. The presumption would be that it would have market rate housing on it and it would have the same protection as any other site that was as a code compliant project. So it wouldn't, Eric and Stephanie, you can add any information about whether it would bestow any special consideration. I guess being a housing element site just adds that a little bit of enhancement, but state law has provided ample protections for code compliant projects. And that do restrict city's ability to deny a housing project. So I don't see a huge difference we have made the point that this wouldn't significantly contribute to low income or moderate income housing. It would just reflect above market rate housing.
So a follow-on question, if I may, Mayor, would be, is it currently included in what we're going to put in our housing element?
It's not currently in the list of pipeline projects. It's not currently in the list of the draft of what we would submit to HCD. Just to reiterate what the assistant city manager was recommending, if we do add it, and again, staff was recommending to not add it because of the uncertainty. There may not be a path forward for the project if they don't get vacation of one of the streets. But if we do add it and we do say, here's what's allowed on each of these portions of the property, portions of the project area that they do actually control, with some assumptions of BMR units, then that could be a path forward for including it, even though it would be, very presumptive and may not actually reflect the actual project that's approved.
And again, Mayor, if I may, and so do we have enough housing in the plan without putting it into the plan?
So, according to, based on our plan right now, yes, we do have enough plus a buffer. It could provide some additional buffer if, and we don't expect this, but if HCD comes back and says that we need to modify our sites inventory, or if over the course of implementing the housing element, we need additional buffer for no net loss.
I'll add one bit of information. We would recommend assuming what the developer is proposing, which is mostly market rate units, above market rate units, with about 15% BMR. Because what we don't want to do is assume it's low income, and then right after a project's approved, we would have to do a no net loss and find other sites to take the loss of what was proposed. So it would mostly be market rate, which we don't need, but with some BMR, and the 15% BMR could provide a little bit of cushion.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned about, I know it's a sensitivity for the community right now, and vacating a street and closure of other streets, it's sort of a little bit of a quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the suggestion that the community development director made of, just using the numbers from the area that is not streets, excluding the streets from the numbers, I think that makes perfect sense, because this project might not go forward, but it could be within the 8 years that are here that another project on those sites could be proposed. So I know several projects while I've been on council have been proposed and have not gone forward. So that but I do think that there is an honest desire on the part of the owners for this to be a housing site, and that's really what we should be reflecting in our housing development, as well as sites that we would like to encourage.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? For my part, I think it is prudent to include sites where we know there is active or at least historic housing development interest. I fear that a lot of the sites that we have in the site inventory have not historically had interest in housing development. And so while we might get away with it for a few years, down the road, a different council is going to have to make some tough decisions to address the no net loss requirements, because some of these sites are not going to develop. Some of them are going to develop with something other than housing, and some of them are going to develop at affordability that's different from what's included in the site inventory. And so we can make a hard decision now, or we can make a hard decision later. But at some point, I think we're going to have to contend with a site inventory that I personally think is a bit optimistic. So Councilmember Showalter, just to be clear, is your recommendation amended to include the staff recommended approach?
That's correct.
Okay, and then staff, to reiterate, that's excluding the vacation of the public right-of-way. That's just including the sites where we know there's, or parcels where there's development interest.
And assuming majority above market with the 15% BMR requirement, because that's what the proposal is.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Not, raise your hand if you want to include that. 1, 2, that failed. So now we will invite our colleagues to come back. See with the remaining questions. Welcome back. We're now going to proceed with the balance of the recommendations. The next recommendation was to add 901 North Ringstorff to the site inventory. Are there any questions or comments about that? Councilmember Matichak, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I was wondering what the assumption would be about what would be produced there. Do we have a formal application?
We had one. It was closed out, and the applicants had said that they were intending to apply with a different project that included density bonus. The previous project proposed to rezone the site to R4. It's currently an R3 site. So that allows 80 units to the acre. If this is added to the site's inventory, it will be the city's burden to update the zoning, and we'll have to create a funding plan to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I did have a couple. Oh, Councilmember Lieber.
Sorry, Mayor. I have a similar question to my last one. If there isn't actually an application in, and we are we bestowing a benefit forward to say, in some sense, an application is approved by virtue of being in our housing element?
In this case, yes, because the city will have to commit to rezoning the site within the 3-year time frame that HCD gives. So it's a little bit different than Castro Commons in that that site was not proposed to be rezoned.
Any other questions? I did have a couple. For how long? Oh, first, was the application submitted subject to the gatekeeper requirement?
Yes, but I believe the site was small enough that it didn't have to go through the gatekeeper authorization process. It met the exemption requirement, but it did require a legislative change. of updating the general plan and the zoning.
Okay, but it didn't require council authorization for staff to evaluate an application. Okay, and then how many years was that project under review before it was closed out?
I wish I had the time frame of when I'm probably going to have to get back to you. But I can tell you the bulk of the reason it stalled was because the applicant did not respond to the changes that staff was requesting. So there were long periods of time they would resubmit with the exact same project and they'd get the exact same comments back. So this doesn't happen often, but it does happen.
Okay.
I can answer that question. They did apply in February 2020.
Applied in February 2020. Okay, and it was closed out, I think, a couple of months ago, right?
I believe it was as recent as last month, but I have to confirm.
Okay. And in the 2 years plus that it was in review, did it ever go before the Planning Commission or the City Council?
No, it never went past staff review because there were many issues that had to be looked at. This wasn't as much related to the rezoning as much as it was to the project itself and the funding, because we had received bids from the Fiscal consultant, but the applicant wasn't prepared to move forward with it. So they didn't provide the funding. So there were many reasons why the project didn't move forward. We couldn't have brought it to the Planning Commission or Council without the review. Fiscal.
Alrighty, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, then is there support to add this site 901 North Ranksdorf to the site inventory? 1, 2, there is not. The next recommendation was to remove the El Camino Real in Phyllis Ave property, primarily in light of the letter we received earlier today from the El Camino Health Board president stating that it was site reserved for medical services. Is there support to removing that site from the site inventory? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, thank you. There is support for that. And then these are the two alternative proposals included in the staff report. Is there, and these are the 100% affordable housing projects. Is there support to proactively rezone 57 and 67 East Evelyn Ave, which is the Charities Housing Controlled site? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. There is support. And then similarly, 1010 Linda Vista Ave, which is the Alta Housing Controlled site for affordable housing. Is there support to include that as well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, I was very late putting my hand up on the previous one.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very much for confirming. So, yes, for both of those. And then direction for staff to include the constraints analyses already done as part of the matrix development review study in the constraints analysis in the housing element. Is there support for that? 1, 2, there is not. And I mean, HCD may require this anyway, but just for the sake of completion, the R3 constraints analysis that was done as part of the Opticos work, there's support to explicitly reference that work as part of the constraints analysis in the housing element. 1, 2, there is not support for that either. Alrighty, well, hopefully our constraints analysis flies. And then the last one, requiring staff to more comprehensively list the community outreach meetings, including the input solicited in each of those meetings, policy recommendations proposed, the process staff used to aggregate and assess the input, and then how that input was incorporated into the housing element. So that's sort of a more robust inclusion of the public input work in the creating of the housing element draft. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very interested in this, but I would want to know from staff, was that information retained about what all people said and things, or was the intention that there would just be kind of a compilation so it's not still there somewhere?
Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, we have the base information, so it is available.
Okay, I'd be interested in more of a narrative approach from that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Matichak.
Sorry, I thought staff said earlier that they recognized that they needed to go back and include more about that. Wasn't that? Did staff say that?
Yes.
Yes, we did, but this provides a little more specific direction, and we're happy to take it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, so we're providing specificity to something that staff had already proposed to do. Is there support for the public input work 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That's 6. Thank you. Did I miss anything? Were there other recommendations that we need to vote on? Councilmember Showalter.
I believe that we haven't voted on the Questa Convalescence Home being taken out.
I wasn't clear. Councilmember Lieber, I can't recall. Did you explicitly want that removed from the back pocket site?
I think it's okay to stay in the back pocket sites, but I think staff is understanding the concern that we have about it around the lack of those subacute services. So I'm confident that that'll be good.
For the clarification. Then the summary is that we're removing El Camino Phyllis. We're adding 57 and 67 East Evelyn and 1010 Linda Vista Ave as included in the alternative sites in the staff report. And then we're adding some detail to the community input, aggregation, and incorporation into the housing element draft. Is there anything else, staff, that you need clarification on or direction on? Councilmember Showalter.
Have we done the next question, or do we have one more question, right?
I had intended to take the remaining 3 together, but if you have more, so RT, did you want to speak?
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm that we could remove the El Camino Hospital site immediately. The other 2, the charity site on Evelyn and 1010 Linda Vista, we understand the council's interested in rezoning it. We will look and see if we have the ability to accommodate it concurrently with the housing element. But if we don't, we will certainly include it on the plan to do it within the 3-year period. So that is yet to be determined. And then finally, the comprehensive list, the last one, I think most likely that will be prepared in the second go around because it'll take a little bit of time to catalog.
Thank you for the clarification and the summary. Councilmember Showalter, was there additional feedback that you wanted us to consider? Okay, well then, we are on time. It is 6:30 p.m. when our regular session begins. Well done. We did not overrun the schedule. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back at 9:20 for the regular session. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, staff and consultants. Well done. Thank you for bearing with us on this marathon session, and we'll be back at 9:20.
Sorry, I can't hear the mayor. Can anybody else?
Can't hear the mayor.
Oh no. Does that mean I have to start over?
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my phone has all kinds of issues. I will start over. Thank you for catching that. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council, Shoreline Regional Park Community, and the City of Mountain View Capital Improvements Financing Authority of June 14, 2022. I will now read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichek.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum?
Thank you. We'll now proceed to item 3, presentations. Please note these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. First is 3.1 Pride Month Proclamation. On June 1st, I was joined by many of my City Council colleagues and former Mayor and Council Member Chris Clark to raise the pride flag in celebration of Pride Month. Former Santa Clara County Supervisor and Baymek Community Foundation Executive Director Ken Yeager also joined us and was given the 2022 proclamation for his activism on behalf of the LGBTQIA+ community. Let's view the video of the flag raising ceremony. Is anyone else not seeing the video? Oh, I think it's loading.
I apologize, Mayor. I'm having some technical difficulties. Would you like to move on to the next presentation and we can come back to this one?
Yes, that sounds
Perfect.
like a good idea.
Thank you.
No problem. We'll proceed to 3.2, Life Moves presentation on Life Moves Mountain View Interim Housing Community, a Project Home Key site. Can somebody assist with moving the presenters to the panel? We are happy to be joined this evening by Life Moves representatives Dr. Brian Greenberg, PhD, and Vice President of Programs and Services, and Heather Griffin, MSW Director of Shelter and Services in Santa Clara County. Hopefully they are still present. Oh, there's Heather. Is Dr. Greenberg available? There he is.
He's joining right now.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Good
Welcome,
evening. Again, I'm Brian Greenberg. Can we, Heather, you want to share the presentation? This is going to be very brief. We only have about a dozen slides. I'm Brian Greenberg. I'm over programs and services at Life Moves. The Mountain View Life Moves Initiative, the interim housing program, has been open a year. We, of course, want to thank Council, especially Mountain View staff, as well as the county. The interim housing program has really become part of the community. We've liaisoned with other nonprofits, the city, the county, law enforcement, local businesses, and Heather is going to take the next slide.
So what you see in front of you is our model for Home Key. We're calling it 1.0, which is our Mountain View location. This data that we're going to cover is from May 12th of 2021 to May 19th of 2022. So it's our first full year of operations. One of the things that we want to highlight for you all is that our planned impact in this first year was to serve around 300 clients. Our actual impact exceeded that, and this was due entirely during the pandemic. So I really want to stress that from start to finish, from planning to demo of the buildings that were on the property ahead of this construction, the construction itself, moving people into the building, all of that took place within this kind of first year and a half, and we still were able to exceed our impact in terms of clients that we served. This wasn't due in large part to the many partnerships that we had from city staff. So the city manager's office, the community development office, especially Wayne Chin, our building department led by Nina, and then definitely public works, transportation, waste and planning, all were integral in getting this launched within this really short time span. One of the big things about this project that we wanted to stress was that we wanted to serve clients of Mountain View with dignity and privacy. And so we really did focus on security and wellness of the location. When you are on site, it is fully protected by fencing. There's a gate control system, and each client has their own unit. Each unit has its own private keypad entry, meaning that they can come and go freely, but it is secure for them and their belongings, which we thought was hugely impactful and important in making sure that our folks in the community felt that this was a place that they would be willing to go and receive services. It is a dignified transitional property. And what we mean by that is this is just one step on someone's journey towards stable housing. It is not meant to be forever. And so a lot of the work that we do on site is geared toward matching the needs of the clients and moving them through that process towards housing. Again, our timeline from this was very short. So we did open just a year ago in May, and we were fully operational with folks in the doors by August of that year.
So this is Life Moves data writ large. We operate 27 sites, and that hexagon you see are the services provided. We'll go into them in a little more depth in a bit, but just so you know, clients come in, they get a comprehensive assessment and then a case plan, which is their kind of Google map to permanent housing. And yeah, it's self-explanatory. And in this slide, this is kind of our path to housing. So we don't decide who comes into the shelter. The Here For You hotline, operated by Bill Wilson, obviously prioritizes people, individuals, couples, and families experiencing homelessness from Mountain View. They get, at orientation, they get an intake, an assessment, they get an explanation of program guidelines, and then we have all kinds of services, behavioral health services, the therapy, case management services, housing specialists, vocational specialists, and whatnot. And then the plan is to move people on to stable housing. Next slide, please.
So as Brian mentioned, the requirements for our program, I want to highlight those a little bit so that we can answer any questions that folks may have. In order to receive a bed, you have to utilize the Here For You hotline. That is a countywide system. And we are prioritizing in terms of requirements, folks who are coming from the Mountain View region. So they're really coming from the community. They're not coming from other points in the county. In addition, we also screen to make sure that individuals are able to safely navigate the program. And what that means is that they're independent of their bodily functions, because we don't have skilled nursing and we want to make sure that we're setting folks up for success. Once that intake or referral has been made, we bring folks in. I do want to highlight one of the partnerships that we've had with the city of Mountain View is with Officer McPherson. And so she has a direct line to refer folks that she's encountering within the city, going through the hotline directly. And so that's been hugely successful for us in targeting some of those key community members that we're trying to work with through the police department. When folks are brought in, they're provided an intake and a warm welcome by our staff. In that, it's a lot of information that they receive. So it is all of our program guidelines, which outlines kind of what they can expect of the program, including the length of stay. Our length of stay varies and it's based on individual need. We do a program case plan, which is what Brian was describing. So each client is assigned a case manager who meets with them at least once a week. And they work through a case plan to identify, based on the assessment, what needs they may have in order to move towards more stable housing and something that is long-term, since again, our program is an interim solution. With that, what we use are tools that we call program completions and extensions. So we use that as a frame to help maintain engagement from clients that they're working on their goals towards that stable housing option instead of getting stuck. It is very easy for folks to feel comfortable, especially coming from trauma or other situations, to finally take that first deep breath. And so we really utilize our staff and the tools we have to encourage them towards those other resources. Everything that we use as a tool is an appealable thing. We want to give clients a voice back in their stay. And so nothing that we provide isn't something that they can't be heard and appeal. And so a little bit more about the staff who help deliver those services. Mountain View is staffed by a program director and associate director who kind of oversee all of the operations and facility needs and will be our touch points for any grievances or community concerns or client concerns. We also staff the facility 24/7 with residential services coordinators. So there is always a Life Moves touch point for any individual. We know that our folks come and they work late or odd hours, or there's other emergencies and things they're doing. And so they are on site at all times to make sure that the community stays safe and that clients get services that they need. Our children's services coordinator acts sort of like case managers for our children. So with this program, there are 12 family units and children that are enrolled in various childcare or school activities. And the goal is to keep them as stably engaged with what they had before coming to our program. So our CSCs work to connect them to all those resources, including transportation, the McKinney-Vento liaisons in the schools to ensure that they have that enriching experience. As I mentioned earlier, each of our households, our clients, are assigned a case manager. That is someone who connects them with other resources in the community, including housing specialists, benefit specialists, employment specialists that you see below, both within Life Moves and then again, community at large. Our housing, employment, and benefit specialists are there and available for folks to be referred to when they have a specialized need and have different components in order to make progress towards that goal of stable housing. This specific facility also has a full-time LVN, or licensed vocational nurse. She meets with each individual the day that they arrive. She's part of our COVID protocol. We make sure that everyone is safe and on site, but we also have a lot of individuals coming with delayed medical needs or complex challenges around their health just because they have been experiencing unsheltered life and homelessness. And so she will really work to help educate them around how to care for their own needs to make sure that they can independently manage those when they find their permanent housing. In addition, we also are supported by a dietitian who works for Life Moves at large and helps us make sure that all of the food provided to the site is of great nutritious quality. And again, we'll meet some of those specific needs of our clients. We also have available clinical staff. And what we mean by this are therapy students, doctoral students who are providing therapy services. And we do this as the client's need and request. So it is not required, but it is a service that they can be referred to where they can do individual family therapy, group therapy, and different modalities to work through some of those other barriers that may prevent them from being successful in stable housing.
So first of all, let me say that the families with minor children tend to be younger, and our single adults, the average age is over 50. So the single adult homeless population is an aging population. You can see 2/3 of the adults are over the age of 45. It's a poor population, obviously, with 135 people coming in with income under $10,000 a year. They largely came from places not meant for human habitation, largely the streets, and second to that would be shelters, and then vehicles. And 80% of the families exited the stable housing, and 37% of singles and couples exited the stable housing. Our goal next year is to get that over 50%. It's a challenge for us, especially single adults with more behavioral health challenges, either addiction disorders or serious mental illness, as well as limited income. So we try to balance that throughput, turning over the beds a couple times a year if we can, while making every effort not to exit people to homelessness. We tend to average just over 50% in our single adults. It has been more challenging with COVID restrictions. Next slide, please. There was some interest in where people are exiting. As you can see, most people exit within the county to Santa Clara County. Next slide. Some of you are familiar. We had the governor there. We're an Urban Land Institute finalist. We've toured every county, every city council, every philanthropic organization, every foundation. We generally do multiple tours upon request a week, and we really believe it's a model for best practice. One of the silver linings of the pandemic is we'll probably never develop another congregate shelter. It's been able to serve people who for years were reticent to enter shelter because of the congregate living settings. And success stories, you know, it's what makes our jobs worthwhile. It's why we at Life Moves have the coolest jobs in the world. You know, we're graduating people to permanent housing every week. It's just really super to have individuals, couples, and families exit the street. Yeah. And that is our presentation. Anyone who has not been there, we'd love to give you a tour. Yeah. Questions, comments?
Thank you both for the presentation and for your patience with us as we worked through the previous item. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Not seeing any hands up. I did have a, Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I have a question, not a comment. Is it time for questions or just comments?
Both questions and comments are fine.
Well, first, my comment is thank you very much for what you're doing. It's not the easiest of businesses to be in, so I am extremely grateful. My question, and I actually don't expect you to, or that it's even possible to do your work perfectly, because it's that difficult. Maybe most jobs are that way, but my question is whether the transitional goal of 3 months, whether that's really hard to, I imagine there may not be an abundance of affordable units to move people to. So I'm wondering whether that's been very difficult, whether you ever think of, I'd just like a little more description of that, whether you ever think of tweaking that in any way, or
that's a great question. So when people come in, we say it's a 3-month program. We grant 2 weeks extensions as long as people are progressing on their housing plan in any way, shape, or form, and they complete a 1-page extension application, then those are granted. So we have people living in other places 14, 18, 22 months, as long as they are progressing. As soon as you say, this is, you know, I got free laundry, I got free utilities, free food. As soon as you say, this is where I want to live forever, that's when, and I'm not filling out the appeal forms, that's when we ask people to move on. Heather, you want to say anything else about that?
Just that our extension process, and we sort of touched on it, but I'll go into depth. We really strongly encourage folks in our programs to apply for and appeal everything, to ask for the extensions. Our goal is to give them as much time as they need. We're using it again as tools for that engagement to help keep them moving forward. We will work with folks through all of those different barriers that they're coming with. To your point, 90 days is a short turnaround, but we do see that that's a great motivating point to keep them moving forward in some of those other goals.
Our average success is over 150 days now. So the 90 days is just kind of a guideline where we start asking people to complete this form and ask for another 2 weeks to kind of keep our case managers honest, to keep the clients honest, to make certain people are working together.
Okay, well, I could ask a lot more, but I will thank you, and I will let other council members ask questions as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I'd like to echo my thanks. I think the whole community is really pleased that this is happening, and that there's, you know, homelessness has been such a intractable problem. We've tried so many things, and of course I think that's what we need to do, is try many things, but this is one we feel is really valuable and makes a huge difference. So thank you. But I did have a question about the people who exit the program that don't go to stable housing. I mean, do they go back into what you would consider an unsheltered homeless situation? Is that what happens?
So we always make a referral to another program. Some people are deemed kind of unsafe for a shelter environment because of either aggressive behavior or drug behavior or racist behavior, but everyone is referred that's not on some kind of a do not admit list. And let me say that we have many staff at Life Moves that had to go through our program 3 or 4 times. Not everyone, living on the street torments people. It's really challenging for the human condition. And not everyone gets it the first time. Some people need to get into recovery services. Some people need to get into psychiatric services. Every time someone exits to homelessness, it's a failure. It's a failure for them, and it's a failure for our program. Some people go and live in vehicles. Some people go and live in other shelters. Some people go and pay for motels. They have money saved. We have a savings program. But yes, sometimes they exit to places unfit for human habitation.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I did have one question or one idea, I suppose, to float. Periodically, the council will receive outreach from clients, from unhoused people who have been through the program, or from advocates working with clients, current and former. And oftentimes it's in the form of constituent casework, right? We need assistance with addressing this concern, or we're not being heard on some specific issue. And I've been wondering if it makes sense to consider creating some kind of internal committee or task force with current and maybe former clients who can help provide some feedback on some of this, because I personally don't feel terribly well equipped to address concerns about operations or on-site needs. But I'm wondering, have you done anything like that in other shelters that you operate? Is that something that you would consider doing, just to give folks another opportunity to provide input on operations and concerns?
You want to take it, or do you want me to, Heather? So let me say, first of all, we have a stakeholder meeting that's broad. Let me say, second of all, Heather and I return all emails within a business day, and we convene meetings with clients and their advocates upon request 5 days a week. It's a little hard because of confidentiality issues to address client issues with a broader community. So we operate, even though we're not a HIPAA entity, we operate under HIPAA and confidentiality rules. So it's hard to, clients can tell us anything, stakeholders can tell us anything. We can't share things about clients. So it just gets touchy with confidentiality issues, but we will convene a meeting with a client or a client and their advocate, or just the advocate, anytime, and we're eager to do that and address concerns. It's easier with a client, because all too frequently there's not a release of information, so we can't speak openly. But anyone at any time can speak openly to us about their concerns. And the stakeholder meetings have been helpful. With government entities, with law enforcement, with others. Heather, is there anything I'm missing?
No, I think you covered it.
Thank
and
you.
I urge you, and I also urge you, when you get those emails, to email Heather and I and wait for us a response. We're the ones that can impact these people's lives and make a difference. We're on site 24/7. So we'll let you know that we are dealing with this concern. It is not a black box. We can't share clinical information about a client or any personal information, but we can let you know that we're on it, and we will let you know when a disposition has been arrived at. I mean, we don't want to be secretive. We just must protect clients' confidentiality, but we'll let you know in no uncertain terms that we're on it, that we're meeting with this person, and that we're working to resolve their concerns. Our only barrier is confidentiality.
That's helpful. Staff, it may be helpful to forward, if you're amenable to this, your contact information to the council in case we do get questions or concerns. Any other questions or comments before we conclude 3.2?
I would just invite any council member to also email us for an on-site visit and talk to some residents. It's an hour that you won't forget. And it's, if you haven't seen it, since it's really complete, it is something to see.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to note that we do have staff liaisons through the City Manager's office, Kimberly Thomas, our assistant to the City Manager, and also Parneet Denza, who is our new Human Services Manager, and they liaise very, very frequently with LifeMove staff, including making sure that any of those complaints or emails that come in are immediately taken care of and routed to either Dr. Greenberg or the Life Moves Mountain View staff that are on site. So I just wanted to make sure that the public and council is reminded of that. We're very committed to making sure that this is successful and that we can address any of those issues that come to council.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Greenberg and Heather, for joining us. I know we have some public comment related specifically to this item. I want to check with the city clerk first. Before we go to public comment, were you able to get the video up and running for 3.1?
Yeah, we should be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again. We're going to return to 3.1, and then we'll take public comment on the presentations.
Welcome everyone to the June 2022 Pride Flag raising over the Mountain View Civic Center Plaza. It is a sincere honor to join you along with my colleagues on the City Council, Vice Mayor Allison Hicks, Councilmember Margaret Abekoga, Councilmember Lisa Matichak, Councilmember Pat Showalter, former Mayor and Councilmember Chris Clark, and BAMEC Community Foundation Executive Director and former Santa Clara County Supervisor Ken Yeager. By raising this flag, we are celebrating and supporting our LGBTQ+ community. We raise it in June to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall uprisings in New York City, a significant turning point for the gay rights movement. Today, we raise the rainbow flag over Mountain View City Hall to demonstrate our community's ongoing commitment to inclusivity and our shared humanity. Regrettably, despite decades of activism and progress, hard-won civil liberties and human rights are threatened by regressive ideologies and hateful rhetoric. But here in Mountain View, we embrace and take great pride in our diverse community, and we are proud to stand in solidarity with our LGBTQ+ relatives, friends, and neighbors. Now, I would like to present the city's proclamation for Pride Month to Supervisor Ken Yeager. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you for this great proclamation, and it's an honor to receive it on behalf of the LGBT community in Santa Clara County. It is so important that we demonstrate our support of diversity with all of our citizens in Mountain View and in Santa Clara County. And that's why it's so important that we do raise the flag in honor of the Stonewall riots that happened in 1969, and to really sort of reconfirm our commitment to everyone in our community. I'm just very proud of the city of Mountain View. We will be having the exhibit on Queer Silicon Valley in the rotunda of City Hall starting September 1st. And also, I know that our documentary on the Queer Silicon Valley history is showing on your public access television. So, Mayor, I just want you to know that every time we've needed something from the city, has been no problem in being able to get it done, and everyone has just been very cooperative, and we really thank you for all of your work. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now raise the flag.
Thank you very much. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't able to be there for the flag raising, but I very much appreciate the gesture on behalf of the city and appreciate everything that we're doing towards inclusion of the community and everything that we have going on with the city in terms of families and seniors and all the services that we're providing. And I just wanted to recognize that it was 20 years ago this month that the first same-gender wedding was held in Mountain View City Hall. And that couple is still together, so we must be doing something right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll just add very briefly, reiterating what was said in the video. We have observed a disturbing increase in hate crimes and targeting of LGBTQ people. And I want to make clear to everyone participating in the meeting and those who watch it later that hatred of any kind is not welcome in Mountain View. That Mountain View is a community for all, an inclusive and diverse place. And while we hope that no targeting or hate crime occurs here, we have a phenomenal police chief who I know recognizes the importance of working with vulnerable and discriminate communities that have been discriminated against. We've seen similar rises in hate speech and rhetoric against other communities. That's why we've had the Black Lives Matter movement and the Stop Asian Hate movements. And it's just important to recognize that this is happening nationwide. And we've had some disturbing incidents even within the past week. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a council that stands with the LGBTQ community and is proud to do so. Thank you for joining me for the Pride Month proclamation and the video. We will now turn to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the presentation items listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom and press *9 on your phone. The timer will be displayed on the screen. Looks like there's only one speaker, so we'll allocate 3 minutes. The first speaker is Life Moves Needs to Improve. Whenever you're ready.
Want to guess what I want to talk about? I wanted to cover several issues, and there's also somebody else who wants to talk, so they should have their hand raised. So I'm confused. So to cover security and wellness, when Pat Schulter asked about people in cars, or what happens when people leave, where do they go? There are several camps outside of the place where people are now living in their cars. And these are people that were exited from the program. And there are many people who, when they're told, well, you can only be here 90 days, they leave. They're afraid to ask for appeals and things like that, because unhoused people are scared to death of other people. They don't know that they can appeal, that they can fight back, that they can speak up. And these tools, they reference tools as they, and checking in by doing these appeals. That's like me coming in and hitting you on the toe with a hammer and being like, just wanted to make sure you were getting that toe checked out. Asking people to file these appeals every 2 weeks or these extensions every 2 weeks is not helpful. It is traumatizing. The dietitian, they serve cold, sugary breakfast cereals in the mornings. And there was curdled milk, actually chunky milk, about 3 weeks ago. I have tried to talk to Brian. I have tried to talk to Heather. Brian literally raises his hands and waves them like, just literally waves me off and makes it sound like they're listening, but really just waves me off. I tried to go to the city to talk about this, and they sent my email straight to Life Moves. If I wanted to continue negotiating with Life Moves, I wouldn't be sending it to the city. Also about security and wellness, there was somebody who left there because they were being sexually harassed and stalked at a place that has a zero tolerance policy for sexual harassment. They are living in their car now. This is not okay. 30% people go to stable housing. That tells you something. There isn't stable housing, and the majority, and that says 2/3 of these people are over 45. These are our seniors. We are failing them. We cannot exit people from this program when they have nowhere to go, and we know that they don't. There's a case manager merry-go-round. Seems like every few days there's a new case manager and these people aren't meeting them. Brian told me in a conversation where Kimberly was at that people could just do meth there and stay there as long as they're checking in. Well, let's make sure that people can, more or less, that they're not exiting people who are doing the plan, and stop traumatizing people who are doing the plan. They shouldn't have to check in every 2 weeks and file and beg for appeals. If you know somebody who just started a job and they're working the plan, stop traumatizing them and making them file appeals. There's so much more I have to say. Why don't you come with us and meet people and go for a tour?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi, I just wanted to speak about the Pride Month proclamation. One way that we can, in a concrete way, as the city of Mountain View, be more inclusive to the trans community is to put period products in men's bathrooms. I know that we've done that at the city level in women's bathrooms. To be honest, I haven't been in a municipal, and I haven't gone to the library bathroom in a while, so maybe it's something that's already happened, but I know that we in Mountain View have been a leader on this, and this is a concrete step that we could take if we haven't done so already. And with regards to life moves, it's great to be getting people off the streets, but even if the majority of people are going to Santa Clara County is really big. Where are we actually sending people? Because as we just spent, we're about to vote. You're about to vote to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. I'm sure, because the housing element went so long, because there is not enough housing. And with this transitional housing by design, it's not keeping people in our community, even if we are prioritizing people from Mountain View. If the stated goal is to move people to more stable housing, and we know that there isn't stable housing here, it really seems to me like we're just pushing people out. It's great that we're getting people off the streets, that it's great that there is some sort of motion towards that, but I just want to mention that it seems like we're pushing people out.
Thank you very much. I did get a notice that there's a member who would like to speak and is having technical difficulties. If you're on your phone, press *9 or raise your hand. But I will have to close public comment if I don't see a hand up, because I'm not sure what the Zoom handle is. I'm not seeing a hand up. If you want to speak to this, there's a non-agenda public comment period, and we can try again later. But we'll go ahead and close public comment, see no hands up, and then we'll proceed. First, I'll move to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock. We have a lengthy set of consent items that we need to get through. Thank you. Do a roll call vote.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Is that Councilmember Showalter that made the second?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Item 4, consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. First, Vice Mayor Hicks, do you have an announcement to make?
Oh my gosh, I may not have read the agenda flow carefully enough. I suppose I do have one to make. Just a moment. Okay. Yes, I'm recusing myself from item 4.2 due to my financial interest in a business entity located within the precise plan area.
Thank you very much. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 4.4 for discussion.
Thank you. And that is, the AB 361. And then any other council members wishing to pull an item? I'm not seeing any. So now we will take public comment on the balance of the consent calendar. We'll do 4.4 separately. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Due to the lateness of the hour, let's allocate 2 minutes. Kevin Ma is the first speaker.
Evening, Council. I'm Kevin Ma. I'm speaking on myself. I would like to thank Council for extending the safe parking program under 4.8. I do recognize that that a lot of the programs we are using for that are projects that will likely be developed within the next 8 years, hopefully, which means we would need to find a place to find new safe parking spots. I recognize the staff report has noted that it's very hard to do that for various reasons, but I really think that we should still try. The last homeless count showed that we're not really reducing the population right now, and that's so true for most of the county. So there would need to be a place for the people who are going to be in vehicles. I guess there might be need for greater incentives to encourage more things. Like, yeah, because kind of asking for it's a little hard to do now. Like, I understand the earlier discussion was talking about parking as a place for like a basically necessity, but this is kind of like the one exception where that does actually make sense. I also like to thank the council for continuing support for Crestview under 4.7 and continuing further efforts to find places to fund future affordable housing. Thank you. Thank you.
Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll return to the council for deliberation. So a motion is in order for every item except 4.4. And the agenda flow includes the resolutions that will need to be read. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see any hands for discussion, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent calendar that includes, please bear with me, a number of readings. Item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View, adding Chapter 47 to the Mountain View City Code regarding precise plan development impact fees and the East Wisman precise plan development impact fee, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.3, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 19, Article 8, Division 3, Section 19.71 of the Mountain View City Code relating to prohibited parking between 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. to be read in title only, further reading waived. I'm going to skip item 4.4 since I pulled that and go to 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving the annual engineer's report for the Downtown Parking Maintenance and Operation Assessment District number 2 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 and authorizing its delivery to Santa Clara County, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving the final map of tract number 10583, 1 at 1001 North Shoreline Boulevard, accepting dedications and making findings as required by the City Code, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.8, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18301 as amended by resolution 18462, declaring a shelter crisis, extending the duration of the declaration until June 30, 2024, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.15, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View calling a general municipal election for the purpose of electing 3 members of the City Council, requesting the Board of Supervisors to authorize the Registrar of Voters to contract for election services, authorizing the City Clerk to contract with the County of Santa Clara pertaining to services to be performed by the county in connection with the general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, and related actions, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting a 200-word maximum for a candidate's statement of qualifications and charging each candidate for a fixed share of costs for the printing, handling, translating, and mailing for the general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much for reading through all of that. Councilmember Showalter.
I'd like to second that and also make a comment about 4.9. That is the item to accept a grant from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. And I would just like to say thank you to the Community Foundation for that grant, and also congratulations to the Mountain View staff for getting us that grant. This is the first time I can remember that we've gotten a grant from Silicon Valley Community Foundation, particularly of this magnitude, and that's a very good thing. So thank you so much, staff, for organizing that.
Thank you. Completely agree. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll begin the roll call.
Councilmember Abeykoka?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichek?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. And now we'll proceed to 4.4. Councilmember Abeykoka.
Thank you, Mayor. So 4.4 has to do with our the resolution to continue remote meetings under AB 361. We've been doing this monthly, I believe. And this is what my topic is not quite it's somewhat related to this. I was advised that this would probably be the best place to bring up the issue, but I know that we decided at our council retreat back in April to come back to in-person meetings for our last meeting before summer break on June 28th, so our next meeting. And I very much would like to do that, but as many of you know, I contracted COVID until this past weekend. I quarantined for 10 days. I have been masking. I got a notification as to when I might have been in contact with someone. I've been to events, outdoor events, and mask even outdoors when it's a large event, and yet I still contracted COVID. And in light of the fact that I've gotten COVID, it's probably less of a concern for me personally, but it just gave me some pause as to whether it is prudent for us to return in person. It was mild for me, but I have had friends, actually quite a few folks I know are contracting COVID, and some have had some major symptoms that they've had to go to the ER and whatnot. And I just, I look at our COVID numbers daily, our county numbers, and there's been an uptick. I heard we're plateauing, but we're still in the 1,100 plus case range. So there has been a big increase. And so I just wanted to bring it up, I guess, to ask all of you if there's any second thought to whether we should be returning in light of it being just the final meeting before summer. My feeling now is that perhaps we should just wait through the summer and come back in the fall, and hopefully by then the numbers will have leveled off and been coming down. I still think about folks who have young children who are not able to get vaccinated, and just want to be cautious, be extra cautious. I just don't think we're quite out of the woods yet. So I just wanted to bring it up. I'm okay either way, given my personal situation, but I just wanted to be mindful of other folks and be safe with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for staff. So if the council wanted to provide direction to have the June 28th meeting entirely virtually and no longer have a hybrid meeting, should that direction be included as part of this motion? Does staff have a preference to do that as part of item 8? What is your recommendation?
Mayor, so in passing this resolution, it allows you to continue to meet remotely on June 28th. So you wouldn't have to do anything else. It's just a decision of the council whether you will meet remotely and continue to do that versus coming back for the hybrid meeting.
So you do not need a formal motion to have the June 28th meeting be virtual at all.
I believe so. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just to continue to pass this item 4.4, which allows you to continue to meet remotely.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally concur 1000% with Councilmember Abe Koga's sentiments about this. We wish that we were in control of the situation, but the reality is that the virus is in control. And just in the past couple of days, there's been news about 2 new variants that are highly communicable among people who have been vaccinated and boosted. So I think out of an abundance of caution, it's better not to have the public coming down to the building and have staff spending extra hours in the building. And maybe we'll, see where we are after the summer break, and hopefully we're in a much better situation in terms of the public health.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before I go to public comment? Not seeing any, so we'll turn to the public and we'll allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi all. I think being prudent about the plague is probably a good idea. I've managed to avoid it myself, but also know several people who have recently got it, and just our test positivity rate is above 10% in Santa Clara County. We remember, I think it was like 5%, above 5% was when we were in the purple. Remember the colors back in the early days? So we're very much still in the midst of COVID. But also I'd just like to, hopefully maybe in the fall, we'll be able to come back towards person, but I would like to make a plug for maintaining hybrid and giving people an option of being able to be civically engaged without necessarily having to be present. So it doesn't necessarily have to feel like having a full-time job just to be an engaged resident of the city. So I'm sure there will be bumps that will happen in a hybrid format, but I think that is very well worth doing. And I just want to, glad to see that we're still allowing the virtual meetings, but even when we do come back in person, I really want to put out an idea of keeping a virtual option as a possibility. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heidi Peterson.
Sorry, it was on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. So, well, kudos to you guys for being a meeting for so long. I've been waiting for 5 hours for this public session. And I am just wanted to request that at a future meeting, you take on gun safety as an issue. I think, we had the March for Our Lives in Mountain View on Saturday and nationally. I went up to the city. Yeah?
I'm sorry to interrupt. This item is 4.4.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought it was 5. Oh, God, do I have to wait longer? Right, okay, I'll go back and I'll wait. I'm so sorry. You should have stopped me right away. Thank you.
No worries. And my apologies for not being
No. I'm so sorry. I'll be even briefer. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak on item 4.4, which is the AB 361 resolution to continue remote public meetings. So I think what we'll do is we'll first vote on the resolution, and if it passes, we'll do a quick straw poll to see if we should continue with the hybrid meeting or do a virtual meeting instead. Councilmember Albico.
Mayor, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt item 4.4, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, authorizing and continuing virtual meetings of City Council committees, boards, and commissions pursuant to AB 361 and making required findings to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? If not, let's start the.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matacek.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And let's do a straw poll, kind of like we did with the housing element. Just raise your hand if you would prefer for the meeting on the 28th to be an all virtual meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll raise my hand too. I guess it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other for some of us. So, but it looks like there's a majority for a virtual meeting. Staff, is there any further direction that you will need for the 28th? No? Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to, hopefully we won't need this, 3 minutes during the section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. First speaker is Heidi Peterson.
I got to unmute. I've never done one of these remotely for the council, so apologies. Anyway, I would like gun safety to be on an agenda item for a future council meeting. I would like to see that the cities in our region unite more. I think having gone to that march and having heard some of the speakers, I think other cities are doing some very interesting, very important things. Congress is doing the bare minimum at best. It's an epidemic. It's a public health problem. Our kids shouldn't have to be the ones to fight for this. I think the public, I think it has to start from the ground up. I think it has to start with the public. It's the reason I've been waiting. I have not listened to all your items. Obviously, I would have been a little bit better at joining when I needed to join, but I just think Mountain View has to align. I was also up in San Francisco and astounded at what San Francisco has achieved in terms of gun merchants, and they don't have gun stores anymore. Cow Palace no longer has the gun shows. And this isn't political. It's not to stop all gun sales, but because of the rampant use of them, the easy access to them, the lack of regulation of any kind, it has to start there. It has to start with our cities acting. And I know there's wonderful, wonderful organizations, Moms Demand, but I mean, to just have safe storage is a success. It's never gonna get better, the epidemic, if we don't collectively do something. So I'd love to see Mountain View put this as an agenda item, not make it political, make it public health, and make it to ensure that our kids' safety is paramount, not, rights to AR-15s for sport. So this is not a political thing. It is like everyone uses these words, common sense, but it is common sense. So I would just love to see that really deliberated at a future council meeting. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stephen Goldstein.
Thank you very much. I need to address something very important that's currently going on a lot in this city right now. Please understand, once any agency regarding the state and county makes a declaration of a value of a property that is significantly less than the original value that was rented, in this case regarding apartments, then you can wind up with a very serious situation with regards to both the CSFRA and the enforcement of rental agreements. With regards to property taxes, the local tax assessor is responsible for calculating the assessed value of properties in their municipality. While some aspects of the calculation can vary, they generally take the fair market value of the property and multiply it by the assessment ratio to determine how much taxes are going to be charged. For example, with regards to David Avenue, 184 Center Street, what happened is that currently the SEC tax appraisal lists the land at being at $2.4 million, but the building was originally that's on the property was $2.5 million, but now it is only worth $1.45 million. That is proof that the building has lost 45% of its value. And all you have to do is look up their website and look up their full details, and you'll see that this is exactly what's going on here. Since the rental contracts are based on the value of the property when signed or agreed upon, when determining whether the landlord is in breach of contract, by covertly declaring the value officially with any agency regarding the value is not what the contract was based on, this becomes a breach of contract. In effect, one can argue that the entire rent collected under those conditions is not lawful. This is what's been happening here, and I gather it's probably happening all over the state at this point in time. The idea that the landlord is in breach of contract when they covertly, intentionally reduce the value of their own property for tax benefit purposes. Since the CSFRA states that reduction of value is by default a reduction of housing services. Because the rental value has been reduced by the landlord, in effect, the CSFRA says a decrease in housing services or maintenance or a deterioration of the rental unit beyond ordinary wear and tear without corresponding reduction in rent is an increase in rent, and it's unlawful. And so in this situation, I actually have a current petition pending regarding the CSFRA. And I unfortunately have been dealing with a situation where property has been pulling apart. And unfortunately, I've been stuck on a treadmill trying to figure out am I going to get my apartment properly repaired. Thank you very much for your time. I understand I'm running out. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Life Moves Needs to Improve.
Hi, just a couple of things, a little potpourri of sorts. One, since this is a public meeting, I just want to remind you guys, it would be great when you're talking to not speak in an alphabet soup. You know, I don't know if anybody remembers the Good Morning Vietnam. If the VP is such a VIP, maybe we should the PDQ, all that stuff. A lot of times listening to you guys talk, that's what it sounds like. So if you could include folks more when you're, you know, especially people who are new to meetings, that would be awesome. Secondly, having issues on the agenda that have other really large issues ahead of them, having issues at the tail end that may involve homelessness is really hard because folks who are unhoused usually tend to go to bed early. They got to find a place to bed down before dark, et cetera, et cetera. So please keep that in mind when scheduling things for the agenda. Lastly, I just wanted to remind you that 104 unhoused people have died on the street so far as of Friday. And 55 of those people are over 50 years old. So when we're talking about whether programs are effective or who needs to be served, those are the people who aren't being served. Those are the people that we need to do better for. I can tell you the amount of seniors that I work with right now with serious medical conditions, people who are being flagged for not going into shelters because they lack the cognitive ability, meaning like they just need somebody to nag them. Did you dress yourself? Did you feed yourself? Did you take your medication today? And it's too much for the shelters to be responsible for. So they're being told that they need to go to respite. But if you go to respite and you pee on yourself too much, you're not allowed at respite either. So those people are then told, well, you need to go to a shelter. Well, you can't be in a shelter because you don't have the cognitive skills for a shelter, and you can't go to respite because you're incontinent. So those people get left out on the streets, and that's where they die. And those are the exact cases that I'm working with right now. So the way to fix that is for IHSS to allow state caregivers to go into shelters just to do those simple basic life skills to make sure, have you eaten? Have you taken your meds? Have you taken a shower today? And that would make a lifetime of difference. And you, as elected leaders, could help on that and nag the state in easing the IHSS restrictions on working in congregate shelters. And that would make a difference. And maybe we would have less people who are struggling to survive in Mountain View, and particularly Life Moves Mountain View, because that place is not doing them any justice right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, we'll end non-agenda public comment and proceed to 6.1, introduction of an ordinance to amend campaign finance regulations. And we'll need to invite Assistant City Attorney Diana Faisley, who will present the item. Thank you very much for your patience. Feel free to start the presentation whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Diana Faisley, Assistant City Attorney, and I'm here to present tonight on agenda item number 6.1, introduction of an ordinance to amend campaign finance regulations. In April, Council introduced an ordinance that imposed campaign contribution limits, amended our disclosure and advertisements ordinance, and repealed the city's political science regulations. To prevent any confusion, I'm going to call that ordinance the April ordinance. The April ordinance established candidate campaign contribution limits that differs depending on whether the candidate accepts and adheres to our voluntary expenditure limit. The current penalties for violations of those campaign contribution limits are the same as penalties for violations of our voluntary expenditure limit, which essentially are publication penalties, meaning that the violation will be publicized in the newspaper, on the city's website, and physically at City Hall. In our disclosure and advertisement ordinance, currently, if a committee has top contributors of $2,500 or more, the top 5 contributors of $2,500 or more will need to be disclosed on any campaign advertisements. However, if just one of those top contributors meets the state's threshold of $50,000 or more, then state law applies and only requires the disclosure of the top 3 contributors of $50,000 or more. In April, Council directed staff to return with a separate ordinance that would, 1, add a monetary penalty on violations of the new campaign contribution limits, and 2, bridge that gap between the state and city's requirements for disclosures so that in every circumstance, the top 5 contributors of $2,500 or more will be disclosed on those campaign advertisements. The proposed ordinance before you tonight includes a monetary penalty for violations of the campaign contribution limits. The monetary penalty is either $50 or the amount accepted in excess of the applicable contribution limit, whichever is greater. And the reason why the minimum is $50 is due to City Code Section 1.19, which requires administrative penalties to be at a minimum $50. So essentially, if one accepts a campaign contribution that is $1 to $50 over the applicable contribution limit, regardless of where it falls within that range, the penalty will be $50. If the contribution accepted is $51 or more, the penalty will be whatever that amount is over the contribution limit. For more context regarding our disclosure and advertisement ordinance and the amendments that we've made in the proposed ordinance tonight, under state law, the top 3 contributors that have contributed $50,000 or more must be disclosed per state requirements. And under our city code, the top 5 contributors who have contributed $2,500 or more must be disclosed per our requirements under the city code. The ordinance before you tonight requires that the top 5 contributors of $2,500 or more be disclosed per state law requirements, meaning the manner of display, how it looks on the advertisement, when at least one contributor meets the $50,000 or more state law disclosure threshold. I have a couple of examples, and I apologize in advance for not having any creativity in naming the committee or contributors. But in example number 1, a committee has contributors A through E. And A through E, all of these meet our city code threshold, which is $2,500 contributions of $2,500 or more. However, and also contributor A meets the state law's threshold as well because it has contributed $50,000 or more. Under our proposed ordinance, in this situation, all 5 would have to be disclosed, and they must be disclosed in compliance with the state law's requirements for the manner of display. In example number 2, the same nameless committee has contributors A through E, all of which meets, and as you can see, they meet the city code's threshold of $2,500 or more, but they're all under the state law's threshold of $50,000. In this situation, under our proposed ordinance, they would follow, all 5 would be disclosed, and they must follow the city code's requirements for how it looks, the manner of display. And with that, staff recommends introducing the proposed ordinance, and I'm available for any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fazeli, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Are there any questions from the council? There are none. Then we'll go to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's do 2 minutes. Emily Ann Ramos.
Hi, City Council. Emily Ann Ramos, Mountain View resident. I'm just speaking in support of the staff's recommendation and staff's proposed ordinance. At a time when a lot of our democracy seems to be attacked on so many different fronts, it is really kind of amazing how much Mountain View has taken steps to ensure that our democracy remains represented and as free from money influences as we constitutionally can. So I am incredibly proud of Mountain View and all of you for taking this step. Stay awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Celine.
I just wanted to say +1 to everything Emily just said. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Agreed. Echo everyone before. Money out of politics. Woo! Yay! Good work.
All right. Thank you. I see no other members of the public wishing to speak. We'll return to the council. A motion is in order, and reading of the title is required, and that is in the agenda flow. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I am ready to make a motion to support the staff amendment and to specifically introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 2, Article 12 of the Mountain View City Code relating to campaign finance to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading June 28th of 2022.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Banachek.
Thanks. I still don't think campaign contributions are a problem here in Mountain View because we have the spending limit, but I am supportive of the disclosure part. But since it's all together, I'm not going to have much of a choice here, but to support the whole thing. Thanks. And I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I have kind of similar feelings as Councilmember Matichak, but I wanted to ask if the examples that you showed us in the presentation are in the ordinance, because when I was reading the staff report, I was having a little trouble understanding how it would work if you had an example. And with an example, it's perfectly clear. But so I just wondered, is the example in the written up ordinance?
No, the example is not in the written ordinance, but I think that we can create an example to distribute to, maybe put on the city clerk website or provide that type of information so it can be distributed by the city clerk's office.
Yeah, I think that would get rid of a lot of confusion with people. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, how are we going to enforce this? Who's going to be on the lookout for this kind of problem?
I believe, as discussed, I think in April, the enforcement is based on a complaint basis. And so it's when staff becomes aware, it's forwarded to us. And then because we are mirroring the state's laws requirement, when there's that hybrid situation, it would go to the FPPC for enforcement regarding disclosures in advertisements. Whenever there's whenever a contributor meets the state laws threshold, and whenever we have whenever there's that hybrid situation, it would go to the FPPC.
Well, the publication penalty, would we be able to do that right away?
Yes, it would. So under our voluntary expenditure limit, it gives us 72 hours. And so we would be able to do that sooner, yes, for the campaign contribution violation. But for the disclosure and advertisements, it would be more of a prolonged process.
So that would probably be after the campaign's over for most things. I'm not sure. I haven't been involved in any enforcement actions here at the city, but it could be prolonged, yes. Okay. It would be nice if there was a publication penalty for the violations related to the advertising as well. Is that included? No, just for the campaign ones. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's start the vote.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Pizzelli, for your work. The next item is 7.1, public hearing for the fiscal year 2022 to 23 recommended budget. Translation services are available for this item. We will now hear from our interpreter.
Buenas noches, vamos a seguir con el artículo 7.1, audiencia pública para el presupuesto recomendado del año fiscal 2022 al 2023. Habrá interpretación al español. Si lo necesita, por favor, seleccione el globo que dice interpretación al inferior de su pantalla y habrá interpretación al español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. City Manager Kimbra McCarthy and Finance and Administrative Services Director Jesse Takahashi will present the item. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that Mr. Takahashi is going to be sharing his screen for the presentation. Jesse, are you ready to do that?
I don't believe I have access to do that just yet. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see myself on the panel and I don't have access to share just yet.
Okay, let us work through some of these technical issues here.
Okay, that's step one. Let's see if we can get to step two here.
Okay, we see it. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So I'm really pleased to be here with you this evening to present a structurally balanced fiscal year 22-23 budget to Council this evening. As you can see, I am presenting tonight with Mr. Takahashi, our Finance and Administrative Services Director. Next slide. So this slide just starts to paint the picture of what the budget development process looks like. You can see that it starts in November of every year, and it ends in a culmination with staff presenting the budget to Council in June. So there are various touch points between the November and June timeframe. Staff really starts working hard before the holiday season and really gears up into that January to March timeframe and working with a budget team on their individual department budget requests, also looking at fees, accomplishments, various aspects of their individual department budgets. They also will put forward requests for new, what we call limited period items, but really it's just new ongoing funding requests, or the limited period requests are one-time funding requests. So all of that kind of gets worked out over that several month time frame. In February, we will come to Council and present a mid-year update of the current budget. And we also incorporate an update to Council's work plan at that time. So the CIP also comes to Council in April in a study session. So part of what you will adopt and review, not only in April, but at the end of this month at your June 28th meeting, is to adopt the CIP with the budget as well. Next slide. So this slide just gives a brief background on where we're at today from the last update. We are in a good budget position. As I said, we're structurally balanced, and the city is recovering from the financial impacts of COVID. You can see that locally our unemployment rate is 1.7%, and this actually is considered full employment. So we really are in a bubble of where we're at in Silicon Valley, where we are seeing very low unemployment numbers compared to a lot of other places, and certainly in places across the country. The economic outlook is generally positive, but there are still quite a few unknowns that do create some uncertainty on the horizon. And none of these things are a surprise to anyone. As we just talked about, we are still seeing increasing numbers of COVID. So the new variants that are coming on could impact different revenue streams, but right now we do see our revenue trends still trending in a positive direction. We also don't know about the impact of the war in Ukraine, the inflation, supply chain issues, rising gas prices. So all of these collective situations that we're dealing with now really do kind of paint a picture of some uncertainty on what is going to happen with the broader economy. So top line message is we are in a good situation locally and regionally, but nationally, on a broad scale, there's still a lot of uncertainty. Next slide. So touching briefly on some of the highlights of our COVID recovery efforts, we've talked about this a lot. And I think that one of the things that I want to point out is that the city, our organization, and our staff has pivoted over and over and over the last couple of years in enacting programs very quickly, in a very innovative way to assist not only our most vulnerable residents, our homeless residents, our lowest income residents, but also our small businesses. Part of that is also looking at how we can improve our processes. We've talked about that a little bit earlier today in relation to our community development department, but we're looking at that across the board at all of our departments. So COVID has really kind of peeled back the onion and allowed us to look at how we're doing things differently. But related to COVID, just briefly, you can see how much we have allocated, that the council has really put money and time and energy into so many programs to help our community. Over $6 million going towards low-income families that have been impacted by the pandemic. Over $21 million that we have secured in funding for our home key project. So that's both with the Life Moves project that we heard about earlier, and also with the Crestview Hotel project that we're working with the county on. The 3 safe parking lots that we talked about, we've had over 97 grants, over $500,000 towards small businesses. Staff was able to secure over $1 million in a grant to offset the revenue losses for our Center for the Performing Arts. As everyone knows, we've closed Castro Street so that we're going to make that a pedestrian mall. We've really focused on helping our businesses and restaurants along Castro. And we're also going to be focusing more on the aesthetics and what Castro Street is going to look like long term. So I could probably list 50 other things here, but these are just highlights of what the City Council has prioritized and how staff has stepped up to really respond to the pandemic over the last year, and even before that, when the pandemic first started in 2020. Next slide. So one of the things that you're going to see tonight, and I know that the slide hasn't moved yet, but one of the things that we're going to talk about tonight is our ARPA funding. So ARPA stands for the American Rescue Plan Act. And this is the funding that cities, counties, all school districts, all universities and colleges received directly from the federal government to provide direct COVID relief programs. So council has the ability last year and this year to determine and directly allocate $15.7 million in funding. So that funding came to the city in 2 waves. We already received the first wave, which was last year, around $7.8 million. And the second wave, or the second distribution, I guess you can call it, in funding, we are expecting it to be given to us probably the end of this year. But what you have in front of you tonight is recommendations from staff on how to allocate that second round of funding. And you'll note that it doesn't look that dissimilar to what you all already approved in the first round of funding. And part of the funding that you allocated last year, some of that is also continuing into this year. Now, mechanically, how this works is that council can decide what to spend the money on now, but we have until 2024 to commit it. So you would have some time, and we have until 2026 to spend it. So this is something that we don't have to enact these programs tonight and they have to be implemented tomorrow. So we do have a grace period on that. So on the next slide, it basically is the snapshot of a summary of the recommended uses. And as I mentioned, you will recognize many of these items from last year, and we are recommending putting additional funding towards some of the same programs. So you'll see the Elevate MV Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, continued funding for the Solidarity Fund, towards the Community Services Agency, Direct Relief, various technology improvements, additional support to small businesses, employee recognition, and so on. So one of the things to note tonight is that staff has recommended around 6.6 million in uses. So there is a remaining amount of $1.2 million. And I know that we've received a lot of feedback on additional uses for that 1.2 million in funding. So council can allocate that funding this evening, or you could defer it towards a later time if you wanted additional feedback. But I know that we have received a lot of feedback already. So that 1.2 million is certainly on the table for council to allocate this evening. Next slide. And I'll also remind everyone that council approved a budget equity lens with the current year operating budget, and we expanded that into the capital improvement program. So what the budget equity lens is, it's a consideration during that budget development process I talked about, when staff and all the departments work with not only myself, but with the finance team on crafting the recommended budget and putting it together. So we literally ask questions for each recommended item on whether it would benefit or burden communities of color, low-income residents, or residents that may be disadvantaged or disabled. And the departments have to explain how their program or initiative would provide that benefit. So I am pleased that all of the recommendations that are provided to council this evening in the budget have been determined to either benefit or be neutral towards those residents. Next slide. As I mentioned, part of the budget is also considered with your work plan. So council adopted your 7 strategic priorities last year. You adopted it with the budget last year in June of 2021. And staff provided updates this past February to the work plan and with this report as well. I believe it's included as an appendix in your budget book. So there are 41 priority projects in the work plan. And these are projects that go above and beyond the daily work of our employees. And they represent some of the most high profile projects and work for the council that really fulfill those 7 strategic priorities. So right now, 34 of those projects are in various stages of progress. 3 have been completed and 4 are expected to begin this next fiscal year. So I also want to note that once we complete this cycle, and it is a 2-year work plan cycle, the next cycle and the next planning for the next work plan, which we talk about a lot, is going to be in February of 2023. Next slide, please. And lastly, we've also talked about this a little bit tonight. I do want to highlight the impacts of the Great Resignation for council and for the public on what has really happened in the public sector. We've all heard about this, and in our jobs with our whether we know from our families or friends that this is a phenomenon that is happening in both the private sector and the public sector. But I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the public sector and what's happening in Mountain View and give some context for it. We are definitely in a new era for government and for local government in particular. We are doing business differently than we've ever done business before. If you would have asked me, 2-3 years ago, if most of our workforce would be working remotely most days of the weeks, I would have said that's impossible. That's never going to happen in government. But here we are now. And that's just one example of how we're doing things differently. There are a lot of positive aspects to this. There's things that we are allowed to try now that I think we thought we never could try before. And we're really fortunate here in Mountain View to have exceptional employees that are very committed to our Mountain View community. And we talk about this a lot, and we thank our staff a lot and appreciate them. And that is really why we're able to take things to the next level in Mountain View. But I want to say that there is a price to this. And the price is a strain on the workforce. We have increasing stress of our staff. We have increasing workloads because people are working on daily activities, COVID-related activities, working remotely, and priority projects. And we're also dealing with employee burnout. So it's both the good and the bad. And really what's happened is this has caused people to leave the organization or leave public service entirely. So what you see on this slide is a snapshot of a survey that was done by Mission Square Research Institute. And they're the research arm of an organization called the International City County Management Association. And last year, at the end of last year, they randomly surveyed around 1,100 public sector employees. This included state employees, local government employees, and also teachers. And the questions they asked in the survey were really geared towards the impact of COVID on these public sector workers. And over half of the people in this survey indicated that they were considering leaving their job, over 50%, and 80% said that their jobs were more stressful because of COVID. So I'm not saying that COVID hasn't impacted everyone, but particularly the strain on public sector employees and essential workers has been heightened during COVID. So one of the things that we are really focused on here in Mountain View, and not just, you know, the doom and gloom of this, and I'm not presenting this to be complaining or to scare anyone, but it's just the reality of what's happening now. And I think that it's good to talk about the reality, because you will see reflected in this recommended budget a lot of solutions and strategies to try and alleviate and combat what I've been talking about. So we're really looking at our HR and our hiring process and giving those resources to HR, really focusing on our employees, succession planning, providing training to our staff, development, coaching. We're still very focused on maintaining our great culture here in Mountain View. And we are known in the region and among staff everywhere for being a very appreciative of staff, a creative culture, a collaborative culture. And you have to maintain that competitive edge, even in the public sector, and especially now, to keep employees and to entice employees to come work for you. So we are very focused on those efforts. We're also focused on what we call the next generation efforts, and that's getting people into the public sector and keeping them here. So there's a lot of staff that are involved in those efforts. And then we're also looking at our own succession planning, as I mentioned. So these are all the strategies and ways that we're trying to get at this. So as I said, those recommendations that are included in the budget really focus on improving processes, supporting our employees, and adding that staffing capacity across the organization. So that's really kind of the foundation of the recommended budget. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Takahashi to walk us through some of the numbers and those budget details.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. And I'm going to go ahead and continue on in providing a financial overview of the budget document. And good evening, council members. Looking at this first slide, the recommended revenues for all city funds total just under $415 million for fiscal 22-23. The city has various funds, as you can see from this chart, but the general operating fund is by far the largest fund and represents close to 40% of the city's entire budget. This next slide is the city expenditures, and for all funds combined, it is just under $470 million. Expenditures are greater than revenues, as some expenditures, such as capital projects, are funded from existing balances, meaning that there's not incoming revenues to fund those, but they're coming from existing reserves or balances that are already there. And I would just note that the general operating fund, there, the largest slice in blue, is just over a third of the total budget. Looking at just the general operating fund budget now for 23 with comparison to the prior year. As I mentioned, it is the single largest fund and provides funding for many of the city's core services, such as police and fire, parks, recreation, library services, some planning and public works, as well as sustainability in all city administrative functions. The estimated revenues for next year are just under $164 million, and expenditures are $158.7 million. This budget includes the city manager's recommendations and is balanced, as City Manager McCarthy noted earlier, and we are projecting an operating balance of $3.5 million by the end of the year. This pie chart of just the general operating fund revenues shows that we have, again, just under $164 million. It breaks down by the various revenue types, and I just want to highlight just a few of those. So of that total, property tax makes up the largest revenue stream, which is about 42% of the total. And then our second largest source, use of money in property, is about $25 million, or about 15%. And the reason for this being the second largest source is that the City of Mountain View actually owns and leases land to various corporate and other businesses in the city. This lease revenue that is received annually makes it somewhat unique from other cities. And this source has helped the city maintain financial stability throughout the pandemic over the last couple of years, as the city is not as heavily dependent upon other revenues such as sales tax and hotel tax that are economically driven. So as you can see then, our last third largest revenue is sales tax at about $22 million of the general operating fund. Moving on to the general operating fund expenditures. This chart shows you where the various expenses are spent by function. As you can see, public safety, which comprise police and fire, comprise almost half of the general fund budget. And that's driven by the fact that they are required to be staffed 24/7, and they're available to all residents, employees, and visitors in the city without fees or dedicated revenue source. Administration and support services are the next largest at almost 17% of the total, but I would just like to point out that this total also includes $2 million in sustainability and human services costs. This is a very high-level summary of the potential or the recommended increased cost to the budget for next year, and we break them down into these three categories: non-discretionary costs, and these are types of expenditures that the city doesn't have a lot of choice in, but to fund due to the ongoing nature, things such as utilities, repairs, janitorial contracts, and things that are needed to maintain ongoing service levels. Increases here, $1.4 million. And then we have discretionary costs, which things that we have a little bit more control over in terms of the timing and how much is needed in a particular year. These costs are recommended for increase of $2.6 million for high priority ongoing programs, of which about $1.7 million relate to personnel recommendations. And then lastly, we have total limited period costs or one-time costs, meaning that these are things that are not recurring from year to year. And this amount of $3.8 million includes about $1.4 million of personnel costs, which a lot of it is mostly for the continuation of existing staffing. A complete listing of the details for all of these costs are in the budget document in section 7 for your information. And each year, the finance department does a multi-year forecast. This year, it's a 5-year forecast that includes latest information available and including our best estimates for the forecasted years. Projecting revenues has proven to be extremely challenging, especially the last couple of years during the pandemic, mainly due to all the unknowns surrounding the pandemic and all of the more recent geopolitical developments that have been occurring around the world. As a reminder, the forecast is just a snapshot in time and can be expected to change depending on numerous factors and assumptions. Our current forecast shows here that next year is forecasted to have a modest ending balance or surplus of about $3.5 million. Excuse me. And it's followed by a break-even year in our second year. And then the last 3 years show some improvement going towards the outer years. So this next slide shows some other major funds outside of the general operating fund, which we track revenues and expenditures separately due to the nature of operations. We have the development services funds that captures the activity for building, planning, and land development surrounding development within the city. Fiscal year 23 expenditures are expected to exceed revenues by $5 million, and this excess would be funded from existing fund balances that were collected from previous year's revenues. We also have the Shoreline Golf Links and Michael's Restaurant. Revenues are expected to exceed expenditures here, leaving a slight balance, positive balance, which we expect to be transferred to the general operating fund at year end. And then finally, we have the Shoreline Regional Park Community, and that is funded primarily from property tax increment revenues. These revenues are expected to exceed expenditures by about $23 million. However, I'd point out that there's also $13.4 million in capital expenditures that are budgeted, so that also will come out of those existing revenues. And I would just also point out that of those expenditures in the Shoreline community, a significant portion are payments to the county and school districts pursuant to established agreements with these entities. So we also are going to be, staff will be making recommendations for the utility rates, and the recommendations for next year are going to be for increases. Nobody likes increases. However, during the past year, our suppliers held 0 increases due to the pandemic. But this next year, they've had to make up for that. So most of these increases are actually pass-through costs from suppliers to the city. For example, water is expected to increase 12%, and for water and meter rates, as well as 5% for recycled water. And primarily this is because of increases that the city has had from its suppliers, the San Francisco PUC, Public Utilities Commission, as well as Valley Water, that have had increases of over 15% to the city. And so trying to hold the costs down, we're trying to keep it as low as possible while recognizing that our costs have increased. This will translate for water to a $13.17 per month increase in rate for the average single family home. In the wastewater area, we're recommending an 8% overall increase rate, and that is primarily due to treatment plant upgrade as well as city operating cost increases. The costs just for the Palo Alto Regional Water Quality Control Plant, or the treatment plant that our water gets treated at, are increasing 6.8% alone. So this will translate into an average increase of $3.70 per month for the average single family. And then lastly, we have our solid waste rate, which is recommended at a 6% overall increase, which also will be a $2.25 per month increase for the average single family, or a 32-gallon cart. And these costs are, some of the costs behind that are increase in the recology collection services, which had a 3% CPI increase, increases in our smart station costs, and then general operating costs for city staff. I would note that there is going to be a Proposition 218 hearing on June 28th for the solid waste rate increase. And that will give an opportunity for utility ratepayers to lodge a protest vote. And notices were sent out last month in order to notice all utility ratepayers. I wanted to just go ahead and give a brief summary of our capital projects recommendations that came to council back in April. So being recommended are about $80 million in capital projects between non-discretionary, discretionary projects, as well as amendments to existing projects. And the next steps after tonight are to get direction, and we will convene another public hearing, as I mentioned, for the trash and recycling rates, as well as approval of the fees and the budget adoption. We'll approve a ban limitation, and as well as the CIP, or Capital Improvement Program adoption. And that concludes staff's report. And we are available. Most of the staff is here to answer questions that you may have on any aspects of the budget.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Does any member of the council have questions? I'm surprised. I do have a couple of hopefully quick questions. Several years ago, I think 2019, the council allocated $7 million for the sustainability program. And I know what we had intended didn't necessarily play out the way that we thought it might. And I'm curious to better understand where that money went.
So that money, and I'll go ahead and take the first stab if City Manager McCarthy, would you like somebody else to also answer that question? But that money was put into a capital improvement project, and it was $7.5 million was dedicated towards the sustainability initiatives. And with that, there was a lot of one-time startup kinds of costs included, and that was enough to get us through 2 to 3 years of spending, given the time frame that was needed to develop some of these programs. And now some of that has been incorporated into some funding. We've been finding a way to incorporate more permanent staffing into some of the positions in the budget ongoing. So that money was spent, and there is still some remaining funds left. I don't have that on the top of my head. We certainly can get that information to you, but a lot of that money was spent on the startup and one-time costs over the last couple of years.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the additional $1 million recommended for the sustainability reserve, what will that likely be used for?
So Mayor, I can answer that. So the intention for the 1 million in the sustainability reserve is really because as we are ramping up our staffing capabilities, we are now starting to fill, as you know, the Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer, our analyst positions in our sustainability program. And so that's what Mr. Takahashi is talking about. We've had positions in our Public Works Department, sustainability positions. So we're finally able to kind of ramp up. So that $1 million is really intended to help with any projects or priorities that come out of the carbon neutrality goal that the Council Sustainability Committee will be discussing, I believe, next week, actually, which will eventually come to Council. So we are expecting that there could possibly be costs for consultants, other programs that are part of the Sustainability Action Plan 4. So it really is just kind of a set aside for what we believe may be coming up and costs that may be needed.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I appreciated the staff analysis about amenities at the community shuttle stops. This is a question I've gotten periodically. What would it take to get a bus shelter or shading or seating, something along those lines? Is there already a capital improvement proposed or a program proposed to evaluate where bus amenities may be most appropriate based on utilization of the stop or anything of that nature?
So I would ask for our Public Works Director, Don Cameron, to provide feedback on whether there is a project for that or not.
Yes, thank you. At this time, we have not included a specific project in our capital improvement program for shuttle stop amenities. What we have done is I'm happy to announce, fully staffed in transportation planning for the first time in years. This is a very recent occurrence. And because of that, now we will be able to put more time and attention on the community shuttle. So in order to answer the question we got from you in that question and answer, I was able to lean on this new staff who very quickly put together an assessment of all of our stops. And it was reassuring to me because it was the first step in what we were wanting to do, which is start to look at every stop. What are the current amenities? Who else we share it with? VTA, MVGo. What are the possibilities? So we do see ourselves doing that over the next year. And then moving towards, if we see that there are candidates for amenities, that we have the right of way, it can be added, we have good ridership at that stop, I could see us then proposing a capital improvement project budget to help put in those amenities.
That's phenomenal. So would council direction tonight be helpful, or is it really not necessary because you're already planning to do this evaluation?
I would say it's not necessary. We are already moving forward with it, but it's good to know that there's support for it.
Okay, fantastic. I hope that's the case, and we can ask the council formally later if that's useful. I might have more questions later, but I think that's good for now. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I appreciate the update on the council work plan. And I was wondering if everything on there, if it needs funding, does it have funding? Is it included in the budget?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So there is an item about broadband service that staff is working on, staff in the city manager's office and the information technology department, and really trying to get a grasp on what is happening with the federal broadband initiatives, how that might relate to what's happening here in the city and with schools. And I think we may need to hire a consultant to help us through that, just because it's a huge project that's very complex with a lot of moving parts. So I would say that is one item that doesn't necessarily have funding for it now, but the other items do have funding as far as I know.
Well, that's the one I was particularly interested in. I feel like since Councilmember McAllister is no longer on the council, somebody had to pick up the broadband mantle. So I thought I would. I think it's really important to our community, especially in areas that are struggling with connectivity to the internet, good connectivity, fast connectivity. And so I'm interested in figuring out how we can fund that. I did have the opportunity to speak with our IT director about it, and got a rough estimate of about $100,000 for that. So I'm hoping my colleagues will support using some of our ARPA funds for that. And let's see, I think that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, this isn't so much a question as, I guess it's a question, it's kind of a comment. We talked a lot about the matrix study and the study session tonight. And in the budget, there are lots of components of it that seem to be funded, particularly, for getting started this year. And then there are other things that are, you say will be in phase 2 and come about next year. So I just wanted to ask if there was any more specificity that you wanted to add about the matrix study and the implementation of it related to the budget. Do you feel like we have a good grasp of what all of it costs? or are we still evaluating in a few instances the recommendations, so we're not sure what they might actually translate in terms of what we should do in Mountain View to reach the goal that was identified in the matrix study? I mean, kind of give us a little bit of an update with respect to the budget compared to when we talked about it with the study session earlier.
Sure. So thank you, Councilmember Showalter. We have been very, I would say, thorough and thoughtful, specifically on the staffing piece. So just to give a little bit of a background on what is included in the matrix study that we keep referencing, in 2020, the city staff embarked upon a process to hire a consultant to do essentially a deep dive or an audit of our development review process in Mountain View. So that involved looking at our processes, looking at our technology, looking at staffing. It involved interviewing developers, staff, residents, just a few, I believe a couple hundred people. Our consultants interviewed people to just find out what their experience has been. And also from the staff perspective, what's staff's experience? What's, staff's ideas on how the process is going? So out of this several months long study, in 2021 came a report which really identified 3 major areas for process improvements. And those 3 areas were around process improvements related to just how we do things. The second was related to technology, so needing to improve our systems and frankly, getting more modern with some of our online services and how we're processing permits and a lot of our other I guess you could call them kind of our intake processes for how we interact with our customers. So that's the technology piece. And the third piece was the staffing piece, which we've talked a lot about tonight. And really looking at where those gaps in staffing are and where we need more capacity, especially now as we continue to grow and as we continue to have the same number of staffing now as we did many, many years ago, but with an ever increasing workload. So those are the 3 categories: process, technology, staffing. So out of that study, we have been able to kind of figure out, all right, what are the phases for everything? Because we can't do everything all at once. So what this recommended budget incorporates is at least the recommendations for staffing. And I believe there are 7 positions, and Mr. Takahashi, you can update or correct me if it's not 7, but around 7 positions that are in 3 departments: community development, public works, and IT, that are all going to be working on the process improvements and also part of the technology. So to your question, Councilmember Showalter, about the funding aspect, I believe we have identified that, and this is really the first step for the staffing piece. We still need time to evaluate more of some of the systems. So that's going to be what one of the new positions is going to do. So one of the recommended positions is an IT senior analyst position. And that person is really going to help lead the efforts to getting a brand new land management system, which is a massive, massive undertaking. And a land management system incorporates a variety of systems into one system that it will enable staff to see a variety of different data points across the organization. So we need someone that's going to help lead those efforts. I already talked about the assistant CDD director, assistant community development director. They're going to help lead this whole process. So I believe that we have identified the funding. However, there is certainly the possibility that next year I could be in front of you and in the recommended budget next year, identifying other budgetary needs. So I think some things are going to come out of the process over the next year or so. There might be things that I might need to bring at mid-year budget, but the good news is that we've identified it, we are working on it, and we have our phases where we're really starting to march and move ahead. The staffing piece is the really critical piece, though, that we have to move on first. And it doesn't mean that we're going to have someone here tomorrow, because we still got to go through the recruitment process. But this is a big first step.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful. And I'm sure that, you know, maybe questions will come up maybe quarterly that essentially are, what's the status of this effort? Because it is very important to our community and our local community, and, you know, and our regional community that deals with us on development. And so thanks for all that information. Really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Showalter. And I should have mentioned that we do have a webpage that has all of this information on it that the public can review the report. And we're putting updates on that webpage as well. So where we're at in the process. I can find out what that webpage is and mention it in a little bit. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So, as I'm sure you all know, there's been, due to the death of Andre Ratana, the bicycle death, there's been a lot of talk about improving bike safety in the city. And I recently spoke to a group of advocates for bike safety and other things related to active transportation. Mountain View Streets for All is the name of the group, which I'm sure many of you have also heard of. They thought that our staffing for safe routes to school is below what other cities have. And I noticed that we are putting in $50,000 proposed for additional crossing guards at new intersections. And I'm just wondering, this is a question for the city manager, since we have a $23 million balance in the budget, if we could add to that, I would prefer not to wait too long to address the problem more. So I'm wondering if you might have any advice. I imagine we wouldn't put together a full staffing program, you know, on the spot right now, but if you have any comments for how we might address that, or if you're thinking of increasing staffing regarding safe routes to school in any way.
So thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks. I'll give a few comments and then I'll turn to our Public Works Director to fill in some blanks for me. So first thing, yes, we have included $50,000 to add more crossing guard services. And I'll note that this is in addition to $50,000 that the Mountain View Wisman School District also added. So we had matching funding to provide more crossing guards at more intersections. So that's, you know, $100,000 total. So this is certainly a huge priority of the cities, and I would say the school districts as well. What staff are working on now is some really important work directly with various schools around town, where we have our transportation staff going on site and doing really fun trainings and learning programs with the various grades, basically, with the schools, with the grades, which Ms. Cameron can talk about a little bit further. In regards to staffing, I'm not prepared to make any recommendations for new staff on this, because as Ms. Cameron mentioned, we are now fully staffed up and have more transportation staff than we ever have. But we may want to think about some sort of funding for consultant work. So I would ask if Dawn has any ideas now, or it's something that we might want to consider and bring back to council at mid-year, because we are really doing a lot of various programs right now with the district and just among our own transportation staff. But Dawn, I'm not sure if you have any thoughts or would add to that.
Thank you, City Manager. I do. First off, for just a little historical perspective for the City Council, when I started with the city 5 years ago, our Safe Routes to School program was a consultant contract that was managed by our real property program administrator. Let's just give you a sense. I want to give you a sense of how far we have come. So now that we're fully staffed in our transportation section, and actually, even before we were fully staffed a few months ago, we were able to bring on a couple new transportation planners and fill those positions. We were really able to activate our Safe Routes to School program, combined with the fact that the students were returning to school, because we went dormant a year ago when the students were just at home doing homeschooling. And we went ahead and started a very active program and planning for it. Even before the tragedy of the fatality, we were already working on a program. And at this point, I would estimate that we are committing about 1/3 to 40% of a transportation planner's time to our Safe Routes to School program, in addition to consultant assistance that's already funded through grants that we get from VTA. And when we have these events at the schools, we bring out our whole transportation team. That's 4 to 5 people running these events. And one of the things I would refer to is we were asked to give an update to the Council Transportation Committee at the May meeting about the program. And I'm what the other council members may want to speak to it. We have a full report written up that explains not only all the recent activities that we've done. I'm very impressed by what staff has done, their plans for next year, but what they're really working on is this partnership and this coordinating committee, they call it, that involves the schools, our city staff, and parents. And the goal is to develop a program that's living among all these groups, because it can't just be the city going on campuses providing this training. There's too many schools, too many students. It has to be done constantly. So we need to build it into the school curriculum. We need to be having regular events in the schools that the parents are helping to hold, as well as the teachers. And that's what we're working towards as well. So I would recommend that we're really just got to start in the last couple months. We expect to do a lot more in the fall. We will evaluate how we're doing, and if we could use a little more budgetary assistance, we could come back in mid-year. We may want to ramp up a little more on our consultant support, because they provide a lot of the materials that we use, a lot of the training guides. They help with organizing some of the programs at the schools. And if we need more assistance in that area, that would be a good time for us to evaluate and ask for that assistance.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you have additional staff and you're doing a lot more because students have gone back to school, plus the tragedy, I imagine, spurred people to do a lot more as well. And that in the fall you can, and probably with additional feedback from the public, you might find ways that you want to beef it up more, and that would be the time to, after that would be the time to ask for additional funding.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Very much. Are there any other questions from the council? If not, then turn to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. First speaker is Kavita. Kavita, are you able to unmute yourself?
There we go. Does that work?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Can't see yourself?
I can't.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Gosh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're welcome to speak whenever you're ready.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
we can.
All right, sorry, my computer is acting funny. My name is Kavita Iyer. I'm a Mountain View resident and work as Director of Communications at the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation. Tonight I speak on behalf of the foundation and its Executive Director who is away on travel, in support of City staff's recommendation to award a $500,000 grant to the Mountain View Solidarity Fund, Fondo de Solidaridad de Mountain View, a project we fiscally sponsor. Last year, the city took a leap of faith to allocate $1 million to the Solidarity Fund to support vulnerable, low-income families in our community. Under-resourced families in our community continue to face great challenges: financial, mental health and wellness, stable housing, just to name a few. The Solidarity Fund leaders have estimated approximately 300 families will require checks averaging $2,500 each. We appreciate staff's proposed $500,000 allocation to the Solidarity Fund, which will support additional vulnerable low-income families in our community and will close the gap of the approximate $800,000 that is actually needed. Based on the Solidarity Fund leaders' long history of work in the community and what they demonstrated in the fall with the $1 million allocation from the city, we are confident that they will quickly and effectively redistribute these funds to low-income households in need. Thank you so much for your consideration of this. We know that you're all balancing a lot in your decision-making with the budget and ARPA funds, and we also know that Mountain View Solidarity Fund will do good work with any allocation of resources by the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Avenidas, LGBTQ programs.
Hello. My name is Thomas Kingery, and I'm here representing the Avenidas Rainbow Collective. I'm here to ask that the Mountain View City Council use the ARPA funds to create an RFP to help support LGBTQ older adults in the city of Mountain View. The Avenidas Rainbow Collective is a program where under the Avenidas umbrella, you might know us from the Avenidas Rose Kleiner Adult Day Health Center there in Mountain View. We also run the Senior Center in Palo Alto. Older adults in general are isolated and depressed, but LGBTQ older adults are at higher risk of depression, suicide, and isolation. So I asked that the Mountain View City Council use some of the ARPA funds to expand their LGBTQ programming for older adults, as well as younger adults in the community as well, but I represent older adults, and oftentimes older adults are not seen, especially the LGBTQ ones. In their life, they've had to hide to survive, and Avenidas Rainbow Collective is here to help them not hide anymore and live their authentic lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Adina Levin, Executive Director with Friends of Caltrain, and I'm here with a specific budget request urging the Mountain View City Council to renew the organizational membership in Friends of Caltrain to support the educational initiatives to help community members in Mountain View participate constructively in topics relating to Caltrain and sustainable transportation in Mountain View and the Peninsula Corridor. And some of the activities and themes that we're going to be focusing on in the coming year include bringing riders back to transit following the impacts of COVID, including celebrating transit in Mountain View and Santa Clara County, budget concerns that could affect the amount of service in upcoming years, completion of electrification and planning for new service patterns, decision processes relating to regional and state funding for public transportation. MTC just last Friday advanced a process potentially to authorize legislation for regional transportation funding, and that's going to have outreach happening in the coming year. Opportunities for regional coordination of fares and schedules, equity programs, and opportunities to advance grade separation projects and more. Would be happy to answer questions. And it also came to my attention that unfortunately some comments of public comments of mine were misconstrued and regarding grade separations. Friends of Caltrain has long supported consistently grade separation on the Peninsula Corridor, including the good projects in Mountain View, and we'll be happy to take any questions about that topic as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Perez.
Buenas noches, respetables miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Paula Pérez y estoy aquí para hablar en representación de mis compañeras líderes de Fondo de Solidaridad de Mountain View. Primero, quiero decir muchas gracias a todos ustedes por el apoyo brindado a nuestra comunidad durante los 2 últimos años, ofreciendo diferentes apoyos como, por ejemplo, el Centro de Ayuda para la Vivienda y Desalojo, así como también alivio de alquiler a través de CSA y más. Especialmente damos gracias a ustedes por haber asignado a Fondo de Solidaridad el año pasado $1 millón con el cual se beneficiaron 400 familias que estaban pasando por situaciones económicas muy complicadas debido a la pandemia. A través de nuestra estrecha relación con la comunidad, vimos que la necesidad en este tiempo de pandemia es mucho mayor. Las familias que fueron beneficiadas con el millón son apenas una parte de las cientos de familias que siguen pasando una situación económica complicada. Fondo de Solidaridad está muy agradecido con el personal de la ciudad por haber hecho la recomendación de $500,000 para seguir apoyando a familias vulnerables de nuestra comunidad. Pero la necesidad es muy grande. $500,000 no serán suficientes para dar alcance a todas las familias que no tuvieron la oportunidad de recibir ningún apoyo federal o local. Por esta razón, Fondo de Solidaridad de Mountain View estamos abogando ante ustedes $800,000 con los cuales se beneficiarían 300 familias que no han sido beneficiadas y no han recibido ningún apoyo económico. Y con este dinero ellas recibirían un apoyo de $2,500. Nosotros.
I'm sorry, Paula.
I can translate that for her.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and translate. Good evening, respectable council members. My name is Paula Perez. I am here to speak on behalf of fellow leaders of the Mountain View Solidarity Fund. First, I want to say thank you very much to all of you for your support given to our community during the last 2 years, offering different supports such as the Help Center for Housing and Eviction, as well as the rent relief through CSA and more. Especially today, we thank you for allocating a solidarity fund last year of $1 million, with which 400 families who were going through very complicated economic situations due to the pandemic benefited. Through our close relationship with the community, we saw that the need during the pandemic is much greater. The families that benefited from the million are just a part of hundreds of families that are and continue to experience a difficult economic situation. Solidarity Fund is very grateful to the city staff for making the recommendation of $500,000 to support vulnerable families in our community. But the need is great, and $500,000 will not be enough to reach all the families who did not have the opportunity to receive any support, either local or federally. For this reason, we are advocating before you for $800,000, which would benefit 300 families that have not been able to benefit and would receive financial support of $2,500. We, as leaders of the Solidarity Fund of Mountain View, had the opportunity to demonstrate our ability to lead with money from the city last fall, making the redistribution of $1 million in an easy, fast, and effective way to low-income families. We ask in a very attentive way that you consider our request to approve $800,000 and allocate it to the Solidarity Fund to redistribute it in an easy, fast, and effective way to the most vulnerable families in our community. Thank you very much for your attention. With respect and gratitude, Paula.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the translation. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, Lisa, I'm very excited to hear you're taking up John's mantle. You know that I really want municipal broadband, and I have for a long time. Of all the places to have, a city leading the way on supplying its people with the access to the internet, let's do it. Let's do it now. Anything you need, let me know.
All right. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Malia.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you so much. So good evening, Mayor Ramirez and City Council of Mountain View. I'm here to discuss the abundance of ARPA funds that are available, specifically around economic development, and believing that recovery is multi-generational. So we're proposing ARPA funds for households earning 50% of the AMI or less. My name is Malia Pires, and I'm a 16-year resident of Mountain View, and I'm also the executive director of a local nonprofit Reach Potential movement that has been proudly serving Mountain View residents since 2009. We began serving the city inhabitants by addressing academic insecurity in the public schools and offering parenting classes such as the Parent Project. Over the past few years, we've added to our passions by heavily focusing on food and housing insecurity, advocating and educating ourselves while connecting with residents facing fears of going to sleep hungry and or becoming homeless. All these insecurities point to or can lead to poverty. With 1 in 4 children in Silicon Valley food insecure and many living below the poverty line, we recognize that in order to truly eradicate poverty for Mountain View families, we must support both children and their families, taking a holistic approach to offering lasting solutions and creating economic development opportunities. We currently serve 1,000 residents, unique individuals per month. We primarily serve low-income households in Mountain View, many who are essential workers. Some striking statistics, 18% of those residents are Hispanic. It's the #1 demographic in the Mountain View Wisman School District. And COVID learning loss has exponentially affected these families. To advance equitable wealth, health, and academic opportunities for our participants, we must address 3 stages of poverty, with the last one being economic development. We piloted a program in the fall and received great feedback, and we'd like to do more. So I love the RFP suggestion.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nadia Mora. Nadia, are you able to unmute yourself? Nadia, all right, so we'll go ahead and try Kevin first, and then we'll return to Nadia. So Kevin Ma, you're next.
Evening again, Council. Man, it's a midnight meeting. Haven't had one of these in a while. I'd like to thank the city for emphasizing the role of staffing the city to 100% capacity. It is important that the city does meet its residents' needs by making sure it has the people to actually do things. Though I will ask that the city try to prevent issues like the fact that there's been 2 planning positions open since 2017. Like, if there are issues hiring such an important position in such an impacted department, perhaps it'd be better if we would know that earlier in advance, if we have to, raise the salary if necessary, as we did with the Chief Sustainability Officer, because inherently that has been a complaint that was brought up in the development review study, that there's not enough staff to handle so many applications in our city, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Good that there are projects, bad it's taking so long. The news about that there's a dashboard for development review study is news to me, because right now I've only seen the PDF, and the PDF still gives the old recommendation timelines, where the IT position should have been hired in the last fiscal year, not this fiscal year. So everything is now a bit delayed by about a year, which is unfortunate because there are a lot of the study recommendations that depend on the new software in place. So I hope there's some strategy to perhaps try to speed it up, because punting it to 2025, 2026 is a little bit cutting it in terms of addressing our need to get development speed higher so we can actually address more projects in the future. And I echo a previous comment speaker, the Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain. It is important that we do have the funding necessary to support transit, including transit education, so that people are able to use it and so we can get people off of cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll try Nadia Mora again. Nadia, you're up next. Nadia, are you able to unmute yourself? All right, we'll give you one more opportunity at the end, but we're going to proceed now to Tim McKenzie.
Hi, all. I want to echo what I heard a little bit ago from an earlier commenter. Municipal broadband, what a wicked cool idea. This is, we are the heart of the home place of Google. This is the place to do it. This is where we are going to do it. Also want to echo what I just heard about making sure that we have enough staff. Part of the reason that we're here so late is that the housing element went for a long time. It's a very important element, and one of the concerns was having enough staff capacity. It always seems like staff capacity is the most precious resource that we have. And speaking of having enough staff, I'm an active participant in the Public Safety Advisory Board meetings, and just a few months ago, there was a presentation about the budget to PSAB, wherein we learned that there are more than 2 times as many sworn officers as are needed for full 24/7 coverage of the city. And in terms of the amount of officers needed, there are twice as many that we have. I remember last year, there was an open call for a police officer job that was converted to a city staff job. I think it'd be great to continue to to reinvest our resources, divest from militarized policing, and invest in the care that our communities need. And continuing to do that, thinking of how, as a city, we actually are allocating our municipal budget, and how much of it is going to the police, and whether that's actually a prudent use of our money. So I'd be remiss if I wasn't asking for that at our budget meeting here. So thanks a lot. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tom Myers.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Ramirez and City Council members. Pleasure to speak with you tonight. I would like to echo the comments so very well put by Paulo Perez earlier about the second round of money going to direct financial assistance for the Solidarity Fund and to CSA. That money is incredibly hard to fundraise for and to get. No strings attached, direct financial assistance. It was just incredibly, an incredible godsend to us. I'd also like to say thank you for the second round of funding, if you approve that at your next meeting, for the guaranteed basic income program. That's going to provide us probably the most valuable insight we have into poverty available to us in Mountain View, and it will be incredibly valuable to the city and to those of us who work with vulnerable populations. And then finally, I would just like to say, you're going to hear a lot of very worthy groups about the things that they can bring to the city with any excess funding from ARPA. And I would think that a considered process, an RFP process that takes into consideration all kinds of things about outcomes and how many are going to be served and so forth, is probably the fairest and best way to proceed with that. So I would fully support doing something like that. And CSA is here to help any group that would like to in that RFP process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to try Nadia Mora one more time. Nadia, are you able to unmute yourself? if you are speaking, we cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. If you have a comment, maybe send an email to the council and we'll try and review it as best as we are able to. I'm sorry we weren't able to hear your thoughts. So there are no other members of the public wishing to speak. So we will proceed now to council deliberation and a motion ultimately will be in order. What I'm thinking of doing is segmenting the discussion. First, we'll talk about the ARPA allocation, because I think there's going to be a lot of input there. And then once we've come to some majority support for a particular allocation, we'll proceed with the rest of the budget discussion. And then we'll take a comprehensive motion based on whatever majority supported items we come up with. And very similarly, I'll do my best to record the recommendations that I hear, and we'll take straw motions. That seems like the easiest way of doing this. Councilmember Shoreline.
Well, this is a great situation to find ourselves in, to have money that we can use, put to good works in our community to help everyone get through the COVID crisis. I think the things that have been suggested by the staff are excellent, but I would like to suggest that we bump up the amount to the Solidarity Fund to $800,000 as has been suggested. There was also a small increase asked for the neighborhood grants program. It's been fairly static for a number of years, and I think that there's like a 10% increase requested. Maybe staff, you could help me out with what that was. And then also, I remember in the past that our interactions with the Friends of Caltrain were very productive. They provided a lot of education, and that was both general to the regional network and specific to how things were working or not working in Mountain View. That was really valuable. So I would be interested in giving them a little bit of money too. But then the other thing I think is because we don't have to spend this money until 2026, I don't think there's anything wrong with just not allocating some of it at this point. And because there will undoubtedly be other needs that arise that we don't know about right now. And it would be good to have some of this money available for the future. So those are just some quick thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just to clarify, so we're going to talk about ARPA first. The Friends of Caltrain membership request is, I think, in the other category in the balance of the budget discussion, because I believe it is an ongoing membership. I guess in theory it could be, well, I don't know, we might need staff's input.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
But
yeah,
putting that for the next discussion, but just ARPA for now. And I think the state, we could talk about this as well. I think that the neighborhood grant program similarly probably should be in the next the next part of this discussion, unless there's a strong sentiment to use ARPA funding specifically for the neighborhood grant program. Councilmember Abetoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So if we're just talking about ARPA, I agree. I agree that we're in a very fortunate situation, and I would say that it's been because of our long history of fiscal prudence that we're here. And I specifically wanted to call out our pension and OPEB. Other pension obligations. I was pleased to see that, I believe it's with OPEB, we're almost pretty much funded, which is quite an accomplishment. And very few cities have been able to do that. And because we are where we are, we have this extra funding that we can use for the community. And my, since last year when we got our first tranche, my interest has been to try to get the funding out to the community, to those most in need as quickly as possible. So to that end, I also support increasing the funding to the Solidarity Fund to $800,000. I think we all probably met with them, and they were, I was pleased to hear their accomplishments. They've established a track record. They have an estimate of how much more they think they need to be able to satisfy the need. And that seemed to be in that $800,000 range. So I would support that. My thought, frankly, is with the extra funding, again, is to try to get it out as quickly as possible, because I still think there is need out there. So I would like to specifically focus on our small businesses, and was looking at increasing that funding to $500,000 total. I've done a little bit of walking around, talking to business owners, mostly on Castro Street, admittedly, and I've just asked them, what do you need? What can we do to help? And they've given some interesting ideas. One was, as you know, several were hit with the ADA lawsuit. And so there's some ADA improvements that could be made that we could perhaps assist small businesses in doing. There's also this interesting idea with job training. And so that's my other thought was to increase the job training amount too by another to $500,000. But I don't know how this would quite work, but the businesses mentioned how, admittedly, such as I supported and championed the minimum wage increase, there are some challenges to that, especially during the training phase of new employees. And so the businesses owners I spoke to had asked if there's something we could do there. And I haven't quite figured it out. And I would, of course, lean on staff to try to figure that out. But I think that is an important piece. The challenge is, it's hard, number one, to hire folks because there aren't many folks looking for employment, it sounds like. But even when that happens, they spend time training them, and then as soon as they're trained, they often leave for higher paying jobs or elsewhere. So that's the problem, or that's the issue, that there's some solutions that are being sought by businesses, is my understanding. So those were the areas that I would look to also increase funding. I appreciate, I know, there are probably a lot of groups out there. We've heard from quite a few of them. And I could support a process, but I would say it should be an RFP process then. And my concern again with that is just the time it would take to get the funding out. So my preference would be to go with what we have, and then to just increase those amounts in those categories. Thanks.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, though, for the increase for business support. Are you recommending an increase in the specific program recommended by staff, which says development of a toolkit to help Mountain View small businesses with risk assessment and mitigation strategies to continue to thrive in the face of increasing variability in the economy and environment? I thought what I heard was more direct financial assistance for businesses. And so is it the latter?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I know that you're right. The categories that are listed by staff don't quite fit, I guess, what I was thinking, but what I would be interested in is to under small businesses to be able to include some kind of financial assistance program similar to the grant program we did earlier. But if it seems like there are these specific needs that I've heard. There may be others. I would hope that we could have our economic development director with the consultant that we've, I think, brought on by now, looking at economic vitality strategies to come up with some other projects, programs, ways to help small businesses. And then, and then Castro Streets, it could be under Castro Streets, the ADA improvements were mentioned there. So maybe upping that part as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I also feel like I would like to get some of these funds out fairly quickly, and also support some of the council work plan items, specifically broadband. But I also, given that we spent, so I've sort of lost track, either 4 hours or 5 hours talking about the housing element and the need for affordable housing, I actually would like to put quite a bit of money into the Affordable Housing Fund. I said that the first time we got our ARPA funds, and that didn't happen. And we have used some of our affordable housing funds, as we should have, to provide immediate relief for folks. But I think we should now backfill a little bit because we do need a lot of affordable housing funds for the number of units we want to have built in the city. So I actually would like to do 100,000 to the broadband work plan to make sure that happens. I absolutely support additional assistance to our small businesses, and whether that's direct financial assistance. And then I think Councilmember Abekoga just also said an increase to Castro Streets to help for ADA. I absolutely could support that. And then frankly, I would just like to take the rest of it, and I'm not sure how much Councilmember Abekoga was thinking, so I don't know the total here, but the remainder into the affordable housing funds. That would be my preference. I feel like, we have to do some short-term things and some long-term things. And it's not a whole lot that we'd be contributing to affordable housing, but I feel like every bit helps. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I have several thoughts. I very much liked what staff put forward, and I would like to see an increase in the Solidarity Fund. If we can get that to 800,000 total. And then I think some additional funds for housing and eviction help. The eviction crisis is still very much going on for families in the community. I'm very supportive of the Castro Streets improvements, and I believe that the ADA improvements that were talked about there are on the city's infrastructure. And if we're giving grants to private businesses, I think we need to take a wider lens than Castro Street, because right now the businesses that are on Castro Street do have the benefit of the closure in being able to expand on an unlimited basis. And the businesses that are on the side streets do not have that ability. And I think we ought to strive to have an equitable situation for multiple businesses there. I would like to see us do a council ad hoc committee on the downtown in conjunction with the increased funding for the Castro streets, because I think it's the time when we need to have council visibility and accountability on what's happening in the downtown and the aesthetic and physical changes that we need to make there, as well as the amenities and et cetera. So I'm hopeful that the mayor can institute an ad hoc committee on that, so we have the right level of accountability. And then I would like to see an RFP process for any additional funds. I think I'm more supportive of seeing it go into programming. Right now, I think that the affordable housing is very laudable, but it's a more complex mixture of issues. And I would like to see us be able to look at what the needs of the community are right now. I know that there's increased youth mental health needs and some other things that we could be looking at that are really pressing right now.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, honestly, the beauty of speaking last is that most of the things I was going to say have been said. And I'm not going to go down the whole list and say I support everything. I think that, you know, the $800,000 for the Solidarity Fund, increasing the community workforce development, the additional funding for small businesses, the broadband, the housing and eviction help centers. So all of those, I maybe I left something out, but basically I'm in accord with what all council members have said. Also, a council, as Council Member Lieber said, a council committee, however she phrased it, to go along with the downtown work, the Castro streets work, I think is a good idea. So I guess what I'm left with is a procedural question. Mayor, do you have ideas for making it all balance? Or are you just waiting for a motion?
I'm comfortable either way. A member of the council is welcome to recommend an allocation, or what I was going to attempt to do is try and fit everything in as best as I can and use the balance as the source of funding, the almost $1.2 million.
Okay.
So I can do their rough math, but if there are any other ideas or particular recommendations, then I'm all ears as well.
No, I think that would be great since you've taken notes, and it seems like it roughly got close to balancing with maybe some extra money for an RFP.
All right. Jesse, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest if it might be helpful to you all that we have a spreadsheet to track this, that we could screen share, and we can kind of put up, there's a lot of ideas that came up in different numbers, and this might help. So you guys then can kind of figure out what numbers you want, and they can see what's available.
Yes, please. That would be very valuable.
Okay, I'm going to have our assistant director, Grace, who's been monitoring this in the background, if she can come up, and then Bree brought up into the panel, then we can go ahead and screen share that and update that as you go.
Good morning. Oh, it's good morning. Good evening, council members.
This is our Assistant Finance Director, Grace Ng.
Thank you for your help. While we wait for that, I did have a quick question for staff. There was a recommendation for a $100,000 allocation for the broadband work plan. That one I don't have as much familiarity with. So from staff's perspective, is that an appropriate amount? Is there a different amount that staff would have us consider if we wanted to make a dent in that work?
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. Yes, I do believe that's an appropriate amount. We haven't really done all of the legwork to understand how much a consultant would cost, but I think that's a good amount to set aside. And that will allow us to certainly hire someone and do other work that may be related to that. If let's say it's only 60,000 and not 100,000, then that will leave some money, left over that you all could consider at a later time as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So I do have a proposal. So I'll just run through it and then we can take council feedback. So the first is an additional $300,000 for the Solidarity Fund, which is reflected here. An additional $250,000 for job training to bring it up to 500 even. We have the $200,000 for the small business economic climate resilience, and there was a recommendation to bringing that up to 500. So an additional $300,000 for small business support, and that probably most likely looks like financial assistance, but maybe we could have some staff recommendations for the best use of that funding. An additional $150,000 for the housing eviction the Housing and Eviction Help Center, a $100,000 allocation for broadband, and then that leaves us with, by my math, $95,540. And I think that one could go into community needs or health needs, I think was sort of the generic allocation. And the reason I wouldn't recommend affordable housing is we have the amount of money that's needed to subsidize a project is significant. And I guess it's true, any contribution is valuable, but we'll need a substantial investment, I think, for it to be really meaningful, whereas a lot of the programming that we're looking at here will have a tremendous impact in a much shorter period of time. And then $1.5 million for Castro Streets is a pretty significant investment. So we can look at additional funding, but I think it would be good for staff to sort of more clearly spell out what that would fund before we allocate even more money to that. So see here, 300 for Solidarity Fund. It looks a little bit different from what I was thinking, but it's substantially similar. So let's take some feedback on this recommendation, and then we could massage it maybe with another round of comments. And if we get close to something that everyone is comfortable with, we can take a quick straw poll and then move on to the balance of the budget. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. So in our agenda, the support for small business, oh, no, I see it's economic and climate resilience. So the small business grants for COVID-related losses would be under that. But I wasn't sure what we were attempting to get at in terms of climate resilience support to small businesses.
Mayor, if I may, thank you. Okay, so thank you. So I am bringing over our economic development manager, John Lang, to discuss what staff was intending for the resilience grants and work with the small businesses, which would be different than the general grant program that we had before. So you do have a couple choices. So John, would you explain what staff was thinking of, and then also what our experience was with that second round of grant funding with businesses?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, community of Mountain View. John Lang, Economic Vitality Manager. What staff was proposing was a slightly different approach on assisting businesses. One thing that we've kind of learned from the whole COVID experience is just business preparation. Obviously, lots of things are happening with climate. And we also recognize that there is more and more funding going to the world of supporting businesses and being climate resilient. And that has to do with temperature change, impact on employees, impact on health, air quality, things of that nature. So we were trying to come up with a program designed around that aspect of climate and being more resilient to those kinds of changes instead of the impact of COVID from a health perspective. So that was the original thinking and proposal around the climate resiliency element and kind of hardening small businesses around that aspect. As it relates to grants, just to share with all of you, our last round of grant funding, one supported new grant opportunities to small businesses, but after we did that call, over 50% of the businesses that applied were actually businesses that had already gotten grant funding from the city. So our initial attempt to encourage businesses that hadn't been funded or received funding in prior rounds, we were really trying to get at those types of businesses. We weren't as successful. So a vast majority of the second round of funding went back to businesses that had already received prior rounds of funding. And your economic development staff have heard from just a handful of businesses about additional funding. Just to remind you, the way those grant funds were being used were primarily for back rent. And very few of those opportunities really went to purchasing equipment or supplies associated with COVID, but it was really backfilling rent is how a vast majority of individuals stated how they use those funds.
Okay. And Mayor, if I may, a follow-up question for Mr. Lang. On the ADA issue, we have line 33 and line 34, and actually line 34 contains the city's ADA improvements for Castro Street. And then what Councilmember Abe-Koga was suggesting was Castro Street businesses ADA improvement or wider business ADA improvement. And my sense of things is that many businesses are in search of technical help around ADA issues. There is no hard and fast rules around the ADA necessarily. There's no safe harbor, but it seems like many businesses are in search of the technical help. And so do we have anything like that currently going where we're presenting seminars and information that's culturally competent about what you need to do to get closer to ADA compliance?
Thank you for the question. One thing we did after the rash of lawsuits that impacted many Mountain View businesses, we did partner with the Chamber of Commerce and put on a recorded seminar around how to, one, address if you've been served with a lawsuit. If you hadn't been served with a lawsuit, some of the common areas that are targeted for lawsuits. And we have shared that information that's easily available through the Chamber's website. And then as an ongoing item, representatives from the building department and the economic development team at no charge go out to businesses and do light assessments of their businesses, where we will walk through and say the the countertop might be too high, you don't have an accessible table here. So some of these things can be mitigated with very simple measures. Others are very expensive measures to fix, potentially replacing doors, replacing counters to bring them into code. So the variety of solutions are run the gamut in terms of potential costs, but we do try and give some advice to them. Businesses always have the ability to hire a certified access specialist, which is a very deep dive on truly understanding the accessibility of your business. But that does cost money to do that, and then certainly to implement the recommendations that come out of that report. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And that's very helpful to know about what's already going on. I think, the goal is really to make sure that our businesses can do business, and also that people living with disabilities can be out in the community and know that, if the restaurant is accessible, that the restroom is also accessible, and issues like that. And so I'd be interested in getting back, information of maybe about what other cities are doing about low interest loans. What I wouldn't want to get in the position of would be where we offer to pick up the tab for businesses that have not made efforts, and then others who already have put money into the infrastructure in their business are kind of, they paid for it themselves. So I'd like to see how some other cities are handling that, where you don't have a free rider situation, but you also have a good presentation for everyone.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Councilmember Leeper?
No, I'd just love to see number 33 and number 34 clarified, because we definitely want to take care of ADA improvements to our own sidewalks and infrastructure. And that was included in number 34, I guess. The 1.5 million for the Castro streets includes sewer, ADA, pedestrian improvements, public activity, street furniture, et cetera. But that's our own sidewalks that we're responsible for.
Thank you. I did want to clarify in the spreadsheet, in my mind, and other members of the council can correct me if I'm wrong, workforce development and job training are largely synonymous. And so I think we can consolidate those two items. And I thought the recommendation from Councilmember Abikoga was to bring the workforce development or job training item up to $500,000, which would be a $250,000 increase. And I would suggest that come out of the community needs or health needs item. I think that more accurately captures the comments I heard. But of course, we're still taking input. So this is a preliminary idea. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I was wondering if the 1.5 million for Castro streets covers the side streets as well, or is it strictly Castro? Because I think to Councilmember Lieber's point, we want to make sure we are helping the businesses on the side streets and doing things to improve the public area on those streets. I think also helps. But it's not clear to me if it's just Castro or if it's more than Castro. And I'm talking about in the staff report on page 7. I'm not sure who can answer that question, but would somebody be able to answer that for me?
Yes, thank you. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Just to clarify, the Castle Streets improvements that are listed, first off on the ADA improvements, we were focused more on the city infrastructure, improving accessibility along Castle Street and access to the businesses themselves. So it could be adding additional ramps from the sidewalk onto the street at various points. So it's not just at the corners, that type of thing. We did not plan for improvements on the side streets themselves. We were looking at, whether we would like to do a little bit more related to pickup and drop-off areas, accessibility, again, maybe along those streets heading to Castro. That would be, more not just for ADA strict purposes, but just general accessibility. So again, the focus is on the Castro closure, and there might be some side street improvements, but it's generally related to accessibility leading to Castro Street.
And did you already factor in the, I guess I would say the small amount sort of that would be applied to the side streets into the 1.5 million?
At this point, we're still scoping out the interim improvements that we're proposing. And honestly, I don't think 1.5 million is going to be enough for everything we laid out there. So we were planning to supplement that 1.5 million with other capital CIP funds. Once we had fully scoped out the interim improvements, we just felt this would go a long ways towards what we would like to do out there. And as well as the Castle Street itself is in severe need of sewer replacement and upsizing. And we would like to get that done before we really start investing in the PEDMO, or we'll just be tearing up the work we just put in there. So we saw ourselves using a portion of this towards that sewer work, which is already under design, but we'll probably have to supplement that as well as wastewater funds. As we continue to develop the interim design plans, which will be on the city side, that is something we were planning to bring to council, and and be part of also creating a CIP to make those improvements. It also includes, by the way, redoing those cross streets intersections to make them far more pedestrian friendly for people crossing those cross streets and they're just traveling along the Castro Ped Mall. So that's another, major infrastructure related cost that we want to take on, because we really want to create a really connected mall among the 3 blocks, even on the interim basis that eventually leads to the more permanent reconstruction of the pedestrian mall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is just one idea for an allocation, and this would exhaust the balance that initially had been proposed to go through a community process. Are there any other recommendations, or if not, we can just take a straw poll on this specific allocation? Councilmember Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't clear on what the job training increase would cover, the additional 250,000.
I'll take a stab at that. So I think when I had spoken with the city manager about the workforce development allocation, I think what staff had intended to do was come back to council with recommendations for specific programs. And that could be existing programs, it could be partnerships based on some of the comments we've received by email recently. But we wouldn't specify a program tonight, just simply allocate funding that will come back to us with a formal staff recommended proposal.
And so it looks like we're getting fairly close to, well, maybe not so close, but significantly into the excess that we would have for an RFP. So that's what I know. There's, there's only so much in the piggy bank, and only spread so far.
And I think this actually zeroes out that balance, if I'm not mistaken. City Manager, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councilmember Lieber. So this does zero out the 1.2 million excess. So just to clarify, I was going to make sure that the workforce development piece was fleshed out. So as you mentioned, we have the Career Online High School program, which we launched through the library, and we had our first graduate. So there are some existing programs that staff was going to be able to devote more resources to. That was one of them, in addition to some job training and skills development classes. And then on top of that, we can explore new programs and partnerships. So to confirm what the mayor mentioned, yes, we would need to talk to staff, explore what some of those partnership proposals are in the community, where we could look at various job skills, job training opportunities, and then come back to council with a recommendation, essentially. So again, build upon existing programs and probably create one or two new programs. So that's the workforce development and job training piece. And then to clarify, the support to small businesses from 200 to 500 would be those resiliency and climate support grants that Economic Development Manager John Lang was mentioning. So that's what that would be for, unless you all want to carve out just direct funding again to businesses, which, as he mentioned, would probably go towards the same businesses that applied in the other multiple rounds. And then the third item is I need to clarify what community needs is. I'm unsure of what category that is, and it's not something that staff recommended. So I just want to be clear on what council's recommending for that.
Thank you. So I think I'll invite members of the council who had made the recommendations to share their thoughts on what that could look like. Councilmember Abikoga, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. So that was actually my question as well, but I was assuming that community needs was the balance that we would put into a potential RFP program. But in light of the amount, I guess I would ask staff, it's, right, there's staff work involved, and I don't want it to become a long process with a lot of effort, staff time taken into it. So I would ask staff for, your thoughts. Like, my thought is, with the $100,000 left over, I mean, we could just do it as a grant program. We could do, up to $10,000. So $10,000 grants. If we just set some monetary value, would that help to just minimize the work? I think if we do the free for all, we're already getting letters and that's what I don't want. I would like to just set some certain criteria, so then we are very focused on where that funding would go and how much to each organization. But yes.
So Councilmember Abikoga, given that it is less than $100,000, I would recommend that you all find a category to put that in. Okay. We would spend that much in staff time just coming up with some sort of process. And remember, you all do have the CDBG process every 2 years, where you give funding to organizations and you do that sort of RFP process that you're talking about. So you do have that, but I would recommend that you figure out where you want to put that funding, because you have other options for RFP processes.
Okay. Well, in that case, then I would put it either in, if we need broadband, or where did the other one go? Into the downtown improvements, since Ms. Cameron mentioned that the 1.5 wasn't the full amount. So I would just add it to that to help.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I don't understand what the job training, workforce development job training is. And so I feel uncomfortable with increasing the amount by $250,000. It seems like the job training that we want to promote is largely related to the electrification of our housing stock and developing, contractors and workers who can do that work. And I'm pretty sure that Silicon Valley Clean Energy is working on that, and PG&E are working on that. So I don't really understand what the need for that is. I would like to see us shift that money into the CSA category. I think that we have really seen them just do great things with the money that we have donated to them. And that would be my preference.
Councilmember, I'll take a stab at describing, I think, the intended use of that funding. While one-time direct financial assistance is incredibly valuable to stabilize a household that is in immediate need. So, for instance, you've lost a lot of income and you've accumulated credit card debt or medical debt or some other type of immediate need. It only gets you so far. That one-time check is great, but next month you're going to have to pay the rent again, and you will still have a lot of the same economic realities to contend with. And I think the intention of the workforce development allocation or job training is we don't just want to provide a one-time check. We really want these extremely low-income families generally to have access to the incredible job opportunities that exist in Mountain View. So that could be tech, it could be construction and, the trades, it could be, work as a municipal employee. But right now, many of these families don't have access to those jobs because they don't have the training, they don't have the credentialing, and the job opportunity doesn't really mean anything to them. So the intention of the investment is to try and get access to these jobs for the families who right now have benefited from the one-time direct financial assistance. And then I think City Manager McCarthy, if you wanted to add anything to that, that would be helpful.
Sure. So this funding would go towards the programs that we're doing, where we're offering programs through the library, like the online career high school, job skills, job training programs. And then we would come back to council with an idea for various partnerships or a partnership for a workforce development program, which means that it would be some sort of related program for Mountain View residents to gain job skills that are going to help them get jobs. So I don't know what that would look like yet, but we know that it's going to cost money for some sort of program like that. So we anticipate that we will need to craft something and then come back to council for you all to bless it. So that's what that is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm feeling like all this the add-ons could be better grounded. I feel very solid about the Solidarity Fund increase and the housing and eviction help, and actually also the broadband work plan. But I'm feeling like the other things are not well thought out, and we're just kind of, this is a priority, so therefore let's give it another $250,000. And I wish that our choices had more time to be a little bit more cooked than they are right now at this point, at this late hour. So I wonder if we might settle on several items like that, and then have staff bring back more information about what it would mean or how it would be used. The training the businesses how to respond to the heat and the climate change feels like it's sort of very much in search of type of an item. So I just would rather feel solid about it. And I feel like we're not going to regret getting more information and not allocating money that we have until 2026 to spend. So I hope that we can take the time to be a little more grounded and intentional. It is free money to us because it's federal money, but we're going into a time period where federal money is going to be harder to come by. And I think we need to take the time for impact and maybe hold some of the spending in abeyance until we have a clearer idea. But I do very much support the increase in the housing and eviction help that's needed incredibly right now. The Solidarity Fund increase, they have a wonderful track record of getting money out the door to people who actually are in need and are not served by other funds. And then I think the broadband, given where we're at with COVID and the economy and et cetera, are all very solid things that we can identify the why behind them. The other increases just feel like, wall spaghetti in a way, and they may turn out to be really great things, but I think it's not cooked right now at this point in time.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I kind of assumed that based upon what the city manager said, that staff was going to come back to us and we would have an opportunity to, I guess, either increase or decrease the amount that we're allocating to things like workforce development, job training, based upon the programs that staff found. And so I wasn't too concerned about that. To me, that was kind of like, this is in the ballpark of what we're thinking. Basically, what programs would we be able to fund with that money? I'm okay holding back this 95,540 because we don't have to allocate everything right now. And maybe we end up allocating that as part of the CDBG home funds because we never have enough of those. And we're always looking for a little bit more and just put that in that same process to increase the funding available through an existing process so we don't have a new one. Because I agree that if you only have that amount, it probably doesn't make sense to create a new process. But correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that for workforce development, especially that one, row 31, that staff would come back to us and we would be able to say yes or no, and it might be a different amount than 500,000, sorry.
City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, you all do not have to allocate all of this now because you have some time. So you can decide, you can land on where you want now with the certain items. And Grace, that's actually a 550 calculation and option 2. So I'm not sure what's going on with the there you go. So you don't have to do all of it now. You could do 550 and then staff can come back at a later time with further recommendations, or you can carve out, like, for example, the workforce development job training piece, because that's what you've been talking about, to say, okay, we think we want to put, the 500,000 to it. And then staff can come back and say, here's what we've identified. Here's what the program might look like. Here's what the cost is. So you do have some flexibility and some options. So it really just depends on, do you want to allocate all of it now? Or do you want to come back? Do you want staff to come back and give you some options? Timing wise, again, you do not have to determine what it's going to be until the end of 2024, technically. And then it has to be spent by 2026. So we can still come back by the end of the calendar year. For efficiency's sake, it does make it easier if you all would land on decisions tonight, but I anticipate that we will have to come back to council anyways with what some of these programs are going to look like, because we don't have it all fleshed out tonight. These are broad categories.
Thank you. Just taking a quick opportunity here, I appreciate Councilmember Matichak's recommendation to allocate the 95,000 as part of the CDBG, or I think there's also a general fund component. I think that's an elegant solution. And as you've described, means we don't have to necessarily figure out where that money is going to land tonight. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, given the lateness of the hour, I move option 2.
Well, I think for this one, we're just going to do a straw poll, and then it'll all be wrapped up in one motion at the end.
Okay, well, can we do that? It's almost 1 o'clock.
Let's go in order, just because I think if there are 4 votes for option 1, then we don't have to worry about this for a long time. So let's raise staff. I'm going to ask you to remove the screen share for a second, just so I can tally the votes more accurately. I think we have a good sense of what option 1 is at this point. Can you just thank you. So option 1 was the complete allocation based on the programs we've just been describing. Is there support for option 1? 1, 2, 3, 4. There is. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So that'll be wrapped up into the motion for the balance of the budget. I think that's a city manager.
I thank you. I just want to clarify, because it still had community needs at 95,000, and Councilmember Abekoga moved that to the Castro Street line item. So I just wanted to make sure that's what the 4 of you who just voted were voting on.
My understanding was Councilmember Matichak's solution, which was to allocate that as part of the CDBG
okay.
General fund for nonprofits.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So we'll make note of that. And so I believe that was the only change. So we'll make those changes and then put it up at the very end, just so that we know where we all landed.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. So now that we've dispensed with ARPA, we'll go to the balance of the budget. So we'll take comments and I'll catalog the recommendations. We'll see what has majority support, and then I'll ask somebody to make a motion that includes the totality of the comments. Are there any comments or questions about the balance of the budget? I'm not seeing any, so I'll go, we'll just do quick straw polls over the items that did come up a little bit earlier. Councilmember Showalter had a couple of recommendations. And then I wanted to test Councilmember Abekoga, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I remembered that there were some other items that were brought up. I would support and I don't know if this is something we can use that 95,000 for, but the neighborhood grants program increase there. I was on that the neighborhoods committee for a few years, and we had talked over the course of several years about maybe it's time to increase those amounts. And I don't know if they were recently increased or not, but I would be open to looking at increases. So definitely would support that. I don't have a dollar amount right now. I don't know if Councilmember Showalter did, but we could discuss that. And then the Friends of Caltrain item. So I know that in the past we have been members. I don't think we have been in the last couple of years. And I know Ms. Levin spoke. I guess I've being back in the transportation world, I'll just say there was a concern I had recently at an MTC meeting when we were talking about our grade separation projects. And as you recall, we were able to get both of our projects on the list of six projects. I was troubled because at that hearing, Ms. Levin spoke basically saying that she had issues, concerns, was opposed to the list. And we talked this afternoon. She explained to me what her intent was, but in light of the situation that we were in, and that frankly, we've been working really hard to get those projects on this list. And frankly, I feel that if I wasn't there, I'm fortunately on MTC now, but I wasn't there, we were in a precarious state because we're basically competing against every city for funding, right? And, our position, our advantage was that we are shovel ready, and most of these other projects are not. And I guess I was just disappointed with the comments. And, granted, in 1 minute, she wasn't able to say everything, but I felt like it put us in a little more precarious state. And had we discussed it beforehand, it might have helped. And perhaps if she had, used certain words, said she supported us clearly, instead of, saying that the MTC staff needed to add other cities or start from scratch again, I wouldn't be so concerned. But given the situation, it just made me, I guess, question, the advocacy that's being done. So we talked about that and today, but I guess my challenge with this is that I don't feel comfortable as a city supporting advocacy organizations. I understand that there's education, they're a nonprofit, but when if you look up Friends of Caltrain, they call themselves an advocacy organization. And there's so many other organizations. And I guess that's the question for me. Like for me, it's about equity. And I want, if we're going to do this, then we should be able to do an RFP or, put out a request for, all groups to have an equal chance at being funded by the city. But that's not how this happened. And so that's my real issue. One, that it should be equitable. Two, that I don't think we should be supporting advocacy organizations because we're not always going to agree. And that's my concern as we talk about other transportation initiatives. For instance, the seamless principles are great, but the devil's in the details, as we've been talking, and we may not agree as a city with some of what the advocacy groups are pushing for. So I don't think it's just really appropriate for the city to be funding advocacy groups. So that's my perspective on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, or recommendations you would like to test with a straw vote? Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I've said this in the past that I've had concerns with funding Friends of Caltrain for many of the same reasons that Councilmember Abekoga stated. It is an advocacy organization, and it seems kind of odd to fund an organization to lobby you. And I've not really ever seen any of the educational material that is prepared. And frankly, if we need information, I think we can just contact Caltrain. It seems like, we should be able to get information. We don't need to go through another party to get it. I would agree that to me, it doesn't make sense to fund any advocacy organization. So I'm not supportive of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I guess I've seen funding Friends of Caltrain differently. I thought that a lot of cities had that membership and didn't really see it as a conflict or mistake in any way. And that I thought that Friends of Caltrain was kind of advocating for the health of this kind of transportation service that that serves residents in all of our cities up and down the peninsula. So that's why I've supported it in the past. And then I thought in particular at this point, it's also doing, Friends of Caltrain is also doing educational work to advocate for transit use again. So those would be the reasons that I would think that was appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
Just to respond to that. So yes, I think that's their intent. But in situations like the one we had at MTC, and essentially we are, we're competing against other cities. So I just think it's hard for an organization to support everybody, but then call out one city or another. And so I just think they're in a tricky situation. And in this case, I don't think they, if it was my perspective is they should not have said what they said, even if it wasn't intended to be that what it was said, but what's said in public is what everyone hears. And so I just think it's a tricky situation, and we are going to be, continuing to compete against other cities for funding. And so unless this is a pure advocacy organization for the city of Mountain View, I think it's going to be challenging. So that's what I feel like. I'm very protective of our city, and I fight for our city first. And it's just concerning to me when I don't hear that same support from a group that we should be funding. So, and we've talked about it, and we can see how it goes, I'd say. And if we get a closer working relationship and whatnot, perhaps we can reconsider. But I just think too, though, that we need to, then look at, if we're going to do this, then we should be opening it up to other groups as well, or just, I prefer just us not supporting advocacy groups or, going through the CDBG process if we're going to do this.
Thank you. I think this is an interesting conversation, and I would like to ask staff, maybe there is an elegant solution to the challenge. We have a lobbying firm, RPBG, who has other clients, other cities. Those other cities may take positions that are different from the positions the city of Mountain View takes. So, our guy, Dane, takes the city of Burlingame's position and speaks with, a legislator. And then the city of Mountain View has a different position. And so our guy, Dane, goes to the same legislator and says the city of Mountain View thinks the exact opposite. How exactly does that work? How do we make sure that, we're maximizing the effectiveness of our lobbying firm, who has many, many different clients across the region, including cities that may have views that are different from the city of Mountain Views?
So Mayor, the direction to the lobbyists when we first hired the legislative advocacy firm was to put up a wall, essentially, in the firm if they have other clients and other interests that may be different from Mountain View, that they would not be working on those efforts, essentially. So that is what the firm has talked to staff about, and we've had meetings about that. I don't know if you see this in a different category because they're not a nonprofit or a 501c3, but that is certainly conversations that we've had with them about that.
Has that wall been effective?
Well, this is our first time ever having an advocacy firm, and we're in the middle of our first legislative session. So I think that we still have some time to evaluate that. We seem to be moving a lot of our advocacy efforts forward. So that is still to be determined because the session isn't over yet. There's still a couple month or so left. They have certainly been helpful to staff in evaluating proposals and helping with a lot of the federal analysis as well. But again, this is our first time doing it. So we still have to have some time to evaluate how it's going.
Maybe a better question would have been, what metrics do we use to gauge the success of the firewall?
Tell me a little more about the question you're asking.
So we're halfway through the 1-year contract. At the conclusion of the contract, we'll either say the firewall was successful or it was not successful. And it's not clear to me exactly how we make that determination. So what information would staff use to say this has been a successful endeavor and we were able to very clearly keep Mountain View's position distinct from other clients of RPPG, or it was not successful despite our best efforts? How do we make that determination? I guess what I'm getting at is that seems like an interesting model we can employ with Friends of Caltrain if a majority of the council wants to pursue a membership. So that way we can have the same type of firewall when there are points of disagreement between Friends of Caltrain members.
So I think that what we need to evaluate is how successful they were at representing Mountain View in our legislative platform. So council has adopted a legislative platform. You have put forth a series of letters of support or letters of opposition, various legislative efforts. So we would have to evaluate how productive that was. Staff is not out showing up at every committee hearing. We don't know all of those efforts, so I wouldn't really be able to answer very candidly about specific metrics on what else the firm might be doing, but we'll know how successful they are in representing our interests and what you all have put forth on the legislative platform.
Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Yeah, I think it can be hard with hiring lobbyists or an advocacy org because it's very hard to measure horrible things that didn't happen. And it's also kind of subtle. Did someone directly take the language that you wanted to insert into a bill? Well, maybe not, but it may have influenced the process. And I guess we do provide funding for advocacy organizations. My understanding is that we provide some level of support to the Cities Association and maybe the League of California Cities. And our legislative positions as adopted were very different than the League of California Cities. And so that's an org that's out there vociferously advocating on things that we don't want, in particular around our labor values. the League of California Cities takes a much different and very strident position in opposition to the labor values that we've expressed and that we communicated to our lobbyists that we would like to see put forward. I do think that the value that the Friends of Caltrain has is to be a voice for the stability of Caltrain funding, the usability of the service, and that is very connected to our downtown, to parking issues, to our workforce here. So I don't know all the ins and outs of you know, who said what and how the pieces move. So I can't really you know, help with that at all. But I do think that it's good to be allied with an org that is pushing for more stable governance, something that's always been a problem at Caltrain, and does sit through those Caltrain meetings and the various committees and try to get a comprehensive assessment of things, and to have an entity that's out there that's fighting for stable funding for Caltrain over time has been a very great need.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're sort of missing here is the funding that we've given Friends of Caltrain in the past has not been for advocacy. It's been for their education program. And they do develop materials about Caltrain and about the future of Caltrain. They will give briefings to you, answer questions if you want them. So I think that it isn't appropriate for us in this instance to be supporting advocacy. I don't think that's what we would be doing. We're supporting their education arm. And that's really a different thing. When you look at a lot of nonprofits, they do a variety of jobs and they get money for, you know, different parts of those jobs. And the job we would be providing some funding for would be education, not advocacy. And I think that that is an important distinction. I'm sure we're all involved with nonprofits that have an advocacy arm and an education arm, you know, and they have to do that, and they have to be very careful about it for tax purposes. And so anyway, I just think that's an important distinction. What they are asking for is money for educational assistance, not advocacy.
Thank you. Are there any remaining comments or questions before we go through the list? I'm not seeing any, so I'll start with the easy one. Staff is already doing it, but they did suggest it might be helpful to have council support. So supporting the staff's work to evaluate amenities at the community shuttle stops. If there's support from the council for that work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yes, majority support for that. Thank you, staff, for doing that. I appreciate it. Then we had a recommendation to increase the CNC neighborhood grant program. There wasn't an amount specified, so I think we could leave that to staff to return with a final budget approval on the 28th with a recommendation. Is there support for increasing the neighborhood grant program allocation? To unanimous support for that. Fantastic. Thank you. And then is there support for restoring the Friends of Caltrain membership, education services only? So we're not funding the advocacy. And maybe we could ask staff to work on the similar kind of firewall that we have for our PPG Is there support for the Friends of Caltrain membership for the educational services? 2, 3, 4. So yes, there is. Okay. Are there any recommendations I missed? Not seeing any. So a motion is in order for the staff recommendation with the modifications that a majority of the council has directed. I'll go ahead and make the motion. So I'll move the staff recommendation with the ARPA option 1 that we talked about earlier, and then with the 3 additions that we've just voted on now. And Councilmember Lieber, was that a second? Oh, thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks?
No, I was just going to second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Jesse?
Yes, if I could just clarify on the neighborhood grant, was there an amount on that, or was that come back with an amount at the final?
Come back with an amount so staff would recommend. City Manager, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so we'll come back with the amount on the 28th, and then I would also add, is that the same direction for the Friends of Caltrain to clarify how much that amount is for the education component?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that might be defined. I think there was a membership program, but so yes, with a staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Jesse, was there anything else?
Well, I was just going to ask, did we want to take another look at the ARPA, or were we good as is?
Would members of the council like to see the spreadsheet again? Not seeing interest, so I think we've understood the option 1 allocation. Any other questions or comments before we begin the roll call vote? I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the city clerk to start the roll call.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Aye, but can I register a no vote on the Friends of Caltrain part of it? Thanks.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously except for Matichak's no. No one part.
The qualified no, but thank you very much. So now we will proceed to item 8, Council Staff Committee Reports. Jesse, thank you very much, and Grace, thank you very much for, and Don as well, for participating in this discussion. We appreciate your help. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, at our last meeting, it was really during the meeting when the news was unfolding about the incredibly tragic shooting in Texas where 19 people, most of them children, were killed and some 17 people were gravely injured. And this week there were a number of gun rallies across the country. One of them was a very successful one that was held at Mountain View City Hall and included a march to the train station and to El Camino, to the free speech area there. And I know that there is really no good time to bring up additional items for our work plan. And I know that council is familiar with my habit of wanting to cut our work plan very dramatically. But I've really waited since, several years before I was on council and now nearly 2 years on council to bring up our need for additional items to make Mountain View a very protective city in terms of guns. And I'd like to ask that we take up 3 measures that are each used in our neighboring cities, that we require a CUP or enhanced local business license to operate a firearm business. And this is something that Palo Alto has. Second, that we require dealers to have liability insurance. Again, this is something that Palo Alto and now San Jose have as well. And third, that we adopt protective zoning standards that would prohibit gun and ammunition dealing as a home occupation, also done in Palo Alto and San Jose, and restrict gun and ammunition dealing near sensitive sites that are used by children. And so I'd really like to get a straw poll in some way tonight on this to move forward. The expectations are there in the community that Mountain View will do more than the safe storage and the ban on possession of weapons on city properties. And we've all watched as the federal deal came out this week that is really so lacking in substance that it is table scraps, and that's what we're given to do, is to fight for table scraps. But I think that entities like cities need to step up to the plate and do what we can do as cities and what only cities can do, rather than waiting for someone else to make movements. So I would like to get a straw poll to begin some kind of initial steps on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Staff, do you want to speak to this and then maybe give us some ideas for how to proceed?
City Attorney, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, can everybody hear me okay? I did see the comments come in from the community about this and started looking into the possibilities of taking some steps in the direction of, implementing zoning restrictions and things like that. And I did have a chance to take a look at Palo Alto and Sunnyvale to see what they do actually have in place. I'm not aware of any zoning standards. I wasn't able to find any zoning standards in those cities, but they do have a robust firearms permit system in there. And Palo Alto does have some restrictions with regard to issuance of those permits if the business is going to be located near residences or schools and things like that. So, if that's what you are referring to, Councilmember Lieber, I think that we can look into that and move in that direction. And, if I could, bring something back to council at that first meeting that we're back after the break to provide a plan for the city to move forward in this direction, I think that's a possibility.
Yes, that would be very, very satisfactory.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga, did you want to speak to this issue?
Thanks, Mayor. So I am completely in support of gun safety measures. I've been talking about it for many years, and unfortunately it hasn't made our council priority goals work plan list. I finally got to doing maybe one a year. So, I appreciate this, I support it, but I guess that, it's just unfortunate that it has to come to seeing a tragedy for us to consider this. And I wish we had done this in prior years. So, I mean, I would support it, but, I'm always, or we're always reminded by staff, well, what's the trade-off, or there'll be trade-offs. And so again, that's what I would ask to have staff bring back in terms of our workload and everything else we discussed. So, I'm fine to ask staff to do that and bring it back to us. But we did a comprehensive, or we had staff do a comprehensive memo on the different possibilities and looking at what other cities have done. And I think there's actually a lot more we can be doing. So I would like to actually revisit that memo we had. The insurance one is new, and I've been waiting to see where San Jose was going to be with the lawsuit. And I would like to definitely add that. But I would like to see the entire list again before just picking these three. I think there's a lot more. If we're going to do this, then I think we should do a lot more, if not all of the possible measures that we can take. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I have a question of clarification for Councilmember Lieber or whoever knows the answer. And that's the insurance idea. Is it insurance for dealers? I thought when I had heard of this kind of program, it was insurance, well, it was co-signing of parents and insurance for the gun buyer, I thought, but I heard about it only briefly. So I probably don't have all the details accurate.
What our neighboring cities have done is liability insurance on the dealers. And, in terms of your question, but also Councilmember Abekoga's question or statement, there's no level of putting protective pieces of ordinances into place that I would not support. I will support everything. And back several years ago, I had mailed the Gifford Center list out to every council member on the peninsula. And Mountain View was really one of the only cities that stepped forward at that time with the safe storage proposal to get the ball rolling. And there are a number of different options. I would go for all of them. I would trade away many things that are on our work plan for the safety of children in our community and for the safety of people that are forced to live with domestic violence. And I think that we need to begin somewhere. There's, never been a good time to really dig into this issue in a more substantive way. And I think that we just have to start going at it in a more intensive way. And I've emailed staff the list from the Gifford Center, the Communities on the Move list. And I'd really encourage anyone who's watching to look up the Gifford Center Communities on the Move. And their latest list was just updated a couple weeks ago. And they are the authoritative source on options for local governments in this realm. But it's, I can't participate in saying, well, we're waiting for Congress to do something when there are things that only the cities can do.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Lieber, it sounded like you were amenable to the staff's recommended approach. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I'd be more than happy to work with the city attorney and to look at what can be brought back. And the first meeting in August sounds like a very satisfactory time and really represents the sense of urgency that's out there in the community to start to take a deeper action.
Okay, thank you. And then staff, would you like a straw poll, or are you amenable to that direction with that one?
I am amenable to the direction. I just wanted to clarify that part of that direction is to really look at all possible options for council. Is that what you, because I'm just taking into consideration also what Councilmember Abacoca said. So is that what the desire is, to look at all potential options for action of this council with regard to guns?
I want as much as I can possibly get. If it's going to sink the boat because we're going to say that we have other priorities, let's pick as much fruit off the tree as we can, Carrie.
Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. I'll just add that I'm supportive of this. I appreciate it being brought up again. I think, dusting off the memo that was written in the past and adding to it would be useful, so we're not starting from scratch. And then, as Councilmember Abacoca said, letting us know what the trade-offs are. I might be very willing to make them. I just want to know what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. So then it sounds like by consensus, the council is comfortable with staff's recommendation for approaching this topic. Any other questions or comments on this issue? Are there other council questions, comments, or reports? Do have two very quickly. So the first is, in accordance with City Council Policy A2, I would like to report that I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting in Reno from, I think it was June 3rd through the 6th. And it was actually a very helpful conference. A lot of great programming and seminars about ARPA and workforce development and homelessness and housing. And probably the most powerful was a panel presentation in which U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy participated, and he gave a very compelling speech and received a very lengthy standing ovation. But in summary, recognizing that the pandemic has been hard for everyone, and many people are suffering, and we're doing this strange thing of pretending like we didn't deal with collective trauma for 2 years. We should remember to lead with compassion and kindness and govern with love. So I really enjoyed that opportunity and learned a lot. And then ordinarily I wouldn't report this because there was no taxpayer component, but the Chinese Language Civic Leadership Academy graduation I thought was deeply moving. We heard some great speeches from two members of the class who were invited to share their thoughts. And I think one of the speeches was provided in Chinese, and the translation was shared with the council. And then the other speech was given in English. And what I heard universally was great appreciation for the city for organizing the Leadership Academy, and a strong desire to continue the program. So I really appreciate the council support and staff support for organizing it. It's really powerful. And I think we need to just be mindful of how important civic engagement is for communities that historically haven't been brought into local government. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. Sorry, I forgot. I am the alternate to SVRIA, Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, and I attended their board meeting because I needed to be sworn in as the alternate. But there was also an interesting discussion about SB 1000, and that is the communications encryption bill that Senator Becker put forward. And SVRIA decided not to take a position on it because they're a technology provider. They're not really the communicator. So they decided not to take a position on that bill. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Abacoca.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report out on a couple of meetings I've attended with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, a few items The board approved a up to $2 million program for community electrification engagement programs. So I would just ask if anyone's interested, please check out the information on the website at svcleanenergy.org. Also, as we've talked before, we're moving into the next Reach Codes 2.0, and staff is working with the various all cities to increase electrification in new building. And also the board approved a project to bring in geothermal into the electric energy portfolio for SVCE. So we're diversifying our different resources. With MTC, we had a 2-day workshop on what they're called mega projects, projects such as BART, and projects that are in the billions of dollars, and how to, I guess, find ways to try to avoid cost overruns and making sure projects are delivered on time and on budget. It's an ongoing discussion, but it was helpful to hear about some of the big projects like BART that are happening right now. And then, as I mentioned, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. So we were meeting quarterly. Now we are meeting monthly because they're accelerating the work. We are hiring staff. We've budgeted the $20 million grant from the state. There's, I believe, 5 programs that are going to be administered. And so I would just say, if you're interested, and I think you might be in light of our earlier conversation on what BAFA does, their agendas, meeting agendas are on the MTC website at mtc.ca.gov, along with the MTC agendas. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other reports, comments, questions? If not, then we'll go to item 9. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
No, there's no closed session report this evening, or this morning.
Well, thank you, colleagues. Just like the BART extension to San Jose, we are ahead of schedule and under budget. Thank you very much for your work tonight. The next council meeting will be held on June 28th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. And the meeting is adjourned at 1:42 a.m. Have a good rest of your evening.